But it's important to recognise we have no natural right to that safety and prosperity. And we once again have to earn it. By transforming the whole of defence and how it supports the armed forces, by investing in new capabilities and strength, by bolstering our collective security through partnerships and alliances, and by innovating and reforming at a wartime pace. That is how we all say safe at home and strong abroad. Thank you very much.
Minister, thank you for sharing those thoughts with us today. We're now going to open up to a panel discussion, and I'm delighted to be joined by Bronwyn Maddox, Director and CEO of Chatham House, and Andrea Thompson, Group Managing Director, Digital Intelligence at BAE Systems. I will shortly put some questions to our panellists, but then we will open up to the audience for questions, so do please be thinking of questions while we're speaking. When we get to that point, raise your hand and a microphone will come to you. Put questions in the chat box if you're online. We would love it if you feel comfortable, if you would tell us your name and organisation when you ask a question. And we would love it if you would ask a question rather than make a comment. The Minister does have a hard stop at 1 p.m, so we'll have to have an appropriately military approach to timekeeping today. Thank you, everyone, for that. Just a reminder that this session is on the record and is, in fact, being recorded. In fact, do post about it on your social media channel of choice using the hashtag #CHEvents. Andrea, I'm going to start with you. A lot of the discussion about raising defence spending rightly focuses on the need for a better relationship with the defence industry, particularly improvements to procurement processes, but also thinking about the skills that the UK needs, the defence industrial base that not only the UK but wider Europe needs. You're a representative of that industry, so tell us, what do you think needs to change in terms of the way government interacts with you, but also what does industry need to do better given the moment that we're in?
Okay, thank you. And just to say, I think it was a great scene-setting speech you gave there and fully support, you know, the key comments. I think, you know, we absolutely had to start with increase in spend and recognition that there was reform. Those two things had to happen, and we fully stand by those, and we'll stand shoulder to shoulder with the government as we go through that process. I think also recognizing that defence as a sector is a key part of the economy is key, and I think perhaps dialing up what that means for the whole UK, because this is a whole UK approach that we're really pulling together on. So dialing up that piece that says whole UK is not just about planes and ships, but it is about those skills we're learning and technologies we're learning out of things like Ukraine. It is about cyber, it is about space, it is about data and intelligence. All those things come together in what needs to happen to protect the UK and our intent behind standing behind our allies. With that, then, I would say one of the key things is we've got to get the priorities right. What comes out of that review and the reform, the priorities for the technology and the capabilities in the short term, but also that long term, and having a very clear demand signal that comes through that industry then absolutely can look at what is that sovereign capability we need to stand behind and invest in and develop skills around. But then what is that capability we need to partner with others on, absolutely, that can bring not only the best of partnerships, things like GCAP, AUKUS, you know, MBDA that we do today, but also from our allies as well. So I think recognizing the demand signal and the technologies and capabilities that can be brought very quickly into what we need, both in the short and the long term. So perhaps start there as an opener.
There's a lot to come back to in there, but I want to get to people's questions. So, Bronwyn, I'll come to you. The Minister laid out some plans and priorities there, quite focused on the reforms needed in UK defence, the amount that we need to spend to kind of fill the gaps that this government sort of says they have inherited. But given the wider context, the potential retraction of the US from its role in European security, how compatible are those plans with reality? Does the government need to be thinking more radically about the position the UK is in?
Thanks very much. And thank you again for the remarks you made. There's a lot of reality out there. We're times of hard realism. One of those, obviously, is money. And you described gaps that you inherited, but also there are new challenges in the kind of wars that we think we'll be fighting. And we obviously in recent months been talking very much about this kind of great powers conflict, but it doesn't mean that the others have gone away. Threats from terrorism and the new technologies to respond to all these. And then there are the changes in our allies' posture and the US rethinking its approach to those, and the Europeans perhaps rethinking theirs. But all of that comes with a change, and most of that comes, apart from the European contribution, comes with a tugging at the purse strings of the UK. So to deal with the reality of money, I think the UK is going to have to look very, very hard at some of the other places it's spending money. I'm one of those that thinks it has to look hard at the welfare and benefits bills, which indeed the government, I believe, is doing. But it is much easier to put money into things that many voters very much like and have argued for years, like welfare and health and benefits, and to take it out of defence in a way, which is what's happened. It's much easier to do that than to reverse it, and to make the political case for reversing it. And obviously we want to see that happen, if that's what's going to happen, without the real crisis of a war at our borders, our own borders. So I think the government has a very difficult task there to persuade the country to invest more in defence, to regard it as the public service that comes before all other public services, if you like, in terms of its urgency. So there's that whole political task, but meanwhile, as you were just both describing, trying to keep up with what the challenge actually is and what Britain is going to need to do, either on its own or in close integration with our allies, is a lot of reality to cope with.
Bronwyn, thank you. Minister, I'm going to put a question to you, and I'll pick up on a theme that Bronwyn mentioned. You mentioned the defence spending increase. The government cut the aid budget to fund that increase to 2.5% of GDP and has signalled very clearly that we need to be on a journey to 3% of GDP. And in fact, your Labour Party colleague, the former Development Minister, Annalisa Dodds, resigned in principle over the extent of those cuts. And in her resignation letter, she said that 3% may only be the start, and raising the resources needed cannot come from tactical cuts to public spending alone. And we must look again, we will be forced to look again at the fiscal rules and the government's position on tax. Is she right?
Well, I'm a big fan of Annalisa. I'm sorry to see her go. In her letter, she also supports the increase of defence spending, which I think is important to recognise. What is certainly true is by making the case for increased defence spending and by the events that we've seen in the past few weeks, a national debate has started, not just because a minister has said, let's have a national conversation, which is always the most awkward and painful moment when you see a minister say that. It is reflecting an organic conversation that's taking place in our communities anyway. And we've been clear that if we are to fund increased defence spending, we need to tell people where it's coming from, and we have done so here. But we also need to be clear about what that increased defence spending is going to do. Because I think there is a part that needs to buy public support, not assume that world events mean that we acquire it by default. And that is absolutely making the case that if we spend more on defence, we'll look after our people in uniform better, a point of shame for this country for the last decade as to how we haven't been, which is something that the public find very popular. But also by spending money more wisely, we get better kit and we create more jobs in the community. So that is about spending more money with UK firms, not sending contracts abroad, but it's also about spending more money directly with SMEs, because what we're seeing from the work that the UK government provides for our friends in Ukraine, and much of that is obviously difficult to talk about publicly, is we're seeing incredible innovation, not just from big primes, but especially from SMEs, who are creating the new technologies, who are dealing with the immediacy of a battlefield that is having more intense and evolving EW jamming every single day, where our drone capability needs to reiterate every 2 to 3 weeks. But we have a Watchkeeper drone system that was 14 years old. You know, that's what we inherited. Those two things don't work together. But if we can direct that spending at SMEs in our communities and make the case that in every single constituency, there's not a MP in the House of Commons that doesn't have a defence company in their constituency. But there's so many more companies that don't think of themselves as a defence company that actually would be, especially around tech and data, as Andrea said. There's so many firms that could be contributing to our national defence if we as defence make it easier for them to participate either in joint bids for programmes or through, which I think will come out in the Defence Industrial Strategy, how we iterate the programmes. So instead of just buying a piece of kit and hoping it will last 30 years, is being upfront from the start that we'll need to iterate and invest and adapt that piece of equipment over its lifetime to make sure that it's relevant and will have the effect we're looking for as warfare changes. So we have to bring the public along with us as part of that conversation. I don't doubt there are difficult decisions. Certainly cutting international aid is not something that I think any Labour politician wants to do, especially with the pedigree that we have, but we maintain our commitment to get it back to 0.7% when economic conditions allow. But what we have to do is be tighter on the spending on that aid today. You know, we inherited a situation where 30% of the aid budget was being spent on asylum seeker accommodation in the UK. Now, I don't think that's international aid in the way that the aid agencies would want it spent on. So by cutting the backlog in small boats and asylum processing directly supports international aid. So it is a bigger challenge than just what fits under the big spending headings that we have to get to. But that national conversation is taking place right now. And I think the public recognise that we live in darker times. And they want to see government propose a route through. That's what the Prime Minister has done. But I don't doubt how hard this will be. But I think there's things that everyone in this room that cares about defence and security can do to get better value, to make it easier to respond to the threats that we are facing.
Minister, thank you. I'm going to open up to questions now because I'm conscious of time. So I'll take a few questions in a group.
So you're listening in as the British Minister for Armed Forces. He gave a speech on security and defense industries, followed by a panel discussion. Right now, they are opening the meeting to the media to ask questions. Perfect time to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we're going to head back out live as we continue to follow the very latest out in London. The British Minister for Armed Forces, he continues to speak with this panel on security and defense industries. I can tell you all, based on the conversation, the focal point is on Ukraine and cyber security. Let's continue to listen in.
Or strategic, even, is maybe the word I would also use. And I think that's where the increase in defence budget, but also reform, is really important, along with that short and long-term demand signal. I think we all recognise that the transactional process of acquiring defence capability today is very transactional, and it is very much in the here and now, and it does not reward true value, and it does not necessarily drive true partnerships. I think by doing the things we've talked about here already in the past few minutes, we can then be very clear on priorities, we can be very, very clear on then the partnership route and the sovereign route that we want to go down, and then that reform bit of also opening up how we buy and how we recognise value. SMEs, we've talked about that, for example, academia, their value into that overall equation and what it's doing for the economy. I think all those things together help move us toward what you're describing.
Thank you. Minister, I don't know if you'd like to take the question about the UK nuclear deterrent and how we need to think about being more strategically autonomous.
I like difficult questions. I think they're much more fun for the audience to listen to. Yes, on the nuclear deterrent, it is essential that the UK remains keeps our independent nuclear deterrent. The decision to use nuclear weapons is only able to be issued by the Prime Minister, even though we commit our nuclear deterrent to NATO. It is certainly true that I think we need to invest more in our nuclear deterrent, not just in the submarines and the people that serve on them, but in the entire infrastructure that's gone along with it. Now, we're aware that we have to renew elements of it. Certainly, I represent Devonport, and I know that decades of underinvestment means that the submarines we are now building are, I think in technical terms, too fat to fit in the docks that the submarines are refitted in. Now, we've designed new submarines, but we've not designed new infrastructure. And now we're coming late to it. But we've got to use defence as much more of a part of a joined-up system, investing in the technologies we need, but we also should be unashamedly, and this is probably stepping out of just nuclear to our relationship with the US in general, we must be really clear that we have a close, integrated defence relationship with the United States. It is not just in our interest that that happens, it's in America's interest that they collaborate and cooperate with the UK. They gain a benefit from our capabilities just as we do from theirs as well. But I certainly think that there is a huge opportunity for investment in this. And we saw this only a few weeks ago where the Secretary of State announced a £9 billion package for new reactor technology with Rolls-Royce in Derby. Well, that will create hundreds of jobs directly, many more during the supply chain, and will really spark up an ecosystem that will support small modular nuclear reactors and the wider development as well. So I don't think it is a choice of either or. I also don't think that the relationship that we have with America has been adequately explained and the case made for it. So that's why the Prime Minister is making the case clearly. We have a strong, deep security partnership with our European friends, as we do with our American friends and Canada, and we need to make sure that we're investing on both sides of the Atlantic. Otherwise, we become less safe. And I think, if I can just pick up on Frederick's question about lessons from Ukraine, one of the frustrations I have as a new minister is many of the lessons that we learn from Ukraine fit in a secret squirrel end of the department's activities. The SDR must be and is absolutely clear about what those lessons are and how we apply them to the whole UK armed forces. Now, that is about crewed, uncrewed systems. That is about speed of procurement. That is about how you operate in an EW-jammed environment. That is about how a country without a navy can destroy half of the formidable Black Sea fleet using new technologies. It is about how we layer our effects to achieve the kinetic effect that is not just about a missile or an artillery shell landing where it's supposed to. All those will be clearly played through into the SDR. And I think at that point, it'll be easier, I think, for the industry to be clear on the demand signal that comes from that innovation, from that challenge, but also, and this is a challenge for parliamentarians like myself, about us moving away from a romanticism of old kit to accept a retirement of old kit that might have served us well for decades, but is not suitable to defend us in the future. And that is the progressive change that I see coming out in the SDR. So lessons learned, absolutely. Integration of our stuff, but also being clear that when we make stuff in the UK from now on, we must not be over Gucci with it. So it can only be used by UK forces. And then, because we've made it so specialist, we can't get as much of it as we wanted to in the first place. Let's start producing stuff that is designed to be NATO standard, that's designed for export, that's designed to be attritable in many cases, perhaps our high-end gear, perhaps less so. But that is a different way that defence procurement, I think, can support our industry, because ultimately, if I'm buying one bit of kit off BAE Systems and they can only sell it to me, it's going to be more expensive. If we can buy a bit of kit off BAE Systems and they can sell it to our allies all around the world, as we are doing with the Type 26 frigate, for instance, then it becomes better value. It joins our nations together and it supports the wider economic benefit that doesn't come from bashing metal together, but from the training, the upgrades, the combat systems, everything else that supports the wider economy as well.
Thank you.
I was just going to pick up, I think that's an incredibly important point of, there's 2 points there. One is absolutely the export, and that's part of recognising the value that can flow back into the UK from that, and recognising that. But I think your other point about the lessons learned coming through in Ukraine forces an iterative capability on a daily, hourly basis. The reform we need has to take that into account versus the other part of defence and security, which is longer term in terms of it takes weeks, months, years perhaps to deliver some of that capability. And the reform bit is, the challenge is, how does it take on both? And that's back to the transactional and the strategic bit. And I think that's the recognition we as an industry and government need, and I think we've got it, and that's the part we're embarking on.
I think you're absolutely right that there is an investment opportunity here, but it is one that is incredibly difficult to get right, it seems to me. Over the record of procurement, this country and many others has been very mixed, sometimes for justifiable reasons, that it is very hard to anticipate the next war and the next kind of war, and yet the cycles are very long, but sometimes for less good reasons. And we have had, as Olivia was describing on our podcast recorded earlier today, quite a sort of broad and shallow approach to the procurement that we thought we wanted as the UK, which has led to some of the bespoke design that you've talked about. So we're not buying lots of the same kind of thing, but getting one handcrafted, if you like. And I agree we need to get away from that. I think there's something we could learn from the US, which has the advantage of its size and no doubt lots of waste there to be got at, but has been very agile at working with very small companies, startups even, sometimes coming out of the universities, at getting the innovation going that then can, and particularly on this talking about the Ukraine point, this linking up of minute-by-minute intelligence with firing and targeting and so on, getting that kind of thing going. We're also going to have a very direct conversation with our allies, European and the US, about how and what extent we're going to work together. Almost every country in Europe that is saying something about increasing its commitment to defence is saying the same thing about what is called defence Keynesianism. Oh, and we can get a boost to the economy from investing in all this. But if they and we all do it separately, it will be very inefficient and it may not all work together. So there is that conversation to be had. And I think the point you've made as well about having a conversation with the US about the efficiency of working together is still a really important one. There's been obvious and understandable reaction in the last few weeks of many countries to say, oh, goodness, we better work out how to work independently of the US. But much of our kit, and our nuclear deterrent indeed, is designed to work with them, and much of the intelligence, as we're seeing now in Ukraine. And I think that, that needs to be an explicit understanding with them. But there are going to be some tough conversations in there, including possibly the US saying, great, lots of investment needed, let's have it over here, not in the UK. So, but anyway, the conversation is inescapable, I think.
Okay, we're going to take some very quick questions. Gentleman on the aisle.
Thanks, Joshua Andresen from the University of Surrey. I just want to pick up on that last point. There's been, right focus on what Europe and the UK in particular need to do in the current situation, but I also think there has to be, with as much specificity and detail as possible, an emphasis on what the US gets from Europe and gets from NATO and why they need the US why they need NATO and the UK. Yeah,
okay, the lady there with the ponytail.
Thank you. Larissa Brown from the Times. Minister, I'm just wondering if you think that America is a reliable ally after it pulled intelligence sharing with Kyiv, and also if you think the regular armed forces or the reserves need to increase as part of the defence review. Thank you.
OK, we're going to give the Minister a chance to say a few words on that, and then we'll have to probably let him go.
Fantastic, thank you. I think the case that we need to make is about the transformation of armed forces, but the benefit that working together delivers. And sometimes we believe that is an implicit assumption. And I think what we need to do is be absolutely clear that there is a benefit to the UK security and our allies by working together, by cooperating together, by supporting one another. That's the underpinning of why NATO is the most successful military alliance ever. But it is also why we need to apply those and not be scared of saying that, and being scared of saying that our future is both as a European power, but also a North Atlantic power with our American friends and our European friends together. And we should be clear and proud of saying that, because it builds on the reality of where we are. I think, Larissa, great question.
Two questions.
George Robertson has a big job in producing his SDR, which will come out soon, that will set out the shape of our structures. But what we are certainly looking at in the meantime is we've inherited a system across our armed forces where the structures are inefficient and in many cases needing reform anyway. And so he will set out the size and shape, but there's things as ministers we're already looking at about how we can deal with the retention and recruitment, for instance, that will make that work better. And in relation to reliable ally, yes, the US remains a reliable ally to the United Kingdom. We need to continue those conversations. It is the reason why the Defense Secretary is not sat here on this panel, but he is in Washington this week speaking to his US counterpart to make the case not just for our approach bringing allies together on Ukraine, but making the case for why it is in all our benefits, including the US's, that we continue to invest in NATO, why we can continue to invest in our security, and how why America's priorities, looking at what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, don't happen in isolation. Indeed, you have North Korean troops fighting on Europe. That is the perfect example of how the two theatres are interconnected, and the idea that they can be separate and not have a connection from one to the other is an argument that I don't think stands a huge amount of scrutiny, but it is one that as a nation we are making the case that we are better when we work and fight together. That is the case right across the NATO alliance, and that is the case that we will continue to support our friends in Ukraine for as long as it takes.
I think with that we'll have to wrap up because the Minister needs to leave. But thank you everyone, and Minister, thank you for your time. Andrea Bronwyn, thank you so much.
And we were just listening in there to the British Minister for Armed Forces speaking on security and defense industries. You can see that feed has just ended here. Thanks for joining us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. Lots of live events and news to get out to today. And right now, I do want to take you out live as we are listening in here to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer making a defense-related visit to Northwest England. He is holding a Q&A with workers.
Highly skilled, fantastic workers, and we must support that as we go forward. So I want to give every support to apprenticeships. I really believe in them, and I think there's a mindset shift for the country here, which is, yes, university good, but apprenticeship good as well, and let's start weighing them equally. And that's why I'm very keen for all of you to get back into schools and tell that message, because sometimes in schools there's a slight tilt that, you know, it's off to university. Not enough emphasis, I don't think, on going in, getting a skill, getting paid as well, and the security, and making a contribution, because all the apprentices here are making a contribution to this business, to this sector, but also to your country. I can't, overemphasise at a time like this what you do for your country really, really matters. So thank you for your question. Anyone? I'm sorry I've got my back to certain people. But if there are any questions behind, I'll try to look behind from time to time. Yeah.
In light of the recent change in commitment from the United States to Ukraine, what do you envisage the UK's military support to Ukraine looking like?
Well, on Ukraine, obviously, it's really important that we focus on what matters most. And what matters most, in my view, is a lasting peace that ensures that Ukraine is both sovereign, able to make their own decisions, and secure, so in a position where we don't just stop the fighting for it to start again in a year or 2 or 3. For that to happen, obviously it's important that we are all focused on that, and it is important that if there is a deal, and we don't know there will be, that we defend the deal. And that means that we need to think about what's the guarantee, what's the security guarantee. Now, what I've said is I think Europe needs to step up into this space. We've said for a long time that Europe needs to do more on its own security and defence. I think that's right. And the United Kingdom will play a leading part because we've always stepped up when it's required. So that's why I've made that commitment on behalf of our country. It has to be done in conjunction with the United States because we have for many decades worked very closely with the United States. You will know through the work you do that our defence, our security, our intelligence is intertwined. No two other countries are as close when it comes to defence and security as our two countries. So we want to do this in conjunction with the United States because it's that ability to work with the United States and with our European partners that has kept the peace for 80 years now. That's why it's important we step up into this space. I would say 2 other things which are of relevance to you. I think in the meantime we need to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position. We don't know there's going to be a deal. The fighting is going on and it's a big mistake to think, well, all we've got to do is wait for a deal now. We've got to make sure that if they are fighting on, they're in the strongest position. And even if they go into negotiation, they're in the strongest position. The other thing that I do think is relevant for you, it's a broader picture. I do think Europe needs to step up on security and defence more broadly. And I want to win contracts for you and others as that happens, because as the whole of Europe steps up, and I do think it will, that means it's not just the demands, as it were, of our government, it's other governments as well will be looking around to see, well, where can we place our orders for the capability we need? And I know we're good enough, we're leading enough in this country to say you should be putting your orders with us. So I'm envisaging a period, and I hope for a period, where there'll be even more work coming down the track for you, and you may need to increase the number of apprentices from whatever, it's 50 a year, isn't it? I think
50 a year.
Yeah. Right, anywhere else? Anywhere to the sides or behind? Got a question? Sorry, where are we?
Over here.
Apologies.
Hi, you just touched on it a little bit then. Investments in the UK shipbuilding is key if we are to compete on the world stage. Do you see shipbuilding as a priority, and what are you going to do about it?
I think as we go forward with defence and security, we're going to have to press forward on sea, on air, on land. If you look at the Ukraine conflict, it's clear that maritime, what we're doing at sea, has been a huge part of that. And therefore, as we go through our strategic review, as we look at what does the next chapter of our history hold, it's clear that maritime shipbuilding is going to have to be a big part of that. That's on the defence and security side. Obviously, on the civilian side, there's work to do as well. I'm really pleased this ferry is being built here. There are other ferries that should be built here and aren't being built here, in my view, and we need to make sure that that comes to our shipyards, to businesses like this. We are really good at what we do in Britain. We don't sell ourselves enough, in my view. We should be a bit more out there saying we've got the skills, we've got the people, we've got the ability, let's get on and make sure that we're winning the orders because we're really good at this. And it'll be a very proud time when this ferry goes out early next year. It'll be a real moment, I think.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it.
Be a big bit of history. Good. I think I'm just going to step forward now and do a bit of media. But unless you've got to go, I'd like to come back and just have a chat with some of you. But, I mean, don't feel you've got to stay if you don't want to or you've got other stuff to do. But I'm going to come back and try and find some of you if I can. But I'll just go to a bit of media if you don't mind first. Yep. Thanks. George, where am I coming?
And that was British Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking on defense in northwest England. He was taking some questions there from workers, and you did just hear him say he's going to go speak to the media. So we'll continue to monitor this here and see if we're able to get access to those media questions. But in the meantime, I did want to go over some of these events on the left-hand side of your screen with you here. Around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, we are expecting a Senate meeting on Keith Sonderling's nomination for Deputy Secretary of Labor. 10 a.m. Eastern, we are expecting U.S. Special Envoy for Russia and Ukraine speaking in Washington, D.C. And then starting at 11:30 Eastern time, we have a NASA moon landing mission. And there's actually a lot going on with the space today. We're going to have multiple events at night as well, giving you a live look at the nation's capital now as our shot did go out. But last but not least here, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, Defense Secretary Hegseth welcoming his British counterpart to the Pentagon. So we are going to keep an eye on all of this for you here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break, our first one of the hour here. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. Don't go anywhere. More news next. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next story taking us out to New York City right now. Another candidate now running for mayor, City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams announcing her candidacy. This as a new poll shows current Mayor Eric Adams at an all-time low approval rating. Good day's Robert Moses joining us from City Hall with the latest. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining.
Christy, good morning to you. Adrienne Adams has repeatedly called on Mayor Eric Adams to drop out of this race to no avail. So she will take him on in a race that is shaping up to be an uphill battle for both of them.
Welcome to my grand finale.
The term-limited City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, who gave her final State of the City address Tuesday, hopes for an encore. In explaining why she's running for mayor, Adams said New Yorkers can't afford to live here, City Hall is in chaos, and Donald Trump is corrupting our city's independence. It's time to stand up. The native of Queens is a mother and grandmother. If she wins, she would make history on two fronts. She would be the first female mayor and the first council speaker to transition into the city's top job. She is not related to Mayor Eric Adams, though they did go to high school together in Queens. Speaking of the embattled mayor, just 20% of registered voters approve of how he is doing his job, according to a new Quinnipiac poll, the lowest approval rating of any mayor in the nearly 30 years since Quinnipiac first started polling such voters. The same survey shows former Governor Andrew Cuomo with a commanding lead over the mayor in the Democratic primary. State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani is in third place, followed by public advocate Jumaane Williams, who isn't even in the race, former Comptroller Scott Stringer, and current Comptroller Brad Lander. State Senator Jessica Ramos and Speaker Adams earned 4%. The survey was conducted before Adams declared her candidacy.
So help you God.
Mayor Adams, along with 3 other Democratic mayors, testified before the House Oversight Committee in Washington yesterday about sanctuary city policies. Adams spent much of his time trying to convince lawmakers that there was no quid pro quo when the Justice Department moved to have his corruption charges dropped.
Are you selling out New Yorkers to save yourself from prosecution?
There's no deal, no quid pro quo, and I did nothing wrong.
Answering this question is a yes or a no.
And I'm going to answer it again out of deference to Judge Hull with this case.
That is not an answer, Mayor Adams.
And there will be another mayoral forum later on tonight here in the city. 6 candidates are confirmed to be attending that forum. Neither the city council speaker nor the mayor is expected to be among them. And the city council speaker, Adrienne Adams, is expected to officially kick off her campaign this Saturday in Queens. Christy, back to you.
All right, Robert Moses, Fox 5 New York, thank you so much. Taking you out live right now to the Capitol, because as you heard Robert mention in his news report there, this all comes after Eric Adams was on Capitol Hill yesterday as he faced a congressional grilling over sanctuary policies that protect illegal immigrants and complicate federal immigration enforcement. That hearing before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform also included testimony from Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, and Denver Mayor Mike Johnson. We do have a number of key hearings set to happen today on Capitol Hill as well. At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we do have the FDA Commissioner nomination hearing. We're going to be bringing that to you. Around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, there's also a wildfire reduction and land management hearing as lawmakers will discuss legislation to improve forest management and reduce catastrophic wildfires. This hearing is going to cover proposals to streamline environmental reviews and increase controlled burns on federal and tribal lands. All of this we are going to be bringing to you. And again, also worth noting, as I mentioned before the break here, U.S. Secretary of State Pete Hegseth is meeting with UK Secretary of Defense John Healey at the Pentagon. British Defense Minister John Healey is meeting with him in Washington today to discuss a peace plan for Ukraine. Britain's Ministry of Defense confirming that for us. Healey's visit comes as European leaders race to draw up a peace plan to present to Washington after U.S. President Donald Trump paused military aid to Ukraine on Monday following a fallout with President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Lots going on in the nation's capital this morning. And what I do want to do right now is go away for our second 2-minute break of the hour because we are anticipating a number of live events to begin here shortly. So stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As I said before the break, we do have a number of live events that we are waiting to get started here. And this shot I do want to share with you. This did just pop up into our newsroom as we're awaiting Republican Senator Rick Scott to headline a conservative summit on how to best advance President Donald Trump's agenda. This was set to start at around 8 a.m. Eastern time. As you can see, a little bit delayed beginning right now, but we are going to expect some welcome remarks by Senator Rick Scott. Other senators also joining. We're going to be seeing Dan Sullivan on a policy panel on restoring energy dominance. We're also going to hear from Senators Ron Johnson, Roger Marshall on a reconciliation update, and the Majority Leader of the United States, Senator John Thune's remarks. There's also going to be a fireside chat with Senator Rick Scott and Kevin O'Leary. So there's a lot that's going to be going on today at this event. Of course, we're keeping an eye on all of it. When it does start, we'll head back there. But as I just said, a little bit delayed as of right now. So what I did want to do as we are awaiting this is just talk about some of our other top headlines across the country as well as across the world. So for that, I do want to take you out to a live look outside the hospital where Pope Francis is currently still staying. And here's the latest that we've heard from the Vatican on the Pope's health status. Pope Francis increased his physical therapy with his condition remaining stable yesterday, marking the start of Lent by receiving ashes on his forehead and calling the parish priest in Gaza. The Holy Father didn't have any respiratory crises during the day. He's receiving oxygen through a nasal tube, as he has been the case in recent days. Doctors are treating the Pope for double pneumonia, underline that his prognosis has remained guarded. The 88-year-old Pope, who has chronic lung disease and had one part of his lung removed as a young man, had 2 respiratory crises on Monday and a setback to recovery. During the morning, he participated in an Ash Wednesday celebration, again receiving ashes and Holy Communion. The evening health bulletin carried the first mention of physical therapy for the Pope, in addition to respiratory therapy, and the Vatican said it was to ensure no other negative impacts from the longest hospitalization. So what we're going to do now is check in with Connor Hansen. He's a Fox News correspondent. He's actually been on the scene there for a number of days as we've continued to cover this developing story with Pope Francis. I do want to play out his latest report for you right now.
Pope Francis has now been in the hospital for nearly 3 weeks as his battle against double pneumonia remains touch and go. And now, especially with Lent beginning, faithful from around the world want the Holy Father to know they are keeping him in their prayers.
For only the second time since becoming the head of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis did not take part in Ash Wednesday processions to mark the start of Lent.
I wish him with all the love and affection to recover as soon as possible because we need him.
The 88-year-old pontiff continues fighting double pneumonia, and the Vatican on Wednesday said Francis was in stable condition. Even though he is absent from in-person events, believers feel the Pope is with them in spirit.
The Holy Father is always with us.
On Wednesday, Francis blessed ashes, managed other papal duties, and went through physical therapy from his suite in Rome's Gemelli Hospital. Outside, many people keep loyally praying the rosary for his recovery.
The rosary is one of the most beautiful prayers in the world.
You put your intentions that are in your heart.
Meanwhile, candles, cards, and drawings have been collecting around the hospital grounds. This artist from Mexico unveiling his painting honoring Pope Francis.
He is looking down at a person who is holding out his hand, which symbolizes the church that loves him.
The Vatican says Pope Francis hasn't had another respiratory crisis since experiencing setbacks on Monday. We're told the Holy Father spends much of his time in his armchair, but has been moving around. The Pope also made another call to the chaplain of the Catholic Church in Gaza. In Rome, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Thank you to Connor Hansen. He will still be on the ground there as we do continue to follow this developing story. Another top story here is wild weather. Maybe you've already seen some of it depending on where you live. And I'm giving you a live look right now at our XRAD radar as deadly severe storms ripped across the south on Tuesday. And they unleashed destructive winds and isolated tornadoes. The widespread outbreak generated more than 160 severe weather reports and left hundreds of thousands without power. And we're still continuing to track this weather here. So what I did want to do is turn to our Fox weather team. They're live on the air right now with what you need to know.
The deficit that they are missing. This year so far, we've been overall about average except the southern portion of this year. Last year, we finished the year close to average. And then the year before that, 2023, it was tied for an all-time best year with 237% of the snowpack. That went back to 1952 was when they had a big snowpack just like that. Now, this is great news for look at Arizona, Colorado, Utah. Areas that could use the moisture will get in on the action. Now, this is round one. We get a bit of a break. The weekend looks great. You all have been talking about that. Bluebird skiing across the west and southwest. And then the next one basically comes in as we look beyond that, say the end of next week. We've got another round that comes in, and it also wants to go down to the south, which does improve the snowpack or help us with improving the snowpack. As far as the snow for this round through Friday, plenty of it for the Sierra. Again, we talked about San Diego, San Bernardino counties, but look at Arizona. We'll get about 2 feet of fresh snow in and around Flagstaff. We are way behind with our snowfall totals there. We could use at least another 40 on top of the 12 to 24 that we will get. It won't happen with this round. We do have winter storm warnings. And by the way, if you're in Las Vegas, guess what? Look to Red Rocks to your west. Look to the mountains to your north. You're going to have snow on the mountains, which is a great sight to see, especially when you're in the high desert this time of year. This does extend into portions of New Mexico through Saturday. Now, we still have fire concerns on the southern side of that into portions of into Texas, West Texas, and southeastern New Mexico. However, you look at a place like Wyoming, the higher elevations of Colorado, we get some improvement there. This is not an atmospheric river, which is important to note, this system right here. It is beneficial snow and rain. The next round that comes in is very impressive, and it's storm number 2 goes over this area of high pressure, drops in from the north, picks up some colder air with it, and then that'll give us some more moisture, which is great news for us. When we look ahead, I was talking about the end of next week, it looks like with that storm door open, oh, it is good news. Stephen and Marissa, more in the way of mountain snow and lowland rain. Will it make up those deficits? Maybe not in a place like Arizona, but it will help.
Hey, that's a strong signal. In fact, that's one of the strongest signals, the highest confidence that we've seen from the CPC regarding that the middle part of March. Okay, well, hey, we have some ground to gain, and as Marissa said, maybe it's that last minute, late season.
Let's crank it up, because April 1st kicks around, and then we kind of shut it off, right? So we need it.
We'll see. Yeah, because the dry season.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, Craig, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
All right.
Thanks, Craig. All right, Fox weather. Oh, no, let me see. There we go. All right, I'm going to take it to the Northeast, because while so many of us are ready to move on from this week's massive storm system, we still have the Northeast at least to deal with some of the impacts today, and it's mainly in the form of wind. It's what's left of this system as it exits off the northeastern part of the country. It is prompting some wind alert, wind advisories, and in fact, we have portions of the Northeast, New England, dealing with a high wind warning for today. So what does that mean for you? It's going to be gusty. Some of those gusts could be around 50 miles per hour. If you are on the road or some of the big bridges that we have across the region, those could have some speed restrictions. If you're trying to take to the sky with the airports, more than likely you will have some delays. Washington, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, I'm still feeling some of that. We'll leave you with a look over the Philadelphia International Airport. Again, this is a zone where winds will be increasing. Those wind advisories will kick in later today and then carry us in through tomorrow morning, if not in through the afternoon. Weather Command, we'll be right back.
And thank you to our Fox weather team, as they were just giving us a little bit of insight there into what you need to know with all this crazy weather. And you can stream Fox weather, Winter Storm HQ. You can search Watch Fox Weather on any browser, and that should come up here for you. I do want to remind you, we are waiting on a number of live events to start here. This one, again, was set to begin around 8 a.m. Eastern Time, as you can see, running just a little bit behind here. But this is going to be Republican Senator Rick Scott, as he's headlining this conservative summit on how to best to advance President Donald Trump's agenda. And what we do know here is that there is going to be a fireside chat with Senator Rick Scott and Kevin O'Leary. There's also going to be a number of other senators who will be joining here to host these panels and discussions here in Washington, D.C. So we will continue to wait for that to begin. What I did want to do is just go ahead and get our third break out of the way here so that when this does begin, we can bring you this coverage with as minimal interruptions as possible here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, before the break, if you are just joining us, I was sharing here that we have a number of live events that we are waiting to start. I'm going to take you back out to this live look in Washington, D.C. as we're awaiting Senator Rick Scott as he's headlining this conservative summit. And the topic here is going to be how to best advance President Trump's agenda. What we know about that, it's going to be several discussions here, a fireside chat with Senator Rick Scott, as well as Kevin O'Leary, and multiple other senators are set to be speaking there as well. So what I did want to do as we are awaiting that is let you know of another live event that we are waiting on starting here. And for that, I'm going to take you out to this live look of Gaza as I read you the latest on what we know about the Middle East thus far this morning. We are awaiting a Israeli government press conference set to start here hopefully within the next several minutes or so. I do have it pulled up here off screen, and once that does begin, we'll head over to that as well. But as of this morning, we do know that the Hamas militant group said today they're brushing off President Donald Trump's latest threat, and they're reiterating that it will only free the remaining Israeli hostages in exchange for a lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Hamas accused President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of trying to back out of the ceasefire agreement they reached in January. The agreement calls for negotiations over a second phase in which the hostages would be released in exchange for more Palestinian prisoners, a permanent ceasefire, and an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. A Hamas spokesperson said the, quote, best path to free the remaining Israeli hostages is through negotiations on that phase, which were supposed to begin in early February. Only limited preparatory talks have been held so far. Now, on Wednesday, yesterday, President Trump issued what he said was a last warning to Hamas after meeting with 8 former hostages. The White House, meanwhile, confirmed it had held unprecedented direct talks with the militant group, which Israel and Western countries view as a terrorist organization. It does look like the Israeli briefing has started here. We also have another live event that is starting right now, and this is with Senator Rick Scott. So what I am going to do right now is transition here. We'll play the Israeli government spokesperson update later, but let's head out to Washington, D.C. with this event with Senator Rick Scott.
Fantastic senator representing Florida. I've had the honor of working for him for about 14 years. And so, Senator Scott, Mrs. Scott, thank you for coming, and thank you to all of our speakers. Senator Scott.
So first, thanks everybody for being here. I want to recognize a few people. First, I want to thank everybody. We had a group of people last night. Mercedes and Matt Slapp came. If you've been to CPAC, they do a great job. It's been really nice. They've invited me. I think all their events. Vivek came. He's running for governor of Ohio. I think he'll be an outstanding governor, and these governors can have a pretty big impact on their states. John James, who I got to know when he ran for the Senate, and he is doing a great job in Congress, and I assume he'll run for statewide office again. He's a great candidate. We had a new senator from Florida, Ashley Moody, who's doing a good job. Bill Hagerty, who actually, he's been up here 4 years. I've been up here 6. He's been up here 4 years. A business guy, ambassador to Japan. He's up again. He's a great guy. I do a lot of stuff with Ron Johnson, Mike Lee. We sort of run the steering committee together and does a great job. John Barrasso stopped by. He was going to be there earlier, but he had to do. The Democrats are doing a whole bunch of crazy unanimous consents, and he's the whip, so he has to go object to all of them. And then Pam Bondi, who's a very close personal friend of Anna mine, came by. I just want to recognize a few people. I want to recognize Jackie. Jackie has worked with me since I think she got out of high school. So she's got 2 little boys, a wonderful husband, does a great job. Stu Sandler. Stu ran both, there was a super PAC that was involved in my race and runs this C4 and has done a great job. He, originally from New York, has done a lot of work in Michigan politics and was the political director of the NRSC. I want to recognize Jenny Drucker and Alex Lahan. I'm not sure where they are. It's hard to see with the light. They in national politics. And then Caitlin. I don't know where Caitlin is. Caitlin has put this whole thing together and does a great job. So she does a great job. So now we're going to hear. I think it's always interesting to see, what the public is thinking about what Trump's doing. So today we've got Stu Sandler and Wes Anderson going to come up and talk about what the public perception is of what the Trump agenda is and how we're doing. Stu and Wes.
All right, here we go. We have another mic. We have another mic. Here. There you go. Number 1. All right. Thanks, everyone, for coming this morning. Like I said, we're going to present some polling on President Trump and his agenda, and we're looking forward to it. Before I start, I do have a message from Speaker Mike Johnson. He could not make it today, but after Tuesday night, he wanted me to confirm the policies of this morning. Attendees are directed to maintain decorum at this conference and cease any disruptions. We will eject people who do violate that. So, Sergeant at Arms, please come forward. Yes. Okay. With that, we took this poll in mid-February from the 17th to the 19th. 1,000 likely voters, 3.1% margin of error. And what we found was Donald Trump's pretty popular. He's above water, 50-47. And comparatively, some people say 50%, The last poll that former President Joe Biden took his image, he was minus 22%. So I think Donald Trump's doing a little better. I don't know. I would just add to that that this is actually really good news, and he hasn't been
there's never been a time since he walked down the escalator in New York and declared he's running for governor in 2015 that he has been in this position. It's still polarizing, but the whole electorate's polarized. So, but this is good news.
And I guess if you look at the demographics of it, you'll see he's very popular with non-college men, non-college women. College men, he's still above water. College men, he's above water. College women, he's got some work to do. But you could look how he's performing with Hispanics and unions. And Wes, I don't know if you have anything more.
Yeah, and I would add that 39% among Black Americans is actually a high watermark for him too, and still growing. So, which was very critical in the mandate as well. So, in the unions, let's just go back one. I'm sorry. Just want to let you know. So when we asked the union question, we then follow on. We ask them specifically if they're in a teachers union, any of them or anyone in their household, or a labor union or a public union. So the public union has a little bit of everything. If you it's too small to sell, even with a 1,000 sample. If you just pull out cops and fire, it looks great. And we've done that in the past with larger cells, with union-specific surveys. So that middle one, this is public union, a little bit, it's actually better than that because when cops and fire are massively for the president.
And I think one of the big things from this job approval at 50% is it shows that his image and his job approval are the same, which is different from his first term, where there were people who liked what he was doing but didn't necessarily like him personally. And I think that's changed in the sense that sort of the sides have coalesced.
Yeah, they've come together. They're one-to-one. Most of his first term, his job approval was anywhere from 5 to 8 points better than his image. That's no longer true. They're both one-to-one.
And pretty much the same breakdown of demographics.
Yeah, nothing particularly interesting there. But
this slide is really interesting because it shows sort of where the public is, what voters are with the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Republican Party above water, -15 for Democrats. And it's kind of startling where the difference in the images. And historically, I think, Wes, you can speak to it. It's
just the little piece here. This is shocking. So I've been polling for 33 years now, and then you can go back much longer than that with the Gallup archives, and you have to go way back to find a Gallup poll that had either party right side up. The fact that we're one-to-one is historic in itself, but the Democratic Party at -15 is shocking. Now you could argue, well, that's 16% of Democrats too, and that's true. There is a chunk of their party that is that's negative to them, but it's not just that. They have don't underestimate the hole that they have to try to figure out how to get out of.
And this was a really good question we asked, and I think you've seen other people ask the same thing with similar answers. 60% of the public thinks President Trump is keeping the promises he made on the campaign. This is 30%, and you can see even in the Democrat and Independents. Independents 52-36, a +16. What even 30% of Democrats say, yeah, we might not like what he's doing, but he is keeping his campaign promises.
Yeah, and I think some of those people have looked at that and said, well, 30% of Democrats, they still hate him. I said, I understand it, but what this does is it provides a certain amount of moral reserve. There is a belief that, like him or not, this guy is different and doesn't look like the rest of American politics, at least from the standpoint of your average voter, that he is actually doing exactly what he said he was going to do.
Again, I think you look at these demographics, and 44% of African Americans, he's above water there, 64% of Hispanics, Union 55-34. I mean, all across the board, you look at every one of these demographics except for liberals, and they say he's keeping his promises, which...
Yeah, and even moderates. We're one-to-one with moderates, but that's actually phenomenal. That is pretty strong messaging for us. Promises made, promises kept. Because I don't know how many campaigns, how many candidates have tried to say that, and it falls flat. Voters actually believe that when it comes to President Trump at the moment.
And it's probably higher at post this speech Tuesday night. Border security, one of his biggest campaign promises. If you go to the next slide, you'll see across the board people support the policies of this president. 85% deporting undocumented immigrants who commit crimes. 81% designating drug cartels, terrorists, and 66% reinstating Remain in Mexico policy all across the board.
If all we had was the bottom one, remain in Mexico, I'd say that's pretty doggone strong. That's good. But I mean, it still remains. Look, it was the most vote determinative issue heading into last fall, and it remains that. So.
Taxes, again, historically, if you compare it, you know, one of the biggest ones that he's talked about was eliminating taxes on overtime pay and tips for service workers. And across the board, I mean, even Democrats, it's 46-43, 59-34 with independents. It's across the board popular.
Some people are going to say 43% of Democrats. Why would any Democrat be against that? You know, and the answer is anything that you name to, there is close to a majority, not quite that, of Democrats who are going to reflexively say, now, we saw it Tuesday night where they wouldn't stand for anything, you know, cure to cancer, as the president said.
And you look at lowering the corporate rate. Again, this has never been this popular as it is on a slide like this, that they think that that American corporate tax rate should lower to make it more competitive. And, you know, Democrats, wholly unpopular, a little bit underwater with independents, wildly popular with Republicans, and just overall support for lowering taxes for corporate rates.
I just want to say one thing on this. Again, in my entire career polling in Republican politics, I have tried to sell reducing the corporate rate for years. I mean, I get countless focus groups, countless surveys, and message testing trying to do that. This is the first time in my lifetime that we actually see that it's actually popular with the voters themselves. They have, and we saw it in focus groups last year, especially swing voters and swing states. We saw a bunch of that where, you know, they started to connect the dots themselves without any messaging, that we probably need to make it easier to run a business in the United States.
Continuing on it, just across the board demographics, not as popular with African Americans, but with Hispanics, it's plus 15. Same with non-college men and women and college men. I mean, this is going to be a continuing pattern of draws. But even union households, 47-47.
Yeah, solid.
And then when it comes to taking away excessive regulations for small businesses, 74-20. I mean, people want to help small businesses in this environment, and even Democrats, 52-41.
And we don't have to sell the idea that there's too much federal regulation in America. We don't have to sell that at all. It's universally accepted universally accepted by every voter that's remotely available to us, which is, you know, 70 plus.
So, I mean, you can see across the board support for his tax policies. And then lowering taxes to get manufacturing back in the state, 65-28. Again, across the board, even with Democrats, independents.
Yeah, that is a solid slide there.
This is the next slide that I think Wes can talk more about how it historically has changed. Transgender issue. This was something that Republicans were told to stay away from, told that wasn't really supposed to be part of the presidential campaign. But if you look at it in terms of keeping men out of women's sports, 69-24, and even 38% Democrats.
Yeah, so 9 years ago I did my first, it was the first time we put a transgender question on a survey. And then for Alliance Defending Freedom that year, we did some focus groups of swing voters. And the issue wasn't anywhere near where it is now, but we could see then this is not going to go the path that the left thinks it's going to. They thought that this was fast-tracked and just going to be the next gay marriage, and it's not. Not even at all. And what has happened at this point is it has become pure offense for us. And I just simply put it this way: there are countless true swing voters and even some slightly left of center suburban voters who live in fear that this issue is going to impact their family negatively, and they may give lip service even to the idea that we need to be fair to people who are transgender, but they also say, this is sort of NIMBY. It's not in my backyard, is what it's become. I don't want that in my schools. And they keep telling us repeatedly in the last 3-4 years, I'm for anything that gets kids out of the line of fire. And sports is the tip of the spear.
And Democrats haven't learned the lesson. If you saw, there was a vote in the Senate on Tuesday night that was cross-board party lines, and Democrats opposed it, which was wild. Again, you look at these demographics, and even college women, it's plus 17. So it's just it's popular across the board.
Yeah, 34% of Democrats. Yeah, go ahead.
And then if you go in the same thing in terms of, the executive order prohibiting gender transition treatment, gender surgeries, 60-35. Now, Trump's name is in here, so it was a little more partisan than the last one, but nonetheless, still wildly popular with most people, except for the 25% of even 25% of Democrats.
Yeah, so why isn't this quite as good as sports? Well, it's 60-35. It's fantastic. More importantly, we always, as you can see the gradation in colors, any question we look for intensity. We push in for intensity. So here, it's do you somewhat or strongly support it? And you're over half. You're at 53% of the electorate saying they strongly support restricting transgender therapies and surgeries until after your 19th birthday. This is yes, you're going to get opposition from the hardcore left. This just represents the Democrat problem and the hole they're in. And look, the crazies are running their asylum. We know that. But there are plenty of Democrats who would like to divorce themselves from this issue. Easier said than done. For us, that means that we push in every chance we get, especially if any candidate's running in a race where their Democrat opponent can't extricate themselves from it. Yeah, it's again, you're still 1-to-1 with college women at 45-48, and that's a huge win. It's across the board, though.
Going to environmental and energy policies. One of the most in swing states like Michigan and Wisconsin, one of the biggest issues that came up was electric vehicle subsidies, and the idea about keep maintaining them or putting them to other priorities. And you can see this is another issue that's historically changed dramatically, and 64% of likely voters think that other priorities should take over than this electric vehicle mandates. Even 37% of Democrats think it. So it's 44% of Democrats. Pretty wild.
Yeah, we were digging through our own data to see if I could give a national comparison. We've asked this question on a number of statewide, going back, close to 10 years. We've never seen opposition break 60. So this is a very significant turn. Now, as I know from our own focus group work over the last 4 or 5 years, that the reason for that is electric vehicles themselves. Their popularity and their limitations and liabilities have really caused eye rolling. You cannot do a focus group of swing voters when you talk about electric vehicles and someone in like half, or not half, 20, if I say who here has an electric vehicle, maybe 25%, a quarter of them say they do. Most of them are rolling their eyes. Well, I love it, but this, and this. Should the federal government be picking winners and losers here? No, they should not.
And again, some of these are wild in terms of 43% of liberals, 58% of moderates, 82% of conservatives. So nothing new here, but just some of the, just how it's above board in every single demographic. 61% union households, and that was a key demographic when they ran this issue in Michigan, in states like Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, especially union households. But that's a direct, they see that as, especially auto workers see it as a direct threat to them, which it is.
And the drill baby drill, again, popular, 58-36. You look at it, obviously Democrats have some issues with it, but across the board, everybody else seems to like it.
Breaking 50% with independents here, you have a center-right coalition you can push into. There is a real hunger and a belief. Look, your average voter is not an economist, and don't ask them to. They'll tell you I'm not going to try to become one, but they will naturally connect the dots to energy independence and a stronger economy. That you don't have to spend a lot of time. They're already doing that, and you've got a pretty strong majority that'll fall in that camp.
And we are just listening in here. If you're just joining us on Live Now from Fox, this is a conservative summit that we're listening into. And Republican Senator Rick Scott, he just kicked off the event. But a little bit later, there will be a fireside chat with the Senator Scott and Kevin O'Leary. What we are going to do is go away for a 2-minute break. We're continuing to monitor this event. On the other side of this, though, we would like to share with you some remarks from the Israeli government briefing. All of that coming up in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us for the top of the hour, my name is Christy Matino. Happy to have you here. Before the break, we were bringing you this live event. This is a conservative summit. And in a short time, we're going to be seeing a discussion here between Senator Rick Scott and Kevin O'Leary. But right now, it's just discussing a range of issues. So we're going to just monitor this because there is another top story that we were sharing with you a little bit earlier this morning as well, as it pertains to the Middle East. As Hamas said this morning, they're brushing off President Donald Trump's latest threat and reiterating that they will only free the remaining Israeli hostages in exchange for a lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Happening right now, live, we are hearing from Israeli government spokesperson David Mencer. I did want to bring you some of those remarks as it pertains to this, and then we will transition back to the conservative summit.
Israeli government spokesman for the National Public Diplomacy Directorate here in the office of the Prime Minister this Thursday, the 6th of March, day 517 of the October 7th war. I'll be providing a really quick update and then we'll take your questions. Please remember to put them in the chat together with your news outlet and we'll take all of them. Remember to put your name and your news outlet and we take your questions. Let me start today with laying out Israel's position on the Witkoff framework. Israel's stance is well defined. The goals of the war, the return of all the hostages, the elimination of the military and governmental capabilities of the Hamas terrorist organization, and the removal of the terrorist threat to our citizens. Israel cannot accept a situation in which Hamas continues the ceasefire under the initial conditions without the release of our hostages. Just a reminder, our hostages remain in starvation conditions. Yesterday, Dr. Hagar Mizrahi, head of Israel's Ministry of Health's medical division, said that the hostages who returned to Israel in phase 1 suffered from extreme weight loss, up to 40% of their body weight, leading to severe nutritional deficiencies. Barely 50% of the necessary daily intake of food was given to preserve life. They suffered from muscle bleeding. Physiotherapy was needed to rebuild their muscles. They suffered from infectious diseases, from the zero hygiene. They were forced to drink dirty water, while clean water is and was available. Eye and dental problems. They suffered from broken teeth. But also, a point very often not made is for the hostage families themselves. The stress and the mental strain even affecting their own dental health and general well-being. Israel's health ministry has again called on the Red Cross to get proper nutrition and full meals and vitamin supplements to the remaining hostages. If Hamas continues to refuse to let our people go, Israel will be compelled to respond accordingly. Now, Israel has accepted Witkoff's proposals to extend the temporary ceasefire through Ramadan and Passover, provided that Hamas releases hostages. Hamas has rejected this offer. To be clear again, we will not return to the reality that preceded the murderous terrorist attacks on October 7th, 2023. The Witkoff framework, to spell it out again, states a temporary ceasefire will be in place during Ramadan and Passover period. On the first day of the framework, half of the living and deceased hostages will be released, and at the end of the period, it's an agreement. If an agreement is reached on a permanent ceasefire, all remaining hostages will be released. Next, let me deal with the issue of aid to Gaza. Aid that goes to Hamas is not humanitarian aid. Hamas has refused to accept the Witkoff framework. Israel has agreed. Israel has halted the entry of supplies into Gaza. Now, these are the facts. There are currently sufficient amounts of aid and food and supplies in Gaza. Hamas harms Gazans, I'll tell you how. It systematically steals the aid, it turns it into a funding stream for terror, to pay for more terrorists, to create more rockets. This is what Hamas do. I'll walk you through it. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs released an excellent video about this just yesterday. I recommend you have a look at it. They, number one, steal the aid. Number two, they sell it back at vastly inflated prices. They use that money to rearm, and then their final of this four-part plan of Hamas is to attack. Again, they steal, they sell, they rearm, and they attack. They steal, they sell, they rearm, and they attack. Let me give you the facts again. During this 42-day phase one, 25,000 aid trucks entered Gaza. 25,000 aid trucks entered Gaza, which means there is no shortage of food in the Strip whatsoever. The only humanitarian suffering in reality in Gaza is that of Israeli hostages who are being chained, who are being starved, and who are being held in Hamas tunnels. Hamas are taking the aid that enters Gaza and exploiting it to rebuild their war machine. The aid trucks have become an economic engine for Hamas. Half of Hamas's budget in Gaza comes from these trucks. Just a reminder that former US President Biden very clearly stated this on October the 18th, 2023. He said, these are his words, "If Hamas diverts or steals the aid, it will stop." President Biden said, if Hamas diverts or steals the aid, it will stop. Aid that goes to Hamas is not humanitarian. It is support for the enemy, enabling the enemy to resupply itself so it can regroup and reattack is not humanitarian. To be blunt, it's suicidal. And after October 7th, we will not let that be again. That's the end of our briefing here today. So again, please put your questions in the chat together with your news outlet, and we'll take some of your questions. Okay, first question here from Alexander Cornwell from Reuters. Before the most recent restrictions on goods entering Gaza, had Israel placed any restrictions on equipment for mine clearing and unexploded ordnance clearing? If so, when and for what purpose? Thank you for that question, Alex. Can I put you directly through to the IDF, who will be able to answer that question, or to COGAT on that specific? I haven't got any information on that. Next question is from Lizzie Porter at the National in the UAE. You're saying that you're asking the Prime Minister's office has expressed to the United States its position regarding direct talks with Hamas per a statement last night. Can you describe what this position is and when and how Israel was kept in the loop about these talks? Per Israel's understanding, did the US-Hamas talks in any concrete way impact the way the ceasefire and the hostage release process has so far been carried out? Thank you, from Lizzie Porter at the National. Thank you for that question, Lizzie. Let me, as you're right to say, actually, we have expressed to the US our position regarding direct talks with Hamas. Yesterday, the president tweeted on Truth Social and on Twitter as well, X, that Hamas must release our hostages immediately, without delay.
And those were just some remarks there from Israeli government spokesperson David Mencer. We're not going to play out the entire briefing for you, but did just want to share some of that reaction there to this news that Hamas is accusing President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of trying to back out of the ceasefire agreement they reached back in January. We are going to go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, because when we come back, we are hearing live right now from House Democrats as they are speaking on Medicaid. That is Hakeem Jeffries on your screen. We're going to head out to that in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you back out to this live event as we're hearing from Democrats as they're holding a meeting on Medicaid.
Committee, the committee with jurisdiction over Medicaid, let me set the record straight. First, the committee is being directed to find at least $880 billion in cuts. The only place the committee can find that kind of money is Americans' health care. Second, there is simply no way to cut hundreds of billions of dollars in federal Medicaid funds without taking health care away from millions of Americans. And if you doubt me, myself and Congressman Boyle, ranking member of the Budget Committee, received a response letter from the CBO yesterday. In that letter, they said, or they made clear, that almost all of this $880 billion plus of this money in our committee would have to come from Medicaid. There is no way around it. But yet Republicans falsely claim that they're just targeting so-called waste, fraud, and abuse. But we know the truth is the Republicans will call anything waste, fraud, and abuse just to justify taking people's health care. And the reality is that states cannot absorb hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid cuts in whatever form they take. At the end of the day, states are basically left with three options to address their holes in the budget. One, they cut people off Medicaid. Two, they cut the people's benefits. Or three, they cut payment rates to providers, knowing it will close hospitals, nursing homes, and community health centers. Now, the House Republicans' Medicaid cuts are like life or death to so many Americans in every one of our congressional districts. But I want to highlight the person that I brought yesterday to the, or I should say on Tuesday, to the joint address by the president. At Tuesday's night's joint address, I invited Lauren Zalepka from my district to join me. Lauren's daughter, Danny, has intellectual and developmental disability and relies on Medicaid for the care she needs. And that's this care that no other payer will cover, not Medicare, not private insurance. Just want to make that point. Lauren has dedicated her life to fighting for people with disabilities as a community leader and as a mother who knows exactly how devastating these cuts would be. And Lauren says that cuts to Medicaid would, and I'm quoting now, take away my daughter's life. Danny doesn't deserve that. As a longtime disability advocate, Lauren also knows that her daughter's circumstances are not unique. And I quote Lauren, without programs like Medicaid that help them get out of bed in the morning, they will literally be stuck or worse out in the community, unsafe and victimized. We cannot let these devastating cuts to Medicaid ever become a reality. Lauren and her daughter's Danny's story is powerful, and there are millions of other stories like that all over the nation. So after all, Medicaid is really a lifeline for these Americans. So now, if I can, Madam Chair, we have a video that I'd like to show.
House Republicans are cutting hundreds of billions of dollars in funding from Medicaid. These cuts will hurt all Americans. Medicaid covers 1 in 3 Americans, more than 40% of all births, and 37 million kids, and more than 50% of seniors in nursing homes. These cuts will drive up healthcare costs for everyone and will force hospitals and nursing homes to close. Republicans are trying to gut Americans' health care to pay for giant tax breaks for the billionaires and big corporations, leaving millions of Americans hurting without health care. That's why we need to save Medicaid and protect Americans.
As we just saw, Madam Chair, I want to thank you and the Steering and Policy co-chairs for organizing this event. Thank you to Ranking Member Pallone as well. As we just saw, Medicaid ensures that our friends and neighbors in every corner of the country have access to affordable health care. Cuts to this program would have a ripple effect that impacts the entire healthcare system, driving up costs and preventing people from getting the health care that they need. The Republican budget takes an axe to Medicaid with nearly $1 trillion in cuts. And despite what Republicans claim, there is no way to make those cuts without hurting kids, parents, and seniors who count on Medicaid. Today, our first witness is Cody Kinsley. Mr. Kinsley served as the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the state of North Carolina. In that capacity, Secretary Kinsley oversaw North Carolina's Medicaid program, which covers more than 2 million people, including more than 40% of North Carolina's kids. Under Secretary Kinsley's leadership and alongside a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature, North Carolina expanded Medicaid to give health care to more than 600,000 people. Secretary Kinsley is a senior advisor currently with the Milken Institute, a fellow at the Aspen Institute's Civil Society Fellowship, and serves as an adjunct professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Before serving in state government in his home state of North Carolina, Secretary Kinsley served as the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury under Presidents Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Secretary Kinsley, you're now recognized. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Co-chairs and members of the committee, in North Carolina, the Medicaid program now serves over 3 million individuals and has been instrumental in improving the health and residents while lowering the cost of care. Under the leadership of Governor Roy Cooper and now Governor Josh Stein, along with the North Carolina General Assembly, we've crafted bipartisan approaches to expanding access to care, investing in prevention, and controlling costs. In December of 2023, North Carolina expanded Medicaid, and in just over a year, more than 640,000 have enrolled. Many of these North Carolinians are farmers, fishers, firefighters, and child care providers. And now with health insurance, they can be healthier, take care of their families, and contribute meaningfully to our economy, especially in our vibrant small towns, as a disproportionate number of these folks live in rural parts of our state. It's a smart investment in them, and it's critical for our economic development. That's why such a broad coalition of people came together to support expansion, from chambers of commerce, county governments, law enforcement, and faith leaders all across North Carolina. With our very high rates of provider participation in Medicaid, people are getting the care they need. In the first few months of expansion, the most common prescriptions filled among the millions that were dispensed were for chronic diseases, including asthma inhalers, blood pressure medication, and diabetes. It reminds us that many of these individuals were previously forced to choose between paying out of pocket for these critical medications or simply going without. Recognizing the shared opportunity to improve health, North Carolina's approach financed the non-federal share of expansion with costs with an assessment on hospitals and health plans. These providers, with longstanding commitments to their communities through their services, charity care, and other public benefits, contributed to make health within reach in their communities. While increasing access, we've ensured that our Medicaid program is driving towards prevention. In 2018, North Carolina was approved by the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare to pilot a first-in-the-nation program allowing Medicaid to cover non-medical drivers of health, such as food, transportation, and housing. North Carolina's Healthy Opportunities pilot launched in April of 2022 in 3 of our most rural regions of the state. And after only 2 years, we've had an independent evaluation recently published in the Journal of American Medical Association that shows that pilot participants now getting the food and other supports that they need are less likely ending up in the emergency department and the hospital. And even with the costs of these investments in their food and transportation, we're finding that we're having a total net savings of $1,000 per person per year. This is a windfall when it comes to insurance and a savings to the state, and a huge opportunity as we scale this program. The Medicaid program is ensuring access to care. In the decade leading up to expansion, North Carolina saw nearly a dozen rural hospitals shuttered. These providers, like any other business, simply can't afford to stay open when 30 to 40% of the people coming through the front door have no way to pay. Expansion and our state-directed payment program allows for these facilities to be stabilized. Likewise, with Medicaid expansion, North Carolina was finally able to close the gaps for individuals fighting for their lives against the opioid epidemic or struggling with chronic mental illness. During the pandemic, Congress passed laws that allowed for North Carolina to get an incentive FMAP payment. Those dollars went for us to scale $835 million investment into behavioral health. Medicaid is a unique insurer in that it covers critical long-term care services and supports for older individuals and individuals with disabilities. Nationally, a quarter of Medicaid expenditures will go towards these types of services: nursing home, in-home care supports, and more. Thousands of North Carolina seniors that may have had private insurance throughout their entire lives now rely on Medicaid to cover their nursing home care after they have exhausted their personal resources. Meanwhile, younger individuals with disabilities and their families rely on the Medicaid program for care that simply isn't covered by any other insurer. And because of their need for round-the-clock care, their cost per person can be quite high. Any rationing of this care for them and their families would be disruptive, if not deadly. In North Carolina, I strongly believe that we've made a roadmap for reducing costs, improving health, and simplifying the healthcare system for families. And of course, there are even more things we can do. Let's build on our prevention gains by integrating SNAP, WIC, and Medicaid to invest in food. Let's create real efficiencies by improving how eligibility systems work so that people aren't tangled up in a web of nonsense and states don't have to spend as much time building technology. But let's be clear. Any dollar just ripped out of the system will jeopardize the promising path that we are on, and it will jeopardize the health of millions. In North Carolina, we want healthier families. We want more money in their pockets, and we want their peace of mind that when illness strikes, all will not be lost. Medicaid makes that possible every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Kinsley, for your leadership and your testimonies today. I want to focus my questions on two broader impacts of these Medicaid cuts. If Republicans succeed in imposing a nearly $1 trillion cut to Medicaid, can you help us understand what will that mean for state budgets like your own, and what options will states have, like North Carolina, for absorbing that large of a cut?
Well, unfortunately, there won't be many options. Medicaid brings at least $28 billion into the state of North Carolina. Our portion of that is a third. Any cut is going to create billions of dollars of a gap that the state of North Carolina, and I would imagine pretty much every other state, simply can't cover. And it's important to remember that 98% of every dollar that comes into North Carolina from Medicaid goes to services and providers. There's no wiggle room here to pull dollars out without people experiencing the harm immediately.
I share your concern, Secretary Kinsley, as I know we all do, and I wonder if you might expound upon that in greater detail. So who might lose benefits? What kind of services may ultimately be curtailed?
Well, first and foremost, I think of our seniors. Many individuals forget that, as they exhaust their personal resources, Medicaid is the only program in the country that will cover skilled nursing facilities for these individuals. When we think about the chronic disease burden in our communities, many folks will end up in that need. We know that major providers that provide nursing home care rely pretty much exclusively on Medicaid as one of their primary sources. And so pulling dollars out of the Medicaid program will negatively impact those seniors. I also think in North Carolina that 50% of births are covered by Medicaid. When we think about the importance of a healthy start to life.
Can you just repeat that, Secretary Kinsley?
Yeah. 1 out of 2.
1 out of 2, 50%.
Are covered by Medicaid. And so making sure that those babies are born healthy with the strongest start in life. In North Carolina, again, thanks to Congress, took advantage of extending postpartum coverage for women. So that way, those women could also be healthy. We know healthy families lead to healthy children, and it's a smart investment.
Thank you.
I think it's.
And we are listening into this discussion as Democrats are meeting to discuss Medicaid. But of course, we do like to bring you both sides here on LiveNOW from Fox, as hesitation is surfacing among Washington's Republican lawmakers who are saying that deep cuts to the health care program could make it more difficult for people back home. And on Wednesday, we did hear from President Donald Trump as he made his position on Medicaid clear. He said, quote, "We're not going to touch it." We're going to head back to this in a little bit. We're just going to go away for our second 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we do have some breaking news into our newsroom, we're learning the NTSB is going to be sharing the preliminary report of that jet crash that happened in Philadelphia. I do want to share what we have here, a social media post from one of our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporters, Steve Keeley. He's saying the National Transportation Safety Board's preliminary report on the jet crash in Northeast Philadelphia, January 31st, is being released between 1 to 3 p.m. this afternoon. Again, that according to the National Transportation Safety Board. I do have some image of that crash when it did happen, excuse me, back in January, some dash cam footage there. 7 people, including a pediatric child and her mother, were killed when a Learjet with 6 aboard crashed and exploded in North Philadelphia on January 31st. Investigators were unsure of what caused the jet to crash less than a minute after takeoff on its way to Missouri. That crash erupting into a fireball that you can see there on your screen that destroyed nearby parked cars and damaged homes and businesses. 1 person on the ground was killed in that crash, and hopefully we get just a little bit more insight into all of this when this report is released a little bit later today, again around 1 to 3 p.m. this afternoon. And of course, we're going to keep an eye on that here on Live Now from Fox to see if we can get those comments to bring to you as they are happening in real time. In the meantime, I do want to head back to a live event as we've been listening in here in Washington, D.C. to Democrats as they are speaking on Medicaid.
Going to have lower cost access to this, and so hospitals are not burdened with just constant input into their emergency departments, which make these hospitals function better. But second, the Medicaid program operates something called the State Directed Payments Program. This program allows us to shore up, at the state's direction, care within our hospitals to ensure that there's an adequate system. Across the country, this program invested about $110 billion in hospitals last year in 2024. North Carolina was about $6.5 billion. Those cash infusions and investments into these rural hospitals and hospitals throughout the state ensure that there's a hospital system for everybody, not just Medicaid patients. And I think that's an important thing for everyone to remember, is that this is really the backbone, not just for Medicaid patients.
Thank you. I'm also chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and as you pointed out, maternal health care is really important. Medicaid is crucial. 50% in your state, 75% in New Mexico, and 40% of all births in the country. Can you explain more about how the potential Medicaid cuts will harm expectant mothers and their beautiful babies?
Well, it's so important for a healthy start to life for us to have healthy moms and healthy babies. Medicaid expansion, postpartum coverage, and Medicaid broadly is the recipe that makes that possible. Medicaid expansion allows us to try to connect with mothers to get them engaged in care sooner. North Carolina, black mothers will die 2.5 times as often as white mothers in poor maternal health outcomes. Medicaid expansion is a game changer for us to close that longstanding health disparity, to try to get people engaged and to get them engaged in good services like doula services and collaborative care models that we know make a real difference for these mothers and help give them a strong start to life. And then, of course, actually covering the birth. It's tragic for me to imagine the choices that mothers and young families will have to face if they have no way to have their baby be cared for and to have their pregnancy be cared for. They're going to skip critical services in advance of that birth that are going to result in really poor health outcomes for everybody. This is a really important investment, and pulling dollars out of the Medicaid system will make a really negative impact on these young families.
On behalf of the mamas and the bebés, thank you.
Well, thank you, Secretary Kinsley. Your leadership and that of Governor Roy Cooper, as well as our Republican legislature, made North Carolina the 40th state in the country to expand Medicaid in 2023. This was after more than a decade of political gridlock. You oversaw a seamless, efficient implementation that put life-saving health care within the reach of more than 600,000 North Carolinians. I'm proud to
Washington, D.C., as well as on Zoom, so welcome one and all.
Across the country,
more than 72 million
Americans
A reminder that today's symposium is on the record.
There are family members,
if you're joining,
our friends, our neighbors, our co-workers, and they all count on Medicaid to keep them healthy and take care of them if they get sick. House Democrats are fighting to save Medicaid for people across America. And fighting for you means listening to you. We asked you to share your stories about Medicaid with us, and we heard from thousands of everyday people across our country who count on Medicaid for the care they need. Here are some of their stories.
Because we all need care, and our families, my mother, deserves to be treated with dignity and get the care they need.
I have a 25-year-old son, Jonathan, who does not walk, talk, or see.
Many people who need long-term care require Medicaid dollars to pay for it. Medicaid is a lifeline for many, many people, including people with disabilities.
Without Medicaid, our kids' health care could have caused a financial crisis for our family.
These out-of-pocket costs would not have been affordable for a family of 9 on a very tight budget.
I desperately am reliant on Social Security and Medicaid for my own life.
Cuts to Medicaid puts my life in jeopardy.
Really what it comes down to is basic human decency and the respect of all our citizens, no matter what their needs are.
I plead with you.
Medicaid means everything to our family.
Because this program is essential.
So please don't cut Medicaid. Please stand against these cuts for my children and for all of our children.
For my family.
For my son.
For Medicaid.
Families like mine are counting.
And we've been listening in here as Democrats are holding this meeting on Medicaid. We did just want to share some of those comments here with you. However, we do have a different event that we are prioritizing right now that I do want to head on over to, as we're going to be hearing from the Special Envoy for Ukraine and Russia, Keith Kellogg, as he's going to be delivering a keynote address on the current state of the war in Ukraine and how the war might end. This is at the Council of Foreign Relations. They're talking about securing Ukraine's future. Let's listen in.
Assistant to the President and Special Presidential Envoy for Ukraine and Russia. He previously served as the National Security Advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence and Chief of Staff and Executive Secretary of the National Security Council in the first Trump administration. And our presider this morning is Margaret Brennan, the moderator of Face the Nation and the Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for CBS News. We're also lucky to have her as a member of the CFR Board of Directors. After the introductory video, General Kellogg will come up to the podium, give some framing remarks on Ukraine's path towards peace. Then Margaret will come up and moderate a session with him before taking questions from all of you. We also have about 300 people on Zoom. And after that, we'll move to a panel on Ukraine and the future of European security to discuss how the war has upended the region's security and how the NATO alliance might evolve. All of this is made possible with the support of the Wachenheim Program on Peace and Security, and we're very grateful to the Susan and Edgar Wachenheim for their support of the Council more broadly. I'd like to remind you that today's discussion is on the record, and with that, we'll turn to our introductory video. Thanks for joining us this morning.
More than 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the conflict has devolved into a war of attrition. The war has exacted a heavy toll on the Ukrainians and the Russians alike. Hundreds of thousands of Russian and Ukrainian soldiers have been killed or wounded. Millions of Ukrainian civilians have been killed or displaced. Ukraine's infrastructure, from residential buildings to the energy sector, has been damaged or destroyed. Against all odds, Ukraine has prevented Russia from achieving its initial objectives and maintains control over hundreds of square kilometers of Russian territory after a surprise offensive in the Kursk region last summer. But Russia continues to occupy some 20% of Ukraine, making significant gains late last year. Now, Ukraine's future and the broader transatlantic security relationship is in question.
Say this, I believe I will be able to make a deal between President Putin
and President Zelenskyy quite quickly.
Here at home, President Donald Trump has promised to deliver a quick end to the war. The United States has benefited from the order and stability that's existed across Europe for the greater part of the last century. But questions abound about the United States' role as Europe's security guarantor and the future of economic and military assistance to Ukraine. At the same time, Europe has struggled to find its footing and step up to not only defend Ukraine, but provide for its own long-term security. A secure, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine grounded in the West is in our interests. Losing Ukraine would undercut the strength of the transatlantic alliance and encourage adversaries to take actions against U.S. partners. It would also mark the first victory for the emerging axis of autocracies. There's never been a more critical time to inform U.S. engagement on Ukraine than now. That's why we've launched the Council's Special Initiative on Securing Ukraine's Future, led by Senior Fellow Paul Stairs, to analyze the various challenges the U.S., Europe, and Ukraine must overcome to end the war. The initiative focuses its efforts on the following issues. Achieving peace. How can a just and durable peace deal be reached? What are the necessary conditions for all parties? How can the United States best facilitate that peace? Preparing for and realizing Ukraine's reconstruction and economic recovery. What does Ukraine need to boost its economic growth and rebuild its critical infrastructure? How can this be achieved? What external support is needed? Building a framework for Europe's long-term security. How can Ukraine be integrated into the European framework? What does Europe need to do to deter Russian aggression in the future? What will the U.S. role be in the continent's security architecture? Since its inception in 2024, the Special Initiative has convened meetings with top experts and policy officials and commissioned actionable policy reports that provide innovative solutions for the conflict's most complex challenges. We've already seen the direct impact of our work. In 2025, we plan to continue this momentum. Securing Ukraine's future is not just about strategizing an end to the war within the next 12 months. It requires looking past the cessation of hostilities to tackle the long-term economic and security challenges for Ukraine, Europe, and the United States. In the months and years ahead, we hope you'll engage with us on this effort.
Well, thank you to the Council and President Froman for the invitation to speak to you today. And thank you to the audience for joining this conversation. I see some friends in the audience that have been here before, Elliot, Doug, the rest of the team out there. And today I think we're going to be discussing what is arguably the most complex foreign policy challenge the administration is faced with, and that's ending the Russian-Ukraine war, the largest war in Europe since the end of World War II. President Trump recognizes this and has acknowledged the gravity and complexity of bringing peace to this war. In a December press conference at Mar-a-Lago, President Trump remarked that ending the Russia-Ukraine war would be, quote, even more difficult than resolving the ongoing Israeli-Hamas war and the turmoil in the Middle East, end quote. President Trump's assessment is well-founded. The Russia-Ukraine war has become the largest land war in Europe since World War II. The death and destruction is what could be called industrial grade. After 3 years of war, combined casualties on both sides have surpassed 1 million individuals. Think of it this way. Just on the Ukrainian side alone, more soldiers have been killed, the Ukrainians, than the United States lost in the Vietnam War and the Korean War combined. Russia has over 490,000 soldiers deployed to Ukraine, a force that is larger than today's active United States Army. Russia has destroyed Ukrainian cities like Mariupol, a city the size of Denver proper. The city of Izium, a city that I visited, a city of 70,000, now holds less than 20,000, where when I was there, cooking was done in the streets because of no electrical power. The hospitals were running on generators. Russia's actions have been a catalyst for a broader crisis throughout Europe, to include ongoing refugee, energy security, food scarcity, inflation, and defense readiness issues. across the entire continent. I've seen the destruction of Russia's war firsthand, having visited Ukraine, including the Donbass region. While the kinetic action and direct military engagement of this war is bound to Russian and Ukrainian territory, this war is ultimately being waged by a competing alliance structure who are all proxies to this war. Russia's war effort has led to a deepening of alliances with the Chinese, the Iranians, and North Koreans, where the Europeans are supporting Ukraine by proxy, in a simple fear that if Russia is not stopped in Ukraine, the war will spill over to the rest of Europe. Recently, spending 3 days at the recent Munich Security Conference talking to them, their fears and concerns look palpable. So when we discuss the complexities of ending this war, it comes from an understanding that bringing this war to a conclusion not only requires mitigating the root causes of the Russia-Ukraine war itself, but it ultimately entails the United States and European allies confronting a global adversarial alliance structure. Our allies in Europe claim they will pick up any slack in support, but also openly proclaim that the United States must be involved. In this foreign policy crisis, President Trump has been clear that the United States' primary objective in this war is to stop the killing and get both sides to the table and implement an enduring peace structure. America has funded this war with over $170 billion. This year alone, with the most recent tranche of over $60 billion, is an amount larger than we funded the United States Marine Corps this year. Donald J. Trump is a peacemaker, and he is a president of peace. President Trump is committed to the American people that he will put the interests and security of our citizens first, and he will keep our nation out of endless wars. You know, I'm reminded of what Professor Paul Kennedy from Yale University wrote in a seminal work, The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers, when he noted that great powers historically fail when they involve themselves in strategic overreach. He called it imperial overreach. But I'll make it simple so you don't have to buy the book. When a nation is concerned about filling somebody else's potholes, then their own potholes, they fail. Ushering in peace between nation states was a legacy of his first administration. And this is the same mission he is bringing into the second administration and towards this war. This war did not start on Donald Trump's watch. I believe he's absolutely right. It would not have started if he was in office, and the strategy of the previous administrations, as much as it takes, as long as it takes, to me, was not a strategy, but a simple bumper sticker. Despite the past, President Trump is working hard to bring a peaceful resolution to this war. You can see the high priority he is placing on this goal when you look at how many senior individuals he has asked to pitch in and help negotiate peace, from Marco Rubio to Howard Lutnick, to Scott Bessler, to me, to Mike Waltz. He has worked out more in the last 45 days than we saw in the previous years. And we've only been at it for 45 days. But we already have teams in Moscow and in Kyiv. And we all want the same thing. We are working as a team to explore every avenue we can for peace. But as we know, and as this administration knows, peace is only possible through strength, which brings us to where we are today. How the Trump administration is deploying strength in this urgent moment to bring a peaceful resolution to this devastating war. To start, President Trump's America First approach towards engagement abroad is a driving force behind this administration's approach to the war, which is notably different than the preceding administration and the broader U.S. foreign policy establishment and status quo approach to U.S. national security apparatus. President Trump has already engaged President Putin. He's engaged President Zelenskyy. We have found from previous approaches, you cannot avoid talking to your adversaries or friends alike. President Trump has elevated the United States' priority as bringing peace to both sides rather than framing this war as one side winning over the other, an approach would only serve to drag America into an endless proxy war to the detriment of our own national security interests. When President Trump was asked in a May 2023 town hall if he wanted, quote, Ukraine or Russia to win this war, he responded by saying, I just want everybody to stop dying. This statement was not only a public commitment to peace and a commitment to keep our nation out of an endless war, but it was a proactive signal that the United States would serve as a positive force in bringing a resolution to this conflict. We saw this very approach towards that war play out in the recent Oval Office meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelenskyy last Friday. And I had a ringside seat, standing right behind the Vice President and Secretary Rubio. What happened was two nation-state leaders coming into a meeting with objectives that were clearly not in alignment with one another. And there was a disconnect publicly between the goals of the two administrations. President Zelenskyy approached this engagement with President Trump as an effort to get the United States to co-sign on the U.S. to continually funding Ukraine to give Ukraine an advantage over Russia. President Zelenskyy clearly wanted President Trump to side publicly with the United States against Russia. It would have negated an objective interlocutor role. President Trump, however, was not approaching as a matter of one side gaining an advantage over the other, but was instead focused on peace, stating, quote, President Zelenskyy is not ready for peace if America is involved because he believes our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace, end quote. There's the human cost of this war which deeply resonates with President Trump. The casualties of this war have surpassed 1 million. And on an average, this war is costing an average of 600 soldiers killed in action per day. Short of U.S. efforts to end this war and stopping the killing, Ukraine is quickly approaching the lost generation. That is a term that Britain used and experienced from the bloody trench warfare in World War I. Just about a year ago, at this time, I was with President Trump as we traveled on a campaign trip to Iowa, and we discussed the war. He is not new to the issue of conflict resolution. He understands the damages of war and what it brings. And I just returned from Ukraine, where I did a visit to a Ukrainian military hospital in Irpin, where you see physically the toll that this prolonged war has had on the Ukrainian soldiers. One item became very clear, is the urgent need to stop the killing. The visit to Irpin, one that treats soldiers with combat-related amputations, was both uplifting and depressing. Uplifting in seeing soldiers recovering from grievous injuries with a positive attitude, yet at the same time depressing because their physical losses were absolutely catastrophic. This is where President Trump is coming from. He sees the war from both a human dimension and from an American strategic view. There is also a broader strategy at play in President Trump's approach to this war that is informed by the realization that the United States needs to reset relations with Russia. Not engaging with both allies and adversaries is essential in diplomacy. In the previous administration, a mistaken approach was taken in which the United States failed to engage with Russia and leveraged strong diplomacy coupled with credible deterrence to end the war. Nation-state leaders, particularly during times of war, have a primary duty to engage in direct diplomacy with each other and exhaust every lever of statecraft to resolve conflicts and keep our nation out of endless wars. For the President of the United States to not engage with a leader at war has had immense ramifications for our national security. The continued isolation and lack of engagement with the Russians as the war in Ukraine continued is no longer a viable or a sustainable strategy, and is certainly not a responsible approach diplomatically for the United States to continue. These reasons, the human cost of this war, the need to reset relations with Russia to secure Americans' vital national interest, and ultimately to stop U.S. entanglement in an endless proxy war are the driving reasons why President Trump's approach and the framing of this war is distinct from the broader conventional approach that we see publicly to the war. So what you are seeing now and what you're witnessing are urgent efforts by the Trump administration to bring both sides to the table in order to get to a peace settlement. And bringing both sides to the table means applying pressure points and incentives, sticks and carrots, on both sides to get them to the table and agree to peace terms. There are aggressive movements from the administration underway to apply pressure points towards the Russians and obviously to the Ukrainians as well. the seizing of frozen Russian sovereign assets to rebuild and rearm Ukraine, maximum pressure sanctions on Russian energy are a few of the tools the president is leveraging to get Russia to a peace deal. Look at the current sanctions, especially against the shadow fleet that carries 70% of the oil, illicit oil, that comes out of Russia. We sanctioned those vessels by name. 70% of that oil comes through the Baltic Sea. The president has been clear that all options are on the table to end this war. For Ukraine, the president is also applying both pressure points and incentives to get Ukraine to the table. The critical minerals deal is an important part of this effort to get Ukraine to the table. And President Trump approaches diplomacy and engagements in a very transactional manner, with economics as the foundation and driving force behind international affairs in President Trump's America's first, quote, transactional diplomacy, end quote, model. The transactional diplomacy approach is why, in his discussions with foreign leaders, is the first question them is often to ask, as I found the very first time we were in the cabinet room when a foreign official came in. The comment was, quote, what is the trade imbalance between our two nations? That is the same underpinning of the proposed critical minerals deal between the United States and Ukraine. It sets a foundation in which the United States can receive a direct return on its investment in Ukraine. The United States has been Ukraine's leading partner in supporting Ukraine's defensive war from Russia to the extent of over $170 billion. This deal, the critical minerals deal, in one sense, is a mechanism in which the American taxpayer can begin to be recuperated from the costly financial sustainment of this war. More broadly, however, this critical minerals deal also offers a partnership deal between the United States and Ukraine, which can underpin a security architecture for Ukraine going forward. If the United States has direct economic interest in Ukraine, then the United States has a direct and vested interest to protect its economic interests as well, which serves, in fact, as a de facto guarantee, a security guarantee for Ukraine. You will continue to see strong efforts from the United States to bring both sides to the table in order to reach an enduring and sustainable peace effort. We are at the early stages, and very candidly, the road will be bumpy. All peace negotiations are. But failure to end this war, now over 3 years old, could be consequential, not just in Europe, but the world as well. And thank you for having me, and I await your questions and the discussions.
Thanks to all of you for joining this morning, and thank you for your remarks.
Thanks.
For all of you here, we're going to have about 25 minutes of conversation before we open it up to questions from all of you. So this meeting is on the record, and I see my fellow reporters in the...
All right, so we're listening in there as this is now transitioning into a question and answer period with U.S. Special Envoy for Russia and Ukraine, Keith Kellogg. We are going to take this opportunity to pause for a brief break, heading right back to this conversation. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. We're going to head back live to Washington, D.C., where the U.S. Special Envoy for Russia and Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, is now discussing the ongoing war and how it might end.
Directly impacting, potentially, what they can do on the battlefield.
Yeah, but, you know, this is one of those, very candidly, they brought it on themselves, the Ukrainians. What I mean by that, look, when we were in the Oval Office last week on Friday, and I'll kind of give you the background a little bit of it, when we talked with President Zelenskyy before that meeting, there were 13 U.S. senators at Hay Adams. And we said, okay, this is like stage managing. This is what you want to say. It's basically going to come in. We have a precious metals deal. You're going to sign the deal. You're going to have lunch, have a press conference, exit stage right, and you're good to go. We continue to go. What happened became a very combative press conference that went on for almost, 50 minutes. That caught everybody a little bit by surprise. You know, I was, right there. And I think what happened is everybody said, wait a second, this is not what we thought this was going to be. You don't negotiate peace discussions in public. You don't try to challenge the President of the United States in the Oval Office that, in fact, you need to side with me and not the Russians. You don't become an independent interlocutor if you look at something like that. And he was forewarned. It's not like President Zelenskyy was not made aware that this is what we wanted out of the Ukrainians, to basically say, go here, it sets the next stage, it opens up, it goes forward. So I don't blame the President of the United States at all. I think he made a decision, as he is the Commander-in-Chief under Article 2, Section 2, that he wanted to do. And it's sort of like saying, okay, if this is where you want to go, we're going to play it real politics.
So President Zelenskyy has at least twice now said, though, that he is willing to sign that deal, that he left the White House without signing after he was kicked out. He's also offered some public remarks that seem somewhat contrite, conciliatory. What does he need to do to turn the intelligence and weapons back on? Or is that off the table entirely? Is the U.S. position now that we do not support Ukrainian military operations against Russia?
No, look, I'll give the second part of the question first. Just look what President Trump said in the State of the Union. He was very magnanimous. He was very magnanimous in the Oval Office. And it's very clearly, he's going to, basically there's a pause. He didn't say it was over. He said it was a pause. Of it. And
how long is the pause?
Well, here's where, and I'll answer the first part of the question now, because it's a great question. Look, my experience working with him is, it's sort of like if all of you have a contract, you sign a contract for a car, for a house. Before you go forward, you have a signed contract. And part of it now is, okay, sign. The reason he came to the White House was to sign a document that was going to say, this is us going forward, it's not signed. My point would be, and my personal belief would be, you don't move forward until you get a signed document, period. When we get a signed precious metals deal, and he had an option to do that when I was in Ukraine, and they didn't do it. They had the option to do it last week and didn't do it. I wouldn't do anything until we said signed document.
But he's offering to do it.
Pardon?
He is offering publicly, at least, to do it.
There's a difference between offering to do it and doing it.
What's the holdup now?
Sign the document.
Can he docu-sign it? Can he email it? These things?
That's a great question.
Because that seems pretty quick to resolve.
But it's like, if he was going to sign it, it was Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He's the chief diplomat in Sibilia from Ukraine, or is it,
Is that where we are now? It's the protocol that's being negotiated?
I think the protocol is you sign a document, and then once you sign the document that you want to go forward, that you're serious about it, then I think you can move forward. And I think we've seen too many, starts and misses as we go forward on this. And I think that's part of the issue, is how serious are you to get to peace discussions? And you look at the public comments and you look at the private discussions, and it's one of those, this is over to you. You figure it out. By the way, this is not something that is unusual. When I was in Kyiv 2 weeks ago, I was very clear to President Zelenskyy the outcome if we didn't have a signed agreement. I was blunt, unclear, that this was a thing that could have happened. Sometimes, and I will be very honest with you, some people always misread the room with President Trump. And you better understand when you play with President Trump where he's going to and what he's, when he goes for some type of a deal. And what happened is President Zelenskyy, he misread the room last Friday, and I think he misread what I was telling him when I was in Kyiv as well.
That sounds personal at this point rather than strategic.
No, well, I think it is strategic. It's not personal at all. I think what it is, it shows a negotiating style. It shows an understanding of what you're presented with. And it's basically that's how negotiations work. Negotiations are a lot of times personal. I mean, when you go back historically, when you look at, negotiations, how they've been solved, they are done personally. Go back to what happened in the Treaty of Portsmouth with Teddy Roosevelt between then the Russians and the Japanese. It was his personal involvement on a personal level that caused the Treaty of Portsmouth to eventually be signed. And I look at it, when you look, I don't care if it's Henry Kissinger and Lee Ducteau or whoever's out there, they're always personal, but I think there's underlying themes behind them.
But to be clear, once we get through the protocol and the signing of this economic agreement, which is what the Treasury Secretary calls it, not a minerals deal, does the intelligence switch back on?
That's up to the President of the United States.
So it's not necessarily do this and this is the result.
No, it's up to the President of the United States. I am not the President. I didn't get a single electoral college vote. It's up to the President. And he's the Commander-in-Chief, he's the President. And I would never, ever speak for the President. It's going to be his call.
Well, I'm asking you that because it's confusing, frankly. I had the Treasury Secretary on Face the Nation on Sunday, and he had previously described the minerals and economic deal. He said, I was wrong when I called it minerals deal. He said it's an economic partnership deal. But he said that initially was a building block towards peace. After the Oval Office confrontation, he said, now we need peace before we see the economic deal. That was Sunday. I know things change really quickly, and there are a lot of cooks in the kitchen. But what is the position now? It still sounds like it's an open question if U.S. military and intelligence support for Ukraine will ever be turned back on. Is that right?
Well, I look at the word and define the word pause. Pause is not, the President of the United States did not say it is ended. He said it is paused. That is transitional. And he is the one who makes the decisions. No one in the administration, none of us, should ever try to speak for the President. That's his call. And I leave it up to him to make the decision when he thinks it's equitable or when a pause should be lifted. But to me, Margaret, I think he's got a great team of advisors around him, from Marco Rubio to Scott to Howard to Mike Waltz to that whole team that you see there. It's a synchronized team. We're all in sync together. We're all talking about it. The lines of communication are open, but we all say, one guy owns this, one guy runs the ship. I'm a Westerner, and a Westerner, have you ever heard the term, you ride for the brand? If you ride for the brand, the trail boss is Donald J. Trump, then you ride for the brand, you're with him.
So you are based, you have an office at the State Department.
And at the White House.
And at the White House. Steve Witkoff, the envoy to the Mideast, is also now involved in the Russia portion of this. He also has an office at the State Department.
And in the White House.
And in the White House. Okay. How much coordination is there between the two of you, or is this completely parallel?
No, Steve's a great guy, and we've got a really good relationship. And my deputy, John Cole, and Morgan Ortegas, we're working well together. We talk well together. My offices in the state are on the 7th floor. His are on the 5th floor. I know where his offices are in the White House, and we're in sync together because we understand the importance behind it. And I think what's happened is because the relationship that Steve has on the Russia side, that actually started because of MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince in Saudi, and he brought in Kirill Dmitriev, who's the interlocutor with Russia.
He runs the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
And so he brought them together. So it made a lot of sense to strategically say, okay, Steve, and I'm talking with Steve, Steve, you run this lane really hard, I'll run this lane really hard, and we're like this together. We're talking about it, and we're sort of comparing notes that we want to be and providing that. And Marco Rubio made a great point when he was asked about, because he was asked on a program about the special envoys. The beauty that Steve and I have is that's all our focus is. I'm focused on this and he's focused on that. We build our teams out that way, and it makes it really good. So That's a long answer to a short question, but Steve and I are in sync. We're together. We talk.
Okay.
We're on speed dial with each other, and our messages are basically coordinated.
So Envoy Witkoff was on Face the Nation recently when I was asking him about the 3.5-hour meeting he had with Vladimir Putin, which I think all of us would love to be a fly on the wall for that one. He said he went by himself. There was no foreign service or intelligence officer with him. There were translators. He said 2 in the room. Were those U.S. translators?
I don't know.
When he did that interview...
if you say he didn't have anybody with him, probably not.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So were there notes from that meeting? Is there any record? I wonder, because that's an extraordinary amount of time with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, there were notes that were brought back, that Steve brought back. And so we are aware, it's sort of like a quid pro quo, where you want to go and what you want to do, and the discussions that were made. And
it's their term sheet, essentially?
Well, I use the term sheet, and term sheets, the answer is, yeah, in generalization, but it's like when I say term sheet, that's when I kind of made, obviously it wasn't a bad joke, but the fact is, like, the way they want Alaska back, nope, not going to happen. But we have an indication of where the Russians are, and we want to do the same thing with the Ukrainians as well. And to me, we had a wonderful opportunity to get there.
So
lost it.
Envoy Witkoff said on a different network, but I read the transcript, that the framework for a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia is the Istanbul Protocol Agreement.
Yeah.
Is that the framework you are working with?
No. Here's why. We both work from different... That came out of the Russians, said maybe you go there. To me, when you look at the Istanbul Accords, that happened 30 days after the invasion. And the demands in Istanbul were fairly significant on a very weakened Ukraine. And here's where I will agree with what Steve said. And Steve said it's a departure point. I think that's a good word to use. It's a departure point. At least but I think you have to look at those. I don't believe for all of us that is an equitable framework. And I think we have to develop something entirely new. You can start from that position if you want it with the Russians, but that is going to be something up to the negotiation teams going forward, what they want to look at. And I know that President Erdogan would obviously like to use that as a starting point. But I think any reasonable person has to look at what those accords actually said.
Right.
And you read each one of them quite clearly what was demanded. And I think now when you look at it, even though Ukraine at the time was agreeable to some of the conditions there, you have to look at the time frame when that was done. And that was when the battlefield was in flux. It was 30 days after the start. They were still fighting around Bucha. They were still trying to evict them from Kharkiv, the regions around Kharkiv, and it was a pretty strenuous fight. So you have to go to today. You can't go back 3 years ago.
Yeah, the Institute for the Study of War issued an analysis of that, saying the draft protocol leaves Ukraine helpless in the face of future Russian threats of aggression. It sounds like you agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I think
it said it also restricted any bilateral security agreements. So this is not the Trump administration position.
No, I think Steve made the comment as a general comment. It is not the Trump administration policy because they haven't made their policy. The president said this is where we're going to be because we haven't got to that point yet. That's what I use it. I like the term sheet. We know what the term sheets are going to be, and then you can pivot from a known point and say, okay, this is where you're at.
In your remarks, you use the phrase "a credible deterrence to end the war." In your mind, and you have a military background, obviously, what does that mean? Because that could be interpreted as a security guarantee.
Yeah, well, I think when you look at it, there's a tendency to default to kinetics. When you talk about a security guarantee, that means 50,000 or 100,000 or 80,000 troops right on the border, right on the line of contact. It is more complete than that. I think you have to look at it when you talk about security guarantees. It's not only the kinetic piece, the military piece, which is clearly important, But it's also the economic piece, the sanctions. What are you doing with the frozen Russian assets? There's $300 billion sitting in Belgium right now. What are you going to use those with? And primarily, that's oligarchs' money.
Do you want to seize that?
Pardon?
Do you want to seize that?
I think you have to have that President Putin needs to understand those assets that can't be seized as long as the Europeans are willing to do it. And that's going to be up to the Belgians to want to do that. But it's also diplomatic as well. And I think part of this process is it's an unusual process in the sense that we were not confronted with this 4 years ago. You know, when 4 years ago you looked at North Korea, was think of a quad chart. The North Koreans were over here, the Iranians were over here, the Russians, you know, were over here in working that issue, and the Chinese were over here. Well, now they're all together, and they're all together. You actually got a peace, a defense arrangement between the Russians and the North Koreans. North Koreans are fighting outside of Kursk right now. I mean, conceptually, you could see that if there's a war in the Korean Peninsula where over 20,000 U.S. troops are, you could see Russian troops fighting because that's part of the agreement. And I said, we weren't confronted with that 4 years. It's a brand new arrangement. And so what President Trump did before is he kept them all segmented. It's sort of like the game of whack-a-mole. That every time a mole would come up, you whack it down. Well, all the moles came up. And now we've got to figure, okay, how do we do this? And Nesrina made the comment about geostrategically. This is not just a European problem. This is a global problem. And I think we have to approach it that way as well. You can't just isolate Europe. So that's going to be the issues going forward, and I think the president appreciates that, and it's something that we appreciate. Steve does, I do, Secretary of State Rubio does as well. That we've got to manage this in a way that protects U.S. equities into the future.
So does credible deterrence mean that the Trump administration would backstop European peacekeeping forces? That came up in the Oval with the Prime Minister of the UK, and it wasn't clear what the U.S. answer was.
Well, I think that's part of the discussion we're having with the Europeans as well. When you talk about what does backstop look like, defining the terms. You know, I think back in my Jesuit education days when I had a professor who said, always define your terms. I said, that's going to be important. What does it mean? But the Europeans were very clear when I was in Munich. They said, we support Ukraine as long as you're there. And said, well, what does that mean? So I think that's reason you have to, the diplomatic side, with the presidents and prime ministers and the chancellors of Europe, what does that look like? The economic side, what do sanctions look like? What is frozen assets, whatever it's going to be? And then we also look at the military side as well. Look, I made that comment a minute ago. It's pretty interesting to me when you look at it and isolate it to one issue. When you look about the sanctions the U.S. put on, we actually sanctioned the Shadow Fleet by hull.
Sorry, the Shadow Fleet, are you talking about the sanctions on Iran?
No, the Shadow Fleet was the fleet that carries the illicit oil coming out of Ukraine that's going to some of our allies out there, like India.
From Russia.
From Russia. And 70% of the illicit oil is, in fact, going through the Baltics on that fleet. We've sanctioned each individual ship by name, USS Kellogg, USS Smith, whatever it is out there. In 2018, 2019, we did something very similar with the North Koreans. We actually sanctioned their fleet that was moving coal from Korea to China. And we used U.S. Coast Guard assets. And we've got 10 world-class cutters that can do that. You actually start interdicting the fleet, and there's ways to do that with the allies.
We are continuing to listen into this conversation with U.S. Special Envoy for Russia and Ukraine, stepping away for a 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head live back to the Council on Foreign Relations, an event happening out of Washington, D.C., as the U.S. Special Envoy to Russia and Ukraine is currently discussing the war in Ukraine as well as how to end it.
To actually inventory that, because the last time that those precious metals were even inventoried were done in the Soviet days. So you're kind of taking a little bit of a leap of faith in what's actually out there. We do know that it's called the Ukrainian Crescent, where, and it's on the western part of the Dnieper River, that there's a huge crescent of those precious metal areas that are there. Some of them are also, by the way, in Russian territory, Russian-occupied territory now. And part of it, I think the most important is, it's an economic security deal. And what I mean by that, and we tried to get across to President Zelenskyy and his team, look, when you get involved economically with somebody, I don't care if it's setting up McDonald's hamburger franchises or the precious metals, you invest yourselves diplomatically, militarily, economically in the future of this country. And that's what we're trying to get across to them. That, look, this is something that is a big deal for us, because President Trump is a transactional leader, and transactional starts with economics. And so we thought this was a good start for Ukraine and for an alliance that will continue to build with the United States and Ukraine.
Michael Gordon here in the front row has the first question here in Washington.
Thank you. Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Sir, you're a retired Army general, and you're familiar with the battlefield situation in Ukraine. What is the concrete effect of the abrupt end of military resupply to Ukraine and the end of the provision of intelligence and targeting data? The Ukraine may take some time for their military supplies to run down, but the cutoff in intel does have an immediate effect. In your judgment, what's been the effect to date, and what's going to be the effect if it continues for another week or two or three?
Well, Michael, thanks for the question. I think the best way I can describe it is sort of like hitting a mule with a 2x4 across the nose. You got their attention, and it is significant, obviously, because of the support that we give. Okay, but it's one way to sort of get your attention to do it. But it's a pause. It's not an end, and it's then up to them to do it. And I know that the allied partners that has anything to do with U.S. support as well are kind of paused as well. So anytime as a military person, anytime you displace assets, primarily from the intelligence community, it's pretty significant. And I'll use unclassified reports. There are certain reports that allow certain aircraft that allows people to see deep, that we basically said this is unclassified reports on the news that have been withheld out there. So it's like, okay, what do we see with their aviation assets, the Russian aviation assets? What does it mean? And I think that's important. But it's sort of like, okay, we're trying to get your attention. Okay, this is serious. This is what the support means. They understand it. You know, we had John Ratcliffe's counterpart, Malyuk, was here last week. He knows, Ratcliffe knows. I made it very clear when I was in Kyiv, the potential for this. It was almost like, well, okay, we hear you. Well, okay, no, we're serious. We're deeply serious about this. And it's not to let them know that it wasn't that we're not serious. We let them know that this president is very serious about it, and we're going to end this war. And this is one way to make sure you understand we're serious about it. So is it hard? Of course it is. But it's not like, Michael, it's not like they didn't know this was coming. They got fair warning it was coming. I told them, and they were told last week as well.
It sounds like you're saying there is going to be a significant impact on the battlefield. Do they have enough gear to get them until the summer?
I think we're okay. I think the pipelines, they have an ability with the assets they've got to continue to prosecute the fight, to do it. But let's be obvious. Let's be clear about it. I mean, as a military person, I don't care who you're supporting. I don't care if it's, Uganda or Rwanda or whomever, if you take away support like that, of course it's important. We know that. But that's one of the reasons why it was done. It's almost like, you know, can I give you an example, a personal example? And, you know, I've got 2 granddaughters, and their nickname for me is Pop Pop, okay? And sometimes when I talk to them, I'll stray. You know, I'll go, and they grab me like this, and they say, Pop Pop, listen to me, okay? This is one of those, listen to me. We're serious about this. And you need to understand we're serious about this. And this is one of the ways we made sure they understood. And I think as a result of that, they realize we're serious. And they need to get serious about it as well. You know, that Michael, and to go back a week, that 50 minutes in the Oval Office was entirely preventable. President Trump was very magnanimous in that for the first 30 minutes. And I'd ask you to go back and look at the tape, not once, but 2 or 3 times, and everything he did. And that went, as the term is, that went south real quick.
Mm-hmm. Jill here in the center of the room.
Thank you very much, General Kellogg. Jill Doherty from Georgetown University. I wanted to ask you about Russia. I believe you said that the administration has seen a change in Moscow. Could you define exactly what that change is? Because at least publicly, it appears that President Putin has the same demands now that he had 3 years ago, which would be essentially territory. They keep what they've got, even if they don't hold it. Zelenskyy goes, and no NATO. And there are probably others. But can you tell us specifically what is the change in Moscow?
Yeah, you know, that's it's a great question, because I think what you want to do, you have to, I think leaders have to talk with one another. And President Biden didn't talk to Putin for over 2 years. President Trump has. So starting the changes, we're talking. That doesn't sound like much, but it's important that you've got leaders talking. The second is, of course, they're going to make their term sheet large. That's the reason I made that comment about who knows what they're going to ask about, but that's a starting point. It's not an end point. You know, I go back at the start of the SALT negotiations years ago when I asked the leaders who were running the SALT negotiations. Ed Rowney was one of the guys who led that. And he said, you understand how you negotiate with the Russians. You know, when you come into a room, 2 doors, you come into a room. You know, Americans come into a room and negotiate. We walk halfway across the room. The Russians come in, they stand on the side of the wall. So what do the Americans do? We go we go another quarter way across the room. And we understand how to negotiate. We know what's going to happen. But the fact is that their talking is very, very important. And I think that's the first step. So when you say there's a change, they're willing to talk about it. And I think, so it's not necessarily what the terms and conditions are. Look what President Trump has said about that. I mean, he's been pretty good about what he said. He said basically all options are on the table for the United States where it wants to go. And he's made that very, very clear to President Putin when he talked to him, and when Steve Witkoff talked to him as well. So I think the very fact that you're starting to talk is important, because you don't know where they're at until you get that term sheet. And I think we've got a preliminary. We kind of know where they're coming from and knowing what they want to do. We kind of need the same from the Ukrainians. And then you kind of put them together and you say to the president, our president, okay, Mr. President, this is what it looks like right now. This is what the picture looks like. Now this is where we think, as a team, this is where we think that you can give and take and where you want to go. So are we down to the absolute end state? No. But remember what President Trump said. He actually talked about the potential of getting territory back from the Russians. He said that. That's a public comment from him. So
which territory?
Pardon?
Can you tell
he
us
didn't say. It's almost like, remember the president said he was going to end the war in 24 hours. We didn't say what day, what year. So I think this is good that they're talking, and I think both sides talking is very, very important to get there. And look, this is, let's be very, very candid about it. There's no love lost between Ukraine and Russia right now. But this war is a war that, and I've been over there, I mean, the loss of humans is critical. In fact, by the way, just and the reason I know I'm diverting just for a bit on that is, yeah, I actually talked to President Trump on the campaign trail a little over a year ago, and we talked about this thing, the lost generation. It's real. If you look at the demographics of Ukraine, I can show you where the demographics on the loss of military-age men, at this time 25 to 35 years old, has gone down considerably. Plus the amount of people that have left their country right now, middle-aged men, military-aged males as well. And we're talking over 100,000. And so the Brits still feel that. They still talk about the lost generation. We don't want Ukraine to be in that position where you've got a lost generation. But again, it's a long answer to a short question. The fact is, we're kind of getting the broad parameters of where the Russians are looking at, what they want to do. The president will see that. But you got to get both. You got to say, okay, this is what it looks like. Okay, this is the ground view. And then put it together and say, okay, where do you think this is going to go from both sides? And we expect the Russians to be here. We expect the Ukrainians to be here. We want them to be here in this to end this war. And there's long-term benefits for everybody.
All right, we're continuing to listen to this conversation about how to end the Ukraine war with U.S. Special Envoy for Russia and Ukraine, General Keith Kellogg. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break and continue our live coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We're continuing to monitor this conversation happening right now out of Washington, D.C., where the U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine and Russia is currently having a conversation. However, we do now have some breaking news that I want to get out to, and that takes us out to the House floor. You can see a live look right here as Representative Al Green, a Democrat from Texas, is now facing a censure vote after disrupting President Trump's address to Congress.
The House had come to order. The House had come to order. What's it? Which it?
You want to let him keep doing this, or until they clear?
The House had come to order. Clear the well, please. Clear the well. The House has to continue its business. Just say the House is in recess. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
And as quickly as it began, it has now ended. We saw House Speaker Mike Johnson hitting the gavel, saying that the House is now in recess, subject to the call of the chair. As we saw there, Representative Al Green was leading some of his Democratic constituents in song, and several times House Majority Leader and House Speaker, I should say, Mike Johnson, asking everyone to cease the singing and resume its call to order. They did not listen, and so House Speaker Johnson now putting the House into recess. We're going to continue to monitor this live feed right here, as we are expecting a censure vote to happen with Representative Al Green, as he disrupted President Trump's speech while he was addressing Congress. So we're going to continue to monitor that. In the meantime, we are going to take this opportunity to step away for another break. We're going to see if the House does resume shortly and bring that to you as it happens. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. The House continues to be in recess after a brief few moments as House Speaker Johnson was calling to order the floor, but Representative Al Green leading his Democratic constituents in song. And we're going to continue to monitor that as we are anticipating a censure vote on Representative Green after he disrupted President Trump's address to Congress. We also want to let you know that also in recess is the conversation with U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine and Russia, as Keith Kellogg was speaking about the strategy that the United States has when it comes to ending the war in Ukraine. Once that resumes, we, of course, will bring that to you. In the meantime, we do have another live event right here, and this takes us out to a summit happening right now. Senators is speaking about, quote, rescuing the American dream.
Look at about a $700 billion amount that's over the inflationary increase over 2019 spending. So again, there's so much rhetoric. All the scoring here is designed to increase taxes and increase spending. It's not to balance the budget.
And I want to make it real clear. I'm here to save Medicare. The three of us came to save Medicare, not take care away.
Medicaid, the same population, half the patients I delivered were met on Medicaid. I understand it very well. Again, there's not a worse program in the country from a fraud, waste, abuse, and incompetence than Medicaid, with worsening outcomes. So Medicaid has grown 50% over the last 5 years. The dollars we're spending on Medicaid up 50% the last 5 years. We'll spend $1 trillion on it this year. We'll spend $1 trillion on the military, $1 trillion on Medicare, $1 trillion on Medicaid. Soon it adds up to some money. And working very hard with the Maha caucus to figure out how do we provide Make America Healthy again for people that are on Medicaid, people that are on food stamps as well. We'll never get ahead of this if we don't make America healthy again. 60% of Americans with a chronic disease now.
Say real quick, the reason Medicaid is doubling in cost that way is because it's not Medicaid anymore. It's Obamacare. People have to understand that. What's destroying Medicaid is Obamacare, the Medicaid expansion, where we're paying 90 cents on the dollar for working age adults, people that can
single able-bodied adults without children.
So we pay 90 cents on the dollar versus a disabled child 50 to 60%. And that's the way Medicaid was set up, to make sure it's a shared program so states would monitor it, not provide benefits to ineligible individuals. With Medicaid expansion, they love signing up ineligible because they actually make money on it. They tax it. That's one of the gimmicks, one of the legal forms of fraud in Medicaid. So it's completely out of control. I mean, there's some states that are worse than others, California, New York. So again, when you hear that, for example, the House is looking at cuts to Medicaid, think, no, they're going to try and rein in Obamacare that's been just misnamed as Medicaid.
And I just want to make a big explanation point here, though. This is not coming from a mean-spirited spot. The best thing we could give these people that the folks that we're talking about is a job. A job is maybe the major health determinant out there. People that have jobs versus don't jobs, the mental health, physical health, it's all tied together. So, I mean, I think what we realize that what we don't do a good job as conservatives is sharing what's on our heart, that we would give the shirt off our backs to anybody that wants to help themselves. So I would take some of the savings in the Medicaid, the waste, fraud, and abuse, and invest it more in community health centers, invest it bringing mental health in the community health centers, bringing nutrition programs, coaching, teaching, those types of things as well. I want to help everyone have their shot at this American dream.
There was just a op-ed in the Wall Street Journal that New York, for federal money, per Medicaid recipient, New York gets $3,000 and Florida gets $1,000. So, and in Florida, our Medicaid program works. We bid it out to the private sector. They're responsible for access. They're responsible for quality, right? And we know exactly what we're going to pay every year. Now, think about what Ron went back to and said what happened with Obamacare. So I got elected in November 2010. Obama got elected in November 2008. So Obamacare came in. So in 8 years as governor, we took the unemployment from a little less than 1 million people down to 61,000. We took welfare from about a little less than 300,000 down to 71,000. Now, guess what happened to Medicaid and food stamps? They went from about 1.7 million to 3.5 million. How could that happen when we added all those jobs? Because what Obamacare did, and we didn't expand. It would have been worse if we had expanded and covered able-bodied adults, because Medicaid is primarily for a parent with a child. That's what it was it was set up to take care of, just like welfare. So think about what they did. They caused all these people to go in the system. We showed them, right, where you could go look at the rolls and how much fraud there was. Never once would they look at it. The amount of people that are taking advantage of the program that don't have have no reason that they should be on it is staggering.
And New York is gaming the system, okay? There are loopholes, and I don't want to bore you, but trust me, that's where the fraud, waste, abuse, and incompetence is. New York is absolutely gaming the system.
There are red states as well, though. I mean, the whole, sales tax on healthcare and stuff. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. But again, it's across the board. It's red states and blue states. It has to be stopped.
Yeah. So Ron's right, because what they did was the way Medicaid was set up is the state had to pay its portion. All right, and it's supposed to be done based on the income levels. It's not exactly done that way, but so what happened is the states were saying, well, if I tax providers, I'll get the money that way, and the hospitals say, that's fine with me because I'll get more money out of Medicaid. So there was a whole bunch of things like that. Instead, it was supposed to be just general revenue that was going to come in, so all the taxpayers of a state would pay for it. But that's not the way it works. And so it's a game. It's a game to get more federal money, and that's why New York gets $3,000 per Medicaid recipient, and Florida gets $1,000. And if we get $1,000, Puerto Rico, because I put a lot of time into Puerto Rico, they get less than we do. And so they have to run a Medicaid program with less money than even Florida gets. So, but I'm optimistic that we're going to get something done. I don't think it's easy. People are they're thinking of the way that Ron is saying that, you can't cut, you can't cut, you can't cut. And that's all great. Then you're not worried about any program you care about, because Medicare is going bankrupt, Social Security is going bankrupt. Inflation can't go away, interest rates can't come down. So my belief is it's all going to. We're going to have to do this. Are we going to do it this year, or are we going to do it next year? And if we don't do it, with regard to elections, if we don't get inflation under control, Roger's up this time. But I just went through a cycle. What do people care about? They care about the border, and they care about inflation. The Capitol is packed, as you know, if you're around there, it's packed with people. They all come to my office. All of our offices ask for money. So somebody came in the other day, and I said, you know what? I just went through a campaign. I don't know, did 500,000 events. I said, not one person in my state brought that issue up. I said, they didn't bring up the border. Are you doing anything on the border? They did bring up inflation. Are you doing anything on inflation? I said, you wonder why President Trump is talking about the border, inflation, spending, waste, all this stuff? Because that's what the public asked about. They didn't ask about a program. They didn't ask about, a program. And basically what Elon Musk has shown us is just the staggering waste, which we knew. But all of us can go ask stuff from the federal government. It's just a black hole trying to get information. Hopefully now, with Trump's nominees, we're going to get transparency and we're going to get accountability. So
I will say, and I suggested this right after President Trump got elected, is he probably ought to have nominated a Secretary of Information Extraction. But Bobby Kennedy is absolutely dedicated to radical transparency. I issued a friendly subpoena January 28th. We're not getting much, and it's not because of Bobby Kennedy. It's because of the bureaucrats that are going to drag their feet. Pam Bondi had the exact same problem in terms of getting information. So this is going to be a tough slog. The deep state does not give up its secrets very easily. And I think my final point is, in terms of doing any of this with the budget, we absolutely need presidential leadership. I am so glad in our dinner down in Mar-a-Lago, he said he wanted to balance the budget. In his, quasi-State of the Union address, he's committed to balancing the budget. He does need to come to terms, though, that it's not going to just be on tariff revenue. He has to demand a pre-pandemic level spending. And one of the things I'll keep prodding him about is I don't think anybody that voted for President Trump expected he would continue to spend at Biden levels. I'm hoping that'll, he'll have a little competitive nature that'll kick in, and he'll embrace, strongly embrace a pre-pandemic level. Because, again, it's entirely possible. If this were business, this would be so simple. You'd have responsible managers going, yeah, I kind of screwed up, overspent there, boss. We'll get it back in line. This should not be hard. It really shouldn't be.
All right, I think we're going to take some questions. Greg?
For the long-term health of the American financial system, though, at some point, Social Security and probably Medicare has to be rejiggered so it's actuarially sound. I mean, it doesn't work. I know that's like everyone hates to talk about that, but at some point it's probably going to have to happen. What are your thoughts on that?
So there's 4 or 5, maybe 10 different dials that you can use, and everything. There is fraud, abuse, and incompetence going on out there already. A strong economy floats all ships, so we have a stronger economy, more people paying into it. 20 million people in the country that are here illegally that I'm not sure that they're paying in for it. I think we do have to sit there and honestly say, what did we cut the FICA off now at $177,000? That's going to probably have to go up as well. To me, it's just a math equation. And there's dials, and it's going to probably take a president in his second term that's willing, towards the end of that presidency, to make some tough decisions.
Yeah, right now we have over 50 million people working age. Now, someone might be disabled, but we have 50 million people working age that don't have a job. So if think about what the revenues would be if they all got back to work. And on top of that, if we could, there's things you can do without cutting any benefits with Medicare and dramatically reduce the cost. And then if you, who knows what, we'll see with the real numbers, but if you look at what Trump talked about and what Elon has talked about, there appears to be some fraud. I don't know how massive the fraud is in Social Security. I saw one cute meme that somebody said, my husband threw tea at the Tea Party, my son fought in the Civil War, and Elon Musk now wants to cut me out of my Social Security. So unfair.
So let me kind of disagree with the premise, though, because I've shown you if you return to a Bill Clinton budget, pre-pandemic, come close to balancing the budget, which means you could then have the wherewithal to plus up benefits if you had to. Plus, you talk to young people. Again, we've got a baby boom bubble that we've got to get through, and then these things do ease, the pressure eases on that. But you talk to young people and ask them, what do you think you're going to get out of Social Security? They go, nothing. Well, it's wrong. No, they'll get 75 to 80%. So again, that's a group of people that'll be the beneficiaries that expect to get nothing. They might be open to reform from that standpoint. So what we're seeing, what I see inside the conference is people say, well, they just throw up their hands because we're not going to touch Social Security, but the only way you solve this problem is Social Security. And I'm showing, no, we have plenty of room of out of control spending on all these other items to balance the budget. Let's do that first.
Yes.
So we talk about a budget and a balanced budget, debits equal our credits, but what can we do to implement accountability in the United States government? So all these departments, they should have a budget. They do. They go over the budget. So what can Congress or what we can do to assist and help so that there is accountability in the unelected officials for each department that does not balance their budget?
I would just say, really, the benefit of DOGE and Elon Musk is they're showing the outrageous level of waste, fraud, and abuse, and we'll highlight that. He's also got his bullhorn. I think that's going to do a lot in terms of creating the public pressure to start balancing the budget.
So these agencies don't know when they go over the budget. When the U.S. Treasury is issuing the checks, they're not requiring them to say which line item of the budget does it go to. That's just the start of the problems going on here.
Yeah, they said like $4.7 trillion of checks that went out from Treasury had no purpose. I mean, you would never do that in your business life. Yes, right here.
I have it right here in front.
Oh, sorry. I see.
Everybody's talking about the solution, but the solution is anyone that's run a business or worked in a company is called the system for managing. It's never happened in the U.S. Rick, I know that any company has that. That's what I did for 30 years. I've always asked for this since 2007, that we get somebody that's able to put a system for managing in traditional goals, set the expectations, goal roll down, get business reporting into the government. I know it's a major task. I've been told it's impossible. I love doing impossible things, but it can happen.
It can happen.
It can happen.
It's just not the will, just like what we have to do in our jobs.
That's right, exactly. But if we get business reporting in the way Trump is, you get it online, then you get the citizens involved. You hit the targets, you set the targets. What this woman was just saying right here, that's the answer. That is the only answer. There's no way to do this and lock it in. What DOGE is doing, if we don't set those targets, Ron, lock them in, just like the prior group on stage, those targets are going to be moving targets and never solved. And then the budget will never get reduced. But we've got it right now. We're already years late. We should have started this a year before Trump was elected, is get targets in place, reset those targets, what Ron's working on. He's going to be swimming upstream like salmon in Vancouver. I mean, it's going to be hard. Right. We're never going to be able to lock the targets in. Your chart is perfect. I saw it, I don't know when it first came out, about a year ago or something, but when you put that chart out, you've got to reset those targets. You've got to negotiate, set the business reports. and
Thank
start
you.
getting that locked in. Otherwise, we're done again.
Thanks.
All right, I want to thank everybody for being. Give a big round of applause for our panelists.
All right, so this panel discussion has now ended right there as we continue to follow live events and also some breaking news as you're taking a live look at Capitol Hill right here. And we did want to let you know that the House has voted to censure Representative Al Green, the Democrat from Texas, who disrupted President Trump's speech as he was delivering his address to Congress. Now, we were airing just a brief few moments as we did get a live stream from the House floor before House Speaker Mike Johnson abruptly called House into recess. So we were watching it alongside with you in real time as Representative Green took to the floor and engaged in song, and his Democratic constituents stood with him on the floor as he was singing. So according to the Associated Press, the House did vote to censure Representative Al Green, although we did not see or hear any of that debate. Representative Green saying, "Friends, I would do it again," end quote, explaining his actions by saying President Trump had indicated he had won a mandate from voters, but saying that he does not have a mandate to cut Medicaid, a program that many of his constituents rely on. So we did want to share that breaking news as you are taking a live look on Capitol Hill as the House currently in recess. It's unclear as to whether any of that conversation will continue following the resumption of the House floor. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. We are keeping a very close eye on a number of live events heading straight there after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We are taking a look at a number of live events that we are expecting to get underway any moment now. This is a live look inside one of the areas, the briefing rooms there on Capitol Hill, as we are expecting to hear from House Minority Leader Jeffries in just a few moments. We are also anticipating a hearing to get underway, examining how to reduce catastrophic wildfires. So that hearing is set to get underway in just a matter of moments. And we are also expecting to hear from Secretary Marco Rubio, as he is scheduled to attend an event with the State Department holding U.S. hostage and wrongful detainee flag-raising ceremonies. And we are expecting to hear from Secretary Rubio at that event. As soon as that live stream gets underway, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, there is another hearing happening right now on Capitol Hill, this time for the nomination of Martin McCary to be Commissioner of Food and Drugs at the Department of Health and Human Services. We're going to head there now live and listen in.
What has happened is we have seen in the Biden administration FDA planning to cut funding for state and local food safety programs. This impacts us in the state of Alaska when it comes to our seafood industry and in other areas. So I'm looking for a commitment from you that under the Trump administration, the FDA is going to maintain funding for these contracts with state and local governments. They've proven that it's more cost-effective, more efficient, and it also is what Congress has asked for. So I'd like to know that you're going to be supportive in that regard with regards to state and local food.
I'm happy to look at that with you, Senator.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Dr. McCary, for taking time to meet with me. I've found that most parents would do anything to keep their children safe and healthy, which is why we probably see so much intense debate on the best ways to protect our children. And the FDA has historically been seen as the authority on reliable information about public health issues related to medical products, food, tobacco, cosmetics, dietary supplements. However, people are getting their information in many different ways now, in many different places. And we're faced with a growing challenge of opinions replacing scientific consensus and the proliferation of misinformation and disinformation. Parents need accurate, science-based information to help make informed decisions for their children. How would you use your position as FDA commissioner to compete with uninformed voices and to share evidence-based, consensus-driven information that is free from political influence?
Well, thank you, Senator, and I enjoyed our time meeting together. I believe very much in empowering people with good information. That's why I've written 3 best-selling books to try to educate people about health. And I do think you can explain to people with humility what we know and what we don't know, and then they're going to trust us more. Trust in doctors and hospitals is at a crisis right now. It was 71% in 2019. 71% of the public trusted us in 2019. Now it's down to 40%. That's a 31-point drop in my profession. That is a major problem. If we have the cure for pancreatic cancer, but only 40% of the public is going to come in and take it because the rest doesn't trust us, then that medication is only 40% effective. So I think we fight bad ideas with more ideas. I do not believe in censorship of scientific opinions. I think we need a civil discourse. Unfortunately, we have a sort of toxic discourse right now in the United States and the politicalization of immune cells in some cases.
One of my big concerns is that who those voices are and that they really be robust, scientifically trusted messengers as well. One of the other big issues that we're facing are drug shortages that have reached an all-time high, threatening access to products that we use every day, from IV bags to life-saving drugs for cancer. It's particularly concerning for children's hospitals because of pediatric drugs and supplies that must be formulated to accommodate children's unique needs. Do you agree, and this is kind of a yes or no, this is a yes or no. Do you agree that the FDA should play a leading role in mitigating drug shortages?
I love yes and no questions.
Good. Can you do it?
a leading role. They should take a role. I think the problem is much bigger than the FDA.
So yes or no, you're like not sure if it's a yes or no.
I would refer you to my article in JAMA on this topic.
And I want to shift to clinical trials as well. You agreed, we talked about the importance of clinical trial diversity, but I want an assurance that you will stand up to any Trump administration actions that conflict with this. So again, yes or no, do you believe clinical trial diversity is critically important? That's an easy one.
Well, if you're talking about a trial of sickle cell disease, are we saying that we need to have white people in a trial of sickle cell disease? I believe in common sense, and I believe in clinical trial diversity both. And so I believe if you're going to make results extrapolated to the general population, you should have results in those populations that you're making recommendations for.
That one was an easy one. Do you think it is acceptable for the administration to remove congressionally mandated guidance document on clinical trial diversity?
I'm not familiar with that.
Should you be confirmed, will you reinstate and finalize this document after you look at it as one of your first actions? Would you take a look at that? Could you commit to looking at that?
Yes, Senator.
Good answer. Will you restore the website for the Office of Minority Health and Health Equity?
I'm not familiar with that website, Senator.
If there was one, and you knew there was one, would you restore the website that would provide information to the American people?
I think you're asking me to make a decision on information that I don't have, so you have my commitment to take a look at.
If you got the opportunity to review the website and then know that it would help to spread real information, science-based information, would you reinstate that website?
I would be happy to review it.
I have more questions that I will send as for the record, but particularly I'm concerned also about the Vaccines for Children program and making sure with you've heard our colleagues talk about the cancellation of the meeting. This is not just about cost for families, which is huge right now, but it's also about coverage. And so I yield back my time, and I thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator. Doctor, it's great to see you again. I enjoyed our conversation.
Good to see you.
Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you for your willingness to take on this very important role. You've been asked about this several times already, but I just want to drill down a little bit further. In 2000, President Clinton's FDA approved a chemical abortion regimen with the drugs mifepristone and also misoprostol. Now, the FDA concluded that mifepristone could not be safely used. I'm quoting the FDA there. Safely used, could not be, without special measures. It's the FDA's language. And in particular, the FDA mandated that prescribers needed to be licensed physicians who were able to diagnose and treat ectopic pregnancies to accurately determine the gestational age of the baby. And the FDA further required that these drugs be administered and dispensed in person, that there be a day 1 in-person administration of the drug, a day 3 in-person administration of the second wave of the drug, a day 14 check-in for complications. And the FDA further emphasized that given the potential risks of these drugs, physicians needed to be able to provide ongoing care. The FDA also said, and I'm quoting now, the percentage of women who considered any particular adverse event as severe ranged from 2 to 35%, end quote. And the FDA included what's called a black box warning, which you're very familiar with, which remains on the drug. Now, those restrictions were largely in place until just a couple of years ago, where the Biden administration, after the United States Supreme Court took up the Dobbs decision, granted cert on it, at that point, the Biden administration decided to eliminate 20 years of in-person dispensing requirements for this drug. They didn't cite any studies that they said were adequate. That the FDA acknowledged that the studies that they looked at did not take into account the new protocols that they were issuing. They just eliminated 2 decades of in-person dispensing requirements. My question to you is, given the FDA's own findings on this drug over 2 decades, doesn't it make sense that the FDA return to the pre-political, before the political intervention of the Biden administration, the pre-political protocol that requires in-person dispensing for chemical abortion drugs?
Senator, I appreciated our conversation prior to this hearing. I do think it makes sense to review the totality of data and ongoing data. I know personally of OB doctors who prefer to insist, even though they have the option to prescribe otherwise, but they choose to insist that mifepristone be taken when necessary in their office as they observe the person taking it. And I think their concern there is that if this drug is in the wrong hands, it could be used for coercion.
And of course, you're familiar with the fact that now it's not merely that there's no requirement that it be ingested in the presence of a physician. There's no in-person dispensing requirement whatsoever. This is what the Biden administration, 2 decades of in-person dispensing requirements, the Biden administration eliminated those. Now, you've said several times you'll review the data. You're aware that in 2016, the Obama FDA eliminated the requirement that physicians report adverse events with regard to mifepristone. Aren't you?
I believe they limited the data required to fatalities, but not adverse events.
Will you put back in place the full reporting requirements so that you can have a full range of data to evaluate?
Senator, I'm happy to look at that. I do believe in data, and I don't believe in prejudging data before somebody has taken a look at data, including future data.
Well, let me just say that here's the deal. The FDA's rules were pretty consistent and pretty stable for 20-plus years, until suddenly the Dobbs decision appeared on the horizon. And when that happened, all of a sudden, we got massive changes in the dispensing requirements of this drug. And I'll just point out that over 60% of abortions in the United States are now carried out with chemical drugs, with these drugs. They're not done in clinics. They're not done in hospitals. They're done with these drugs without any kind of physician supervision, without any physicians there if there's a serious adverse event. And I'll also just point out that if the Biden rules are allowed to stand, it doesn't matter what voters in the states, it doesn't matter what, this is a serious and very difficult moral issue, the case of life and abortion. And it won't matter what voters in the states say, because the Biden rules say now that bureaucrats can mail in abortion drugs to every single state, no in-person dispensing required. It doesn't matter what voters in the state have decided on the issue. It doesn't matter whatsoever. Now, if that's allowed to stand, we may as well just go back to having the Supreme Court make all the decisions, because right now Washington bureaucrats are making all the decisions. Doctors are not involved. They're not in-person dispensing. State voters are not involved. And I just want to register this is extremely concerning to me. It ought to be concerning to everyone who's concerned about women's safety, and also about what I thought was the position of this administration, which is that it ought to be voters in the states and the relevant to localities that are deciding this decision. So I know you're familiar with this, Doctor.
Thank you.
I appreciate your commitment to the data. I hope that you'll look at the full range of data, and I hope we can count on you to protect women's health and the health of the unborn.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, Senator Kaine, let the record reflect, even though I have the gavel, I'm going to stop right now and turn it over to you. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Senator Hawley and I share a unique perspective. There are 2 sets of senators who went to the same high school. Chuck Schumer and Bernie Sanders went to James Madison High School in Brooklyn, New York, and Josh and I went to Rockhurst High School in Kansas City.
Oh, wow.
Just wanted to put that on the record. Dr. McCarry, I loved the opportunity to visit with you, and I know the answer to this question, but I just want to stress it again. You didn't have anything to do with the layoff of the 1,000 FDA employees that have been laid off in the last couple weeks, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And do you know anything about the layoffs? For example, who made the decisions, or what groups of people were laid off?
I do not, Senator.
You indicated that when you come into the office, you're going to do an assessment. And I suppose, based on your experience, that if you look at this going forward, you think personnel policy, including layoffs, should be done strategically rather than just kind of willy-nilly across the board randomly, correct?
I am open to ideas on making government more efficient.
Do you think willy-nilly random across the board is a good idea or not a good idea?
We are listening into this nomination hearing for Martin McCary as Food and Drug Commissioner. We also want to let you know that we have this streaming on our YouTube page without commercial interruption. If you would like to continue watching this, we invite you to head to our YouTube page, as we do have another stream. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are monitoring a number of live events, heading to those in a moment. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Happening right now, House Minority Leader Jeffries is holding his weekly briefing. Let's turn to that right now.
Put forth by extreme MAGA Republicans is not worth the paper that it was written on.
So, thank you, Leader. So, on Tuesday morning, it was reported that you and other leadership told Democrats to refrain from using any signs or do anything attention-grabbing, with the overall message to not become the story. And given that wasn't the case, in terms of leading and controlling your conference, how are you feeling about Democratic unity under your leadership? Are you feeling secure with that and in your leadership position right now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Going back to the censure, these types of resolutions used to be a dime a dozen. And it seems like, I mean, last year there were 3 of them against House Democrats. Can you just reflect on this shift from censure resolutions being for the most egregious forms of misconduct and now being used as political weapons?
Republicans are playing political and partisan games with their censure resolutions because they are on the run. Republicans are on the run with respect to the economy. Donald Trump consistently promised that grocery prices were going to be lowered on day one. But costs aren't going down, they're going up. The stock market isn't going up, it's going down. Inflation is up. And Donald Trump and House Republicans are crashing the American economy in real time. Republicans are on the run with respect to the economy. Not a single bill, not a single executive order, and not a single administrative action has been put forth by Donald Trump or House Republicans to improve the economic circumstances of the American people. And folks are taking notice all across the country, which is why his approval ratings aren't going up, staying the same. They're going down, particularly as it relates to the economy. Republicans are on the run as it relates to the economy. Republicans are on the run as it relates to health care. They're not even having town hall meetings anymore because they are afraid to hear from their own constituents who do not want them to enact the largest Medicaid cut in American history. And Republicans are on the run with respect to the GOP tax scam.
So are you saying that you believe that the resolution was to distract from...
Everything they do is a big, massive distraction. House Democrats, we're going to continue to focus on the issues that matter to the American people. That's why every single House Democrat voted against the reckless Republican budget. We're standing on the side of Medicaid and the American people. Republicans are standing on the side of their billionaire puppet masters, like Elon Musk.
Yeah, thank you. On that point, you're talking about Medicaid, you're talking about grocery prices, trying to focus on things that everyday people feel. Do you think that the protest tactics on Tuesday are an effective way to communicate that message?
We're going to continue to keep the focus on the American people. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Considering the economy is an issue that affects all Americans, do Democrats plan to introduce a bill that would bring the cost of living down? A more defensive approach to the administration, although in the minority, are Democrats planning to take, aside from opposing Republicans' proposed budget and threats to Medicaid?
Yeah, we believe that we've got to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. That's core to the American dream. We have to protect health care and strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not try to weaken it or walk away from the expansion of the Affordable Care Act, which the American people will reject all across the country. We do need to increase housing supply, and Maxine Waters has a lot of ideas that have been put forth to try to make sure we can bring the American dream of affordable home ownership to life for every single American. We don't support massive tax cuts for the super rich. We support the child tax credit. We support the low-income housing tax credit. We support the earned income tax credit. We support full restoration of the state and local tax deduction, which Donald Trump and Republicans ripped away And that hurt middle-class families all across the country. So we're going to continue to put forward ideas that we think will make a difference in the lives of the American people while pushing back against the extreme MAGA Republican agenda and their harmful budget.
A leading scholar on strongmen, Ruth Ben-Guyot, says we are, quote, in a democratic emergency that's getting worse every single day. Do you agree with that? And are you doing enough in response?
We are in an emergency, and I think it's all hands on deck, and we have to continue to push back aggressively in the Congress, push back aggressively in the courts, push back aggressively in community after community after community. Those that have articulated the emergency circumstances that we're in are essentially suggesting we've never been in this situation before. So of course it's all unprecedented, including how the opposition responds. But this flood the zone strategy, like, understand clearly, the flood the zone strategy is designed to disorient people. I ain't gonna be disoriented. I'm not going to be disoriented by it all. We have to push back with righteous indignation. But this whole flood the zone strategy is designed to create the appearance of inevitability. The notion that Donald Trump is unstoppable. He ain't unstoppable. Not a single bill connected to Trump's Project 2025 agenda has passed the House because there's unified Democratic opposition. Not a single bill. We're almost halfway through the first 100 days. He doesn't have a single legislative accomplishment, but we're supposed to believe it's all inevitable, he's invincible, it's unstoppable. Show me the evidence.
I think
Hold on. In the courts, Donald Trump is not winning. He's losing. In case after case after case, more than 100 different cases have been filed against 35 or 40 different unlawful and unconstitutional executive orders. He's either winning or he's losing. What do the facts say? He's losing case after case after case by judges appointed by Democratic presidents and Republican presidents like Reagan, Bush, and Trump himself. As a matter of fact, there have been 2 cases now to go to the Supreme Court. Not 0, not 1, 2. And Donald Trump has lost both cases. One related to USAID and the other related to the Office of Special Counsel. Why is that Office of Special Counsel case important? Because that actually relates to the firing of the probationary employees, many of whom are veterans. That's disgusting what they're doing. He's being stopped in the Congress, stopped in the courts, and stopped in terms of community sentiment because his public approval ratings aren't going up, they're going down. This dude is not winning anywhere. But the flood the zone strategy is designed to disorient and to distract. I'm not going to be disoriented. We are going to push back successfully, and the American people will win.
Thank you very much. Speaking of executive orders, we're anticipating that President Trump is going to sign an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. Tell us how is there going to be a pushback against that, and what's your reaction to it?
I'm glad you asked that question because this is another example. Why do they want to issue this executive order right now? That they know does not have the force of law. Because they want to distract and disorient people. Coming off a State of the Union or joint address to Congress, where he spoke for 100 minutes. It was tough. Sitting there listening to it all. But You spent less than 2 minutes on the economy when people are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. 2 minutes or less on the economy because he had nothing to say. Costs aren't going up, they're going down. He didn't say a word about Medicaid. And Donald Trump set the table to eradicate Social Security benefits. There is no situation where people who are 100, 150, 200 years old, 300 years old, receiving Social Security benefits. Prove that. Everybody knows he lied to the American people. So it was a horrible performance. One of the most divisive presidential addresses ever delivered in the history of the country. So what do they want to do? Distract from it all. You can't abolish the Department of Education through an executive order. He apparently likes losing in court because he'll lose again. Because as soon as this gets issued, he's going to be sued and he's going to lose. And the votes don't bring the bill to Congress. We welcome that fight. Bring the bill to Congress if you want to get rid of the Department of Education. We'll stand on the side of the American people, and they'll continue to stand on the side of Elon Musk.
I want to ask about California Governor Gavin Newsom's comments saying that Democrats were in the wrong for allowing transgender athletes to compete in female and girls sports. What is your response to that after Democrats had opposed the women and girls in sports?
I haven't seen his comments. What Democrats opposed was unleashing sexual predators on girls throughout the United States of America. Right. Thank you. Last question.
What do you say to those members, particularly progressive members, who have been receiving relentless, I want to say, encouragement from grassroots activists and constituents who want to see the party do more without obviously necessarily understanding what the power of the minority party is? What is your strategy to show your base that you guys have an effective strategy to counter President Trump?
We're going to continue to stop him in the Congress, stop him in the courts, stop him in the community, put it in the voters' hands next year, and take back control of the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was House Minority Leader Representative Hakeem Jeffries holding his weekly briefing, I should say, talking about a number of issues, including the censure of Representative Al Green in the House just moments ago. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor a number of live events. And coming up in just about 4 minutes or so, we are expecting to get a live stream as there is going to be a lunar landing attempt. We're going to be airing that once it comes about, sharing with you that attempt to land on the moon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We are monitoring a live event that is set to get underway momentarily, and you're taking a live look at a slate right there from Intuitive Machines as they are attempting to land on the moon with their lunar spacecraft known as the Athena. And so we did want to share that with you. We, of course, will bring that to you as soon as it gets underway. In the meantime, as we do monitor this event set to start in just about a matter of moments, we're going to now head back live to Capitol Hill, where there is a nomination for Dr. Martin Makary as Food and Drug Commissioner.
One way that we can drive more efficiency and speed to market for things that can improve lives and hopefully lower costs is through technology. I know that I was involved with the Cleveland Clinic when they got the first quantum computer focused on healthcare research, and you use things like quantum and AI to drive discoveries, speed to market with these. Could you talk about how the FDA, under your leadership, would think about those things?
Thank you, Senator. I think there's a number of opportunities with AI right now that we have that we've never had before. We have an incredible opportunity to use AI to help reviewers in the review process, not to replace the human reviews, but to aid them and assist them in the same way that EKGs are read by AI devices that tell us normal sinus rhythm at the bottom of the EKG. Now, we still look at the rhythm, but it aids and it may help the efficiency among the reviewers. We can use AI also in drug design and drug development. Now, that's not something the FDA does, but the FDA can help provide data to help train machine learning models, to help design AI systems that can predict toxicities, adverse events, and even cures for some conditions. And finally, AI can be used to aid with data monitoring in a post-approval setting, so we don't learn 5 years after Vioxx is approved that 38,000 Americans died from it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Husted. And now Senator Morkey.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm from Boston, the home of the world champion Boston Celtics. Good luck to the Cavaliers. But we'll have a little bet in June. You stated that you want to ensure that the FDA holds the gold standard of trusted science and transparency. In order for that to happen, the FDA commissioner must also uphold the gold standard for trusted science and transparency. In your financial disclosures, you disclosed that you made over $500,000 from Global Appropriateness Measures, LLC. The client list for that company includes companies that are interested in making money off of the healthcare system, insurance companies, hospital chains, private equity-backed companies. So can you tell the committee how much you made from those private equity and venture capital-backed companies?
Senator, first of all, thank you for the question, and I enjoyed our conversation prior to this hearing. I am very proud of my work at Global Appropriateness Measures. The purpose of the endeavor was to lower healthcare costs for Americans by reducing unnecessary surgery and medications.
No, and I appreciate that. Just for the record, can you just tell us how much you made from, you know, the private equity and venture capital-backed companies?
So I have been a shareholder in Global Appropriateness Measures. I am fully divesting. I don't have the exact numbers at my fingertips, but they were all disclosed to the Office of Government Ethics, and they are all part of the disclosure system.
So was it in the millions of dollars or less?
Over the period of what? Over the course of what period of time?
Over the period of time you had a relationship with them.
There was revenue of that company in the millions of dollars, yes. And I am one of the shareholders of that company. And I am very proud. The best way to lower drug prices in the United States are to stop taking drugs we don't need. So I do believe in the appropriateness of care, and that endeavor was designed to create software so we can monitor.
I appreciate that. We're just looking at the transparency issue. So I'm just trying to help you to be transparent here. So how much were you paid by insurance companies, including Devoted Health Services, an insurance company that primarily sells Medicare Advantage plans?
Yeah, that figure is in the Office of Government Ethics report. I don't have that exact number at my fingertips, and of course,
was that in the millions of dollars as well?
No, that was far less. And that, again, I am a shareholder, so I did not. I'm one of the shareholders of that company.
Well, I think the American people do deserve your full transparency about how you might be influenced by the healthcare industry, insurance companies, private equity, and venture capital funds. And that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah, all of those reports will be public, Senator.
They will be public. They're not public at this point, so I'm not in a position to ask you about them. And that's why I'm asking you if you would
Office of Government Ethics releases it at a
I
certain point in
appreciate
time.
that, but it's not helpful for the confirmation hearing, which is essential in terms of the public understanding all of the potential, not actual, but potential conflicts of interest that might show up. The FDA is responsible for approving medical devices or drugs that may impact how much insurance companies pay or what they cover, the same insurance companies that do overcharge Americans and undercover their care. It will impact hospital costs and private equity. And you're coming into this role with relationships pre-existing that have a profit interest in the decisions that you will be responsible for making. That's why I'm raising these issues. Will you commit today to not participating in any decisions that would have an impact on known clients of global appropriateness measures during your tenure as FDA commissioner?
First of all, Senator, I appreciate your enthusiasm on this topic. I am one of the biggest advocates that was involved in the health insurance industry transparency of the secret negotiated rates. So I'm a big with you. The recusals that I will be taking are 100% in line with the Office of Government Ethics recommendations, which were not to resign from everything, but I chose to resign from everything to ensure no appearance of a conflict of interest.
That's important for us to hear. And the same thing, will you commit today to not participating in any decisions that would have an impact on private equity and venture capital investors of those clients as well?
Senator, I commit to following the Office of Government Ethics agreement.
Well, again, it's just so important for us to understand this going forward because of obviously the increasing role that those sectors are now playing, and they will be attempting to influence FDA decisions. So that's the reason why I'm raising the questions, and total transparency is absolutely necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, Doctor, you've been very transparent, right?
I believe so.
I mean, talk about that process. I mean, how transparent you have to be to get to this point today.
Well, there was a massive disclosure of basically every single share of everything that I own, and that process took a number of weeks, and I would describe it as a colonoscopy with a small bowel follow-through. And everything is out there, and basically I will have essentially no privacy when the Office of Government Ethics chooses to release that form. But that's okay. I'm proud of everything that I've done, and I'm more than happy to acknowledge that I've agreed to divest or resign from everything. And so I, again, was given the option not to resign from everything, and I chose to resign from everything because I want to ensure independence. This is not a job I'm taking to audition for my next job. This is a job I'm doing to serve the American public. I believe in more cures and meaningful treatments, healthy food for children, and rebuilding the public trust. So, Senator, I can commit to you that I am absolutely dedicated to that mission, and I am not there to audition for a future job.
Yeah, I appreciate that because this is so important. I mean, you've been nominated for this position because you're incredibly accomplished. Your background perfectly fits the role that you're about to take, and you bring experiences and success to the table to be the new head of the FDA and change it. Because you've talked about this. You mentioned in your testimony that healthcare has become too fragmented, too cold, and too corporate, right? I mean, and you're going to go there to shake that up and change that. The Make America Healthy Again movement that was a big part of giving this president a giant mandate with Secretary Kennedy and others who are coming to the table, the role that you're going to play is really important to that, to disrupt it. And I think we all agree that, I think the American people agree that the medical establishment, often condescending toward the American people, is something that we have to disrupt and change. Can you talk about how you're going to do that at the FDA?
Thank you, Senator. And I do agree 100% that for the first time ever, President Trump and Secretary Kennedy had moms that were Republican, Democrat, Independent come out and vote because they care deeply about the health of our nation's children. They want to see healthier food for children. They want to see an industry that has, they want to see an FDA that is independent of corporate influence, but at the same time working with partnerships around the country to facilitate not just being a receive-only mode. So one of my goals is to ensure that the FDA maintains its scientific integrity and that we can do what we can to contribute to the Make America Healthy Again spirit.
Very good. Clinical and non.
All right, so we're listening there for the nomination hearing of Martin McCary as Food and Drug Commissioner. We do want to let you know that we have this streaming in its entirety on our YouTube page, no commercial break. So if you're interested in continuing with this hearing, we recommend that you head over to our YouTube page. Also on our YouTube page, we have an additional live stream of another hearing having to do with how to reduce catastrophic wildfires. Both of those hearings happening simultaneously. We have both of them airing on our YouTube page. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we are transitioning to moon landing coverage, where we are expecting an attempt to land on the moon. That is scheduled to get underway in just about 40 minutes. However, NASA has complete pre-landing coverage that we want to get to. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a new live look right here coming into our newsroom as you're taking a look at a podium. And we do want to let you know that we are expecting to hear from Senator Chuck Schumer and other Democrats talking about President Trump's plan to close the Department of Education. And we will bring that to you once it happens. Meanwhile, I did want to share some live coverage as we are expecting a landing attempt on the moon. This is Intuitive Machines' Athena lander that will attempt a touchdown on the moon's surface. That is scheduled to begin momentarily in the next 30 minutes or so. However, there is complete coverage from NASA that we do want to get to, but we also will be streaming that on our YouTube page. So if we have to transition to any other live coverage, you can continue to watch that alongside everyone.
The first step to beginning to answer those kinds of questions.
Her route to unlocking the moon's secrets follows the same path as an old friend.
Odysseus lunar lander separation confirmed.
Small engine firings refine Athena's trajectory before approaching lunar orbit.
We have to do what's called a lunar orbit insertion. It's about a 900 meter per second maneuver. It's a big burn.
In orbit, Athena checks on her payloads, including Lone Star's data center, and manages extreme heat in the light and frigid cold in darkness.
We're just going in orbit, doing the things you do with satellites. This will be very similar to what we do with our orbit and comm relay satellites, starting with IM-3.
A short engine firing sends Athena into a lower orbit to prepare for one final 600-second burn maneuver to the surface.
And it's a nice ride. The engine provides a steady level of thrust that does pick up a little bit as we deplete fuel, but we control it.
Finally, Athena's true mission, delivering technologies, science, and services that may enable humanity to live, work, and explore deeper into the solar system.
It's definitely a great feat. But once you're there, you want to expand from that landing spot and go and look at different things.
For approximately 10 days, Athena is designed to support NASA's Prime 1 drill suite, deploy a rover, send a rocket-fueled drone into a crater, and connect those spacecraft using Nokia's 4G LTE lunar surface communications system.
We have people that are driven to build and fly and operate space equipment, and that's what we're here for. It's who we are.
Well put from Dr. Crane there, Leah. That is who we are, but let's take a closer look at what we've built.
This mission's Nova C-class lunar lander is named Athena. She's carrying 11 payloads, including NASA and commercial instruments to the moon, and including her solar panels, she's just over 15 feet tall. With the landing gear, she's just shy of 15 feet wide, and that's about the length of a standard car parking spot. The lander weighs nearly 1,500 pounds, with the majority of that weight at the base during landing, and it's capable of delivering about 220 pounds of payload to the lunar surface. And we've got a replica of Athena right here. So Josh, can you walk us through a few of the commercial payloads that are on board for this mission?
Pretty convenient placement, right? We consider all of these commercial payloads to be pioneers on these early missions. Underneath the garage here, we have Lunar Outpost Map Rover, right, which is also connected to Nokia's 4G LTE system. That's our lunar surface communications system. On the other side, we have another interesting bit. This one is Lone Star's data center, and the lander itself is protected by two innovative technologies from Columbia Sportswear, helping to protect this mission, making sure Athena makes it to her intended destination, Leah.
Athena and her payloads are expected to land on the Mons Mouton region of the moon. This is farther south than any lunar landing attempt ever.
And Leah, that is significant. Just like Earth, there are places on the moon that are like landing in an open field. The South Pole is a different story. This mission's landing site is more similar to landing on a small plateau in the Rocky Mountains, but that's where we think that there's going to be water in future exploration.
Well, to learn a little bit more, let's head to Antonio Jaramillo to learn about this landing site.
Hey, thanks, Leah. Joining me now is Ben Bussey, Intuitive Machines Chief Scientist. Ben, you know, both IM-1 and IM-2 chose the moon's south pole for its landing locations. Why specifically the south pole?
So the lunar poles are interesting for both scientific and exploration regions. We know because of the moon's tilt that the craters near the pole are permanently shadowed. They never see the sun. So they're extremely cold, and we believe that water and other volatiles could build up inside those craters and in the polar region, and that represents a resource for future robotic and human exploration. And also the poles are sort of lunar incognita in that they've been relatively underexplored. If you think back to the Apollo era of exploration, that was also sort of equatorial, and so there's still a lot to learn about them.
Absolutely. And so can you tell us then a little bit then what's different then from both the landing locations of IM-1 and IM-2, even though they're in a similar area?
I would say there are more similarities than differences between the two landing sites. The poles are a challenging location in that when you look at the moon, you have sort of the dark regions that you see, which in Latin are the seas and the lakes. They're relatively flat terrain. But we want to explore the poles. The poles are what they call highland terrain, more rugged, low sun angle, which makes them challenging. And so IM-1 landed about 80 degrees south. It's also the location that the NASA with Artemis wants to send crew. So we're gradually working our way towards the poles. We're about twice as close to the pole with IM-2, about 85 degrees south, about 160 kilometers, 100 miles away from the South Pole.
And now, you briefly touched on it, but can you discuss some more of the challenges of landing in the South Pole?
Yes, so I think when the team picks a landing site, there are really three parts to that. The first part, the most important part, is it has to be a safe landing site. The moon doesn't have, it doesn't have atmosphere. It has hazards. You can't avoid craters, and so you have to have the capability to avoid them during the final part. You also have to avoid the boulders. So the first step is going to be a safe landing site. The second part is, are you going somewhere where the instruments and the payloads that you're flying, can they achieve the science or the technology goals that they want to do? And that's one of the reasons we've picked the site that we have. And the third, one of the reasons also the poles are challenging, is unlike the near side of the moon where you'd see the Earth all the time and the sun would come up for 14 days and set, the sun is always on the horizon, and you play a sort of a game of orbital mechanics in that you need the sun and the Earth both to be up at the same time, and that changes every month. So the team has to take that into account as well.
A lot of things to take into account. Ben, this is going to be Intuitive Machines' second lunar landing. How are you and the team feeling?
Oh, I think the best way to phrase it is nervous, excited. I mean, obviously the landing is exciting and scary, but we're very excited about what we hope the payloads will achieve. One of the payloads, the Hopper, is like a mini lander that can fly several kilometers. And one of the reasons the Mons Mouton region, it is one of the Artemis regions, one of the potential regions for crew. We're landing close to a small, permanently shadowed 200-meter crater. We've put instruments on the Hopper from Puli Space in Hungary. It's a neutron spectrometer. It'll measure hydrogen. So it'll be the first ever time we've taken a direct hydrogen measurement inside a permanently shadowed crater.
Very exciting times ahead. Ben, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll send it back to Leah and Josh.
Thank you, Tony and Ben. As a reminder, Intuitive Machines' lunar lander is taking NASA science and technology demonstrations to the moon under the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative. We call it CLPS. Under CLPS, NASA asks commercial companies like Intuitive Machines to provide lunar delivery services that advance capabilities for science, exploration, or commercial development of the moon. This flight will deliver 3 NASA instruments for CLPS, including a drill suite called Prime 1 and a laser retro reflector array, or LRA. These NASA payloads will focus on demonstrating drilling capabilities, investigating resources below the lunar surface, and analyzing surface and subsurface volatiles. As we continue to descend toward the lunar surface, let's take a closer look at these NASA instruments. First is Prime 1, or the Polar Resources Ice Mining Experiment 1. Prime 1 is a collection of 2 instruments that complement each other's work: the Trident Drill, which stands for the Regolith and Ice Drill for exploring new terrain, and MSOLO, which stands for Mass Spectrometer for observing lunar operations. The Trident drill will extract lunar soil, also known as regolith, up to 1 meter or approximately 3 feet below the surface. MSOLO, the mass spectrometer, is designed to analyze the composition of that sample for water and other components. In addition, MSOLO will measure the composition of gases released near the drill activity. This technology instrument will help demonstrate drilling capabilities that will help scientists understand the on-site or in situ resources that already exist on the moon.
NASA's next payload is the Laser Retro Reflector Array, or LRA. It's a collection of 8 retro reflectors similar to the reflectors on your bike that enable precision laser ranging, which is a measurement of the distance between orbiting or landing spacecraft to that reflector that we have on Athena. LRA is mounted on Athena's top deck, so when a laser hits it, it reflects light back to the orbiting spacecraft. And LRA is a non-powered or passive instrument that's intended to function as a permanent location marker for decades on the moon.
Another common theme you'll find among the NASA payloads on IM-2 is helping to demonstrate technologies and our understanding of that lunar landscape that could very well improve operations for landing on the moon in the future. The technology on IM-2 will provide valuable data to help us better understand the moon's surface and allow us to gather insights that will shape the future of lunar resource utilization.
And Leah, using CLIPS as a springboard, Intuitive Machines really based that innovation off of that. We designed and developed a complete lunar program to help support CLIPS and carry out an essential directive underneath that initiative that calls for the commercial development of the moon. That opportunity for Intuitive Machines expanded services outside of NASA payloads, opening doors for commercial industry to achieve those lunar ambitions.
On IM-2, there are 8 commercial payloads flying alongside NASA's Prime 1 drill suite.
All right, we're listening in there to NASA's coverage ahead of an attempted moon landing. We're going to continue to share that with you as it is set to happen in just about 30 minutes or so. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, though, we do have some breaking news about tariffs and President Trump. We are following breaking news as President Trump has made a new announcement about tariffs on Mexico, sharing this social media post right here saying, quote, after speaking with President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico, I have agreed that Mexico will not be required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA agreement. This agreement is until April 2nd. I did this as an accommodation and out of respect for President Sheinbaum. Our relationship has been a very good one, and we are working hard together on the border, both in terms of stopping illegal aliens from entering the United States and likewise stopping fentanyl. Thank you to President Sheinbaum for your hard work and cooperations. This does come as President Trump did impose tariffs on Mexico, China, and Canada. Those tariffs started on Tuesday Also, President Trump granting a 1-month exemption on those new tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada for U.S. automakers. The pause comes after President Trump spoke with the leaders of the big three automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, yesterday. That's according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And when asked if 30 days was enough for the auto sector to prepare for the new taxes, she said that President Trump was blunt with the automakers seeking an exemption. Quote, he told them that they should get on it, start investing, start moving, shift production here to the United States of America, and they will pay no tariffs. So President Trump stating that 25% taxes on imports from Mexico and Canada starting on Tuesday, that has continued concerns of a possible North American trade war, and also imposing additional tariffs on China, saying that both of these two U.S. neighbors, that being Canada and Mexico, need to step up their fight against fentanyl trafficking and stopping illegal immigration. President Trump also indicating that he wants to eliminate the America's trade imbalance and push more factories to relocate in the United States. And so we did want to share yet the very latest development as President Trump sharing this post with you once again, saying that President Trump has spoken with the president of Mexico and now agreeing that Mexico will not be required to pay tariffs on anything that falls under the USMCA agreement. That agreement lasts until April 2nd, saying that he did this out of respect for Mexican President Sheinbaum, stating that their relationship is a very good one and that the United States and Mexico are working together along the border to combat immigration and stopping fentanyl. Now, this also comes as President Trump put a 10% tariff on imports from China, and that rate has doubled to 20%. So we did want to share the very latest news with you as we continue to follow all of the developments on tariffs. We also want to share this live look with you as we are expecting Democratic senators to discuss closing the Department of Education. That briefing is set to get underway shortly. No timeline specifically that they shared with us, but we did want to let you know we are monitoring this live event, and of course we'll bring you all of those discussions once they do get underway. In the meantime, we're going to head back to our live coverage on the attempted moon landing that is set to take place in just about 30 minutes. We also want to let you know that we have this streaming on our YouTube page without commercial interruption. So if you wanted to watch all of the lunar landing coverage, you can do so without commercial breaks on our YouTube stream. We also have a number of other live Capitol hearings that are underway as well. So we're going to continue to cover this, raising the audio so we can listen in.
Compact, the system also has many redundancies and fail-safes, allowing it to recover and heal itself. We also overhaul the system software to minimize the impact of ionizing radiation that would normally cause sensitive electronics to malfunction.
The network links directly to devices in both the Lunar Outpost Map Rover and Intuitive Machines Micro Nova Hopper. For the mission to succeed, this network must be fully autonomous. It must deploy and configure itself once on the lunar surface. As the lunar rover goes about conducting experiments and the hopper goes deep within a crater, the network must also constantly make adjustments to ensure it maintains connectivity.
This is an uncrewed mission. There will be no human technician to tweak or repair the network if something goes wrong. Achieving that level of autonomy was a monumental task to undertake. Working with NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate, Nokia plans to test the first cellular network on the moon. Success will have implications far beyond this important mission.
In addition to the NASA payloads and tipping point initiatives, Lunar Outpost has another mission objective. Not only will the Lunar Outpost carry the Nokia tipping point demonstration, it will also collect lunar regolith, also known as lunar soil. Lunar Outpost and iSpace have contracts through NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate for regolith collection. When completed, the companies will provide imagery and location data of the collected material and transfer ownership to NASA.
Now, the purpose of this effort is to show that that transfer of ownership from private to public. Lunar Outpost Map rover will be on IM-2. This rover will also carry the Nokia tipping point demo we just mentioned and traverse the moon. And the company's lunar surface communications system that's from Nokia will demonstrate proximity communications between Athena, Lunar Outpost rover, and the Hopper.
The Lunar Outpost Map rover aboard the IM-2 mission will also carry a technology from the MIT Media Lab Space Exploration Initiative called Astro-Ant, which was tested through STMD's Flight Opportunities program. To change the pace of space, the Science Technology Mission Directorate's Flight Opportunities program works with industry flight providers to rapidly demonstrate promising technologies in reduced gravity and other relevant environments.
And Leah, we're just about 12 minutes from Athena starting her final approach to the lunar surface, and things are moving forward as going into an intense 11-minute main engine firing towards the lunar surface. And to this point, Athena has traveled over 700,000 kilometers up on the Viz over 8 days for this final, very risky maneuver.
Yeah, risky is right. It's no secret that landing on the moon is challenging. Countries around the world have attempted this incredible feat, with some being successful and some not. Of course, the United States has landed on the moon many times, most notably during the Apollo program. But today we're looking for the third landing by a U.S. commercial company enabled under NASA's CLPS initiative. Ahead of these important milestones, let's discuss the challenges of landing on the moon through CLPS. Take a look.
Landing on the moon is hard. We're going back. Under this Artemis program, we're going to be sending humans to the moon for the first time since Apollo. So ahead of humans, we want to get up as much science, exploration, and technology experiments as possible.
So CLPS starts facilitating a lot of the early science, the things we want to learn before we even send humans. CLPS stands for Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS.
The services part is the key element. Ordinarily, when NASA delivers a payload to the surface of the moon, they do it with a commercial partner, but NASA controls the building of the vehicle. Now, we're buying the service of delivery of our lunar payloads to the surface of the moon.
It is a delivery service, akin to a delivery service that you'd have here on Earth.
NASA will provide payloads to a commercial company. They decide how to get it to the moon. They have to develop their own lander, but they also have to manage the entire end-to-end mission.
It's meant to provide affordable, rapid, frequent access to the lunar surface through American companies.
We're funding different companies.
We have commercial companies that are competing to win task orders to deliver our payloads to the surface of the moon.
One of the goals when we started CLPS was to help establish a lunar economy.
Somebody has to do it first, and then it becomes commercially available. Then they're able to crank them up. Then they're able to make it more affordable. And so the lunar surface is just the next frontier for a commercial environment.
But we had to acknowledge up front, all the way through the highest levels of the agency leadership, that some of them will fail. These missions may not be as successful as a traditional NASA mission.
We have accepted the risk that going through this innovative approach with these commercial companies, that there could be some failures. Some of them are new companies. None of them have ever successfully landed on the surface of the moon. So they're going to learn lessons.
We need to give our vendors the opportunity to learn.
And so that'll help ultimately buy down our risk as these companies learn, okay, what does it take to actually build up the lunar lander, integrate payloads, get to the lunar surface and land safely?
They've been able to demonstrate that they have very, very good technical depth and the ability to design and execute missions. We're willing to take more shots on goal. We aren't risking human life. And in the big picture, if we're flying missions at 1/10 of the cost of a NASA mission and we fail 2 of them, we still get 8 missions for that same price.
Even with
We're watching their live NASA coverage ahead of the attempted moon landing. And we did want to let you know that we have this streaming in its entirety on our YouTube page. So if you would like to watch it without commercial interruption, we invite you to head to that YouTube page and watch it there live. We also have some streamings of a number of hearings happening on Capitol Hill. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to monitor a live event that is set to get underway in a matter of moments. This as Democratic senators are set to take to the podium to discuss the imminent closing of the Department of Education. You can see that journalists have now taken their seats, and so we are expecting to get this underway in just a matter of moments. But as we monitor that live event, we're going to head back to the lunar landing attempt coverage, as that is set to get underway in just about 20 minutes. In fact, you can see the countdown clock right there on the upper portion of your screen. We are going to be carrying that live, and so we do want to listen in, as we are just less than 20 minutes away for an attempt at a moon landing.
A little bit more about the challenges of landing on the moon, especially for these uncrewed robotic spacecraft.
Yeah, so even, you mentioned these are uncrewed, but even back in the Apollo days, the 7 times we landed on the moon, it was very, very challenging, required a whole bunch of simulations and demonstrations to get that right. And so for the uncrewed, so each lander is unique, so each is developed differently, and the harshness of the environment with no atmosphere, the dust that's going to spring up when it lands, all these conditions make it really, really hard to do it right and get it right. And so one thing I found from the Firefly from last week, all these companies know how hard it is. Their own technology, they've got to have precise propulsion and navigation systems to get them right down on the surface, and it's all automated. We're 238,000 miles away from Earth, so there's no real-time control, so that the systems have got to work perfectly together. So these companies, that they support each other, and I was starting to say we were at Firefly, and several of the other companies sent them in coffee and donuts because they know how stressful it is for the team as they're coming in for a landing to make it, and hopefully it'll go right. But it is really, really hard to make sure that all the systems are working seamlessly and perfectly, and that as they get closer and closer to the lunar surface, that the rugged terrain that they're about to land on, it all works out. And the South Pole is increasingly challenging with the very, very deep craters that are there. The low level of light and the angle of the sun make that even more challenging. So it's harsh. It's harsh.
It absolutely is, and it's just even more impressive when the teams then are able to land. Well, Janet, can you tell us how these commercial then lunar flights that are part of the agency's CLIPS initiative, how are they helping us then in our own Artemis missions when we send humans back to the moon?
Yeah, so I consider them part of the way bigger Artemis missions as we're going back to the moon and then on to Mars, that we talk about all the time. And so CLIPS, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services, I just think it's a brilliant partnership between NASA and innovative companies to come up with their own concepts and ideas and help put forth science and instruments earlier than we're going to be able to get humans on the moon. And we'll be able to learn a lot from these instruments and payloads that we're deploying. Things like, the water ice. Maybe we can find some water ice, different roving mobility techniques. Of course, looking at all the lunar resources and the drill baby drill that we're going to do on this mission. So all of that we're going to be able to apply to Artemis when we get humans back on the surface of the moon, and then as we go out to Mars. And again, I think CLIPS is a brilliant partnership. And I mentioned, I believe this administration talks about America first, and I think the way we can do it is by bringing along industry and really dominating the space, whether it's low Earth orbit, whether it's cislunar, or whether it's on the surface of the moon. I think we will continue to push boundaries and make sure that we are first and retain leadership in space.
A lot of exciting science ahead. Janet, thank you so much for joining us today. Now we'll send it back to Leah and Josh.
Thanks, Antonia. It's time to buckle up, space fans, or lean forward in your chair. We just heard the call out for 90 seconds for time of ignition for PDI. Let's go ahead and open up those operational channels so that folks at home can listen as we go in towards PDI, Leah. That's a braking burn coming out of orbit, trying to slow down about 4,000 miles per per hour.
Yeah, PDI stands for Power Descent Initiation. So this is really that final commitment that we are coming in for landing. And everything is really going to happen in rapid succession after this 11-minute burn, now just 60 seconds away. The rest of the sequence is only about 2 minutes to touchdown. Can you break that down for us, Josh?
That's right. It's going to be rather quick after we get through this PDI maneuver. You're going to hear things from call out for 45 seconds. After PDI, we'll have pitch over, HDA, vertical descent, and then landing operations. We're just now inside about 30 seconds, standing by for that time of ignition for PDI. 30 seconds.
And with 30 seconds, we are now 13 kilometers above the moon. Again, we're going to bring it back down to 10 and start that burn.
We might be
AFM is in exec mode.
I was just about to say, we're listening for exec mode here.
15
seconds.
RCS settling burn.
Settling burn. That's our attitude control system.
Ignition commanded.
Ignition and main stage.
All right, let's go ahead and start our stopwatches here.
Cameras are running.
We'll be listening for that max thrust.
AFM mode is breaking 1.
Chamber pressures look nominal.
Good calls. They're not going in at 100% here, Leah. They're going in about 90% in case they need a little bit more oomph on this braking burn.
Again, this isn't about
good control.
About an 11-minute burn, but the engine does not cut off at the end of this burn. It just continues to throttle down until we land softly on the lunar surface.
And we're listening in to hear some good confirmations of data. If you hear good confirmation of data, that means that that data is making its way to the viz, what you're watching right now on your screen. We do expect to lose some of those communications, especially during that pitch over maneuver at the end of PDI. That's when the lander will be changing its attitude and maybe those antennas aren't pointed directly back to Earth. It's something we expect, something we plan for. But one thing that's unique to the lunar south pole is what's called multipath, and that's when you have radio waves reaching their intended destination back at Earth after they're taking a different route, maybe bouncing off a crater or a ridge. So we do expect less than optimal radio signals on the surface, but that's something we have to plan for, and it's something that's reflected inside the viz here. So if the viz does lose communications, it's going to continue moving in its last estimated vector. So folks at home, you might be seeing the lander touch down on the surface, but the ultimate call of confirmation and what is happening is going to come from that mission director seat. You see it in the small box on the bottom right hand of your screen. That's Dr. Tim Crane in the mission director seat today.
Coming up on 1 minute and 45 seconds since the start of the burn, again, an 11-minute burn using the main engine aboard Athena. And if you're watching the viz and it looks like Athena is traveling parallel, essentially, to the lunar surface, that's because it is. This is a braking burn. Confirmation 2 minutes in, and a better picture on the viz that shows just
chamber pressure still nominal.
Continuing to get good calls, but the next step will be pitch over. So during that pitch over time frame, Athena will begin to upright itself and prepare to descend down to the lunar surface and also activate HDA, or hazard detection and avoidance. Can you break that down for us too?
Yeah, we touched on this at the top of the show, Leah. We are going in at about 450 meters for PDI versus our originally planned 400 meters, and that's because we had some uncertainty and variability within the recent landing measurements, going in about 50 meters higher, allowing those flight controllers to manually confirm and screen alternative measurements. But we do expect that our estimated landing time will stay closer towards that estimated 11:30 Central Time. That's 12:30 Eastern. And right now we're standing by, just about to hit 3 minutes into this burn. We're listening.
3 minutes in.
There it is. How about that? And we're listening in to hear for things about how many kilometers uprange we may be. We know this braking burn will continue to happen until about 2 kilometers from our intended landing site. Now, that intended landing site is where Athena...
Still processing good depause.
Hey, that's a good call. All right, folks at home, that depause is that delta position, meaning the lander is taking pictures in flight, and she's comparing those two pictures together to determine how much have I moved and figure out how fast did I get there in order to affirm that Athena's going in the right direction, making the right moves going forward. Another good thing about depause, we're getting good comm. So on your screen at home and you're looking at the viz, you're looking at, what is this, about 16 meters. That may be off about 16 meters. We'll stand by for a call out to confirm maybe altitude as well as distance to the landing site. But if they're getting good DPOS, they have good comm. Again, we do expect, plan, and train for a loss of comm right around the pitch over time frame, and maybe also as well as we descend towards the lunar surface, making sure that our radios and antennas are in the right config.
490 seconds left in the burn.
490 seconds left in the burn. That's code for, we've been burning for about 4 minutes, Leah. We'll stand by to try to get some more data and call-outs here, maybe some kilometers up range, as well as the mixture ratio, trying to figure out the vehicle's performance, that mixture of liquid methane and liquid oxygen going into the engine. Let's take a second and listen in to flight controllers here.
GNC 174 acknowledged.
It's a different mode inside of the guidance, navigation, and control software called out from Michaela Landivar, if I'm not mistaken.
Chamber pressures and temperatures still nominal.
Nominal temperatures. This
450 seconds left in the braking.
450 seconds left in a braking.
5 minutes in.
Code for 5 minutes in.
Again, this is a braking burn, the powered descent initiation, really committing us to our final descent. Earlier this morning, we had the DOI, or the descent orbit insertion, which got us out of lunar orbit itself. And since then, Athena has been completely autonomous. So, Josh, is there anything right now that flight controllers can still command on the spacecraft?
That's a good point. I mean, there is an autonomous process that is bringing Athena from descent orbit insertion, triggering powered descent initiation, and then through to the lunar surface. Flight controllers do have a few options to manually intervene. We talked about allowing a little bit of extra time with that additional 50 meters for PDI.
400 seconds left in braking.
400 seconds left in braking. We're almost up on 6 minutes inside of this burn. But that extra 50 meters is allowing flight controllers to manually confirm and screen alternative measurements, as we did have a little bit of uncertainty and variability with recent landing measurements. By my count, we're just crossing about 6 minutes, Leah.
That means we're
GNC
over.
175 acknowledged.
Another guidance, navigation, and control mode call out there.
We are over halfway into this 11-minute burn using.
All right, we are watching this, and we do invite you to head over to our YouTube stream to watch this in its entirety. We are going to bring you that landing when it does happen in just about 7 minutes. However, we do have some breaking news that we want to get to. Taking us out to the House floor right here, as Representative Al Green is responding to the censure vote.
And the copy that I have does not have a committee. I'm not sure it was referred to a committee. It may have come straight to the floor. But regardless as to how it arrived, it did. And I'm not contesting the procedure. The resolution reads, censuring Representative Al Green of Texas. Whereas on March 4, 2025, during the joint session of Congress, convened pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 11, the President of the United States, speaking at the invitation of the House and the Senate, had his remarks interrupted by the representative from Texas, Mr. Green. Whereas the conduct of the representative from Texas disrupted the proceedings of the joint address and was a breach of proper conduct. And whereas, after numerous disruptions, the representative from Texas had to be removed from the chamber by the sergeant at arms. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1, Representative Al Green be censured. 2, Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And 3, Representative Al Green is censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. Some things bear repeating. That concludes the resolution. But some things bear repeating. I respect the Speaker. I have no ill feelings toward the Speaker. None toward the persons that escorted me away from the floor, because I did disrupt. And I did so because the President indicated that he had a mandate. And I wanted him to know that he didn't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. I did this because Medicaid is the only insurance many people have in this country. I am blessed. As I stand here now, there's a physician waiting. If something should happen, I will be taken to that physician. I have the best health care in the world. There are other people who have less than I. I would have them have what I have. But I surely will not stand by and see them lose what little they do have. Medicaid is for people who don't have the kind of health care that 435 members of Congress and 100 members of the Senate have. But they do have some health care. It has been approved by legislation that the Energy and Commerce Committee would cut $880 billion from their budget. The overwhelming majority of that budget has to do with health care. I see no way for this cut to take place without cutting into Medicaid. I am going to fight the cutting of Medicaid. I hope that this comment, this message that I'm giving today will deter them and cause them to go a different way. Then they can say, we were never going to do it. Al Green just had this false notion. Well, let me have it. Don't cut Medicaid. It's all they have. This is the richest country in the world. Mr. Musk has doctors. He will get the best health care. Let him understand that he should be on my side. He should be on the side of the people who need this health care. He has the ear of the president. Mr. Musk, speak to him. He listens to you. But for the grace of God, dear brother, you could be on Medicaid. You've just been blessed. Don't assume that it's your intellect that has caused you all of these great blessings that you've received. You've just been blessed beyond measure. Speak to the president and tell him that Medicaid ought not be cut. But I continue. I interrupted. I was said to be in need of sanctions. I came to the floor today, and while the speaker was reading, I recalled what happened in the 60s. I recalled when we were faced with adverse circumstances. We would sing a song that would inspire and encourage us to move forward with alacrity. The words were, "We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday." Deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. That was an act of incivility. Why, Al Green, would you come to the well before your colleagues in the world and commit an act of incivility? Here is why. Because when the President of the United States, right there at that podium, addressed the members of Congress, Democrats seated on this side, seated, many of them saying nothing, the President of the United States looked upon them, pointed toward them, and said, I quote, and said, "Lunatics, the President of the United States at a joint session of Congress called members of Congress lunatics.
I did want to bring you at least a portion of Representative Al Green's response to the House censure vote. However, we are less than 2 minutes out to some other major news as a commercial lander is now set to land on the moon's surface. We are less than 2 minutes out towards that happening. We're going to once again raise the audio so we can listen in.
Again, we are standing by, monitoring the viz just as you are at home, along with Nova Control.
We are approaching approximately the time that we estimated Athena would touch down on the surface. We did hear a call out for a Quasonics LOS. That is our radio system, something we expect to happen at pitchover. That's prior to a vertical descent and terminal descent. That latest data,
how are we doing on signal?
Is what you're seeing on the viz. Why don't we go?
We currently are getting our uplink through Hemi 2, and we have a healthy AGC value, so our uplink is coming in strong for Talas. And then for our downlink, we have a strong EBNO at 17 on John Healey, and we are currently not seeing our Quasonics. So we are in Quasonics LOS.
All right, that's a Quasonics.
See our signal strong on the spectrum for Talos. I'm not seeing our Quasonics on our spectrum as of yet.
FM, what mode are we in?
We approach 17. That's the last we've seen.
All right, so that's up on one radio, and they do have a loss of signal in the second.
Fido, I'm looking at the SenseXL. Do you see the SenseXL reading?
Let me look.
That's the mission director detecting see if
I
the
am
lander.
seeing SenseXL 1G.
So that was the mission director, Tim Crane, trying to figure out what is the vehicle sensing. It has two inertial measurement units on board. You can think of those as your inner ear. So when he's asking what is the sensed acceleration, that's what he's asking for, is what is that inertial measurement unit, that inner ear detecting as far as acceleration.
Again, as we've mentioned, the viz here is just an interpretation of landing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and stay on Nova Control. Looks like the viz is hovering. We can't.
Prop, what are you seeing on the engine?
The engine is still in idle at min thrust. We are still seeing chamber pressure.
So we're getting good data. We heard that we have one radio up, one radio loss of signal. We just heard that we have
seen guidance's solution for time to go as increasing, just indicating to me that it is the onboard nav state is not decreasing in altitude.
The good news, the HRN laser is now ready to fire.
So we heard that we have one good radio sending down data, one that has losses signal. We have prop
standing by with a manual command for landed ops.
Yep.
No recommendation at this time.
Yep, we have prop telling us that we have good data. That was someone just commanding. We heard exec mode to go into this firing mode, and someone standing by to get into our landed ops mode. I'll wait for Dr. Crane to confirm here. But if we're pulling down data, we'll see how this goes. Looks like Tim's about ready to jump on the loop and sort out what we saw on the viz versus what the folks inside of Mission Control are seeing on their monitors. It's a good reminder, too, this public channel that we're listening to here in the studio, Leah, and what people are listening to at home, at the landing party at Lone Star Flight Museum.
All right, folks. I'm showing that we are sensing lunar acceleration. So we're on the surface. Let's evaluate.
All right, let's continue to evaluate. I hear we do have a picture from a portion of the descent. Is that right over there? All right, so that's a picture during braking about 10 kilometers up from the lunar surface that we do have while we wait for a little more information.
We can confirm the engine is still running and therefore needs to be upright. If we were in a different configuration, the engine would have snuffed.
Okay, so we have confirmation. I believe that was from Con that says the engine's still running. This picture you're looking at, the 10 kilometers up during that braking burn, that powered descent initiation, that long burn that brought us 4,000 miles per hour braking burn. Incredible shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well.
All right, there's another view there. Looks like from this panel, we're looking at the garage. So that's Lunar Outpost Map Rover inside of that square right there, Leah. And this looks like it's probably about the same altitude, maybe about 10 meters above the surface. And one more here for everyone. It's about the same altitude there, maybe a little bit more exposure, but these
camera's still running in HRN mode.
These photos came down for us just a few moments ago. Wanted to share those before we jump back into mission control as flight controllers are looking at this dynamic situation and learning.
Yeah, go ahead and put us in landed ops. It looks like we're down. We need to evaluate that situation, and I'd like to get a picture.
As they say, picture didn't happen.
Hello,
so Dr. Crane's onto it right there. A couple things here, Leah.
FM3402 was acknowledged. AOS on Thales.
What we're hearing in our ears and what folks at home are listening to are not the only channels.
Check your systems.
That mission controllers are working on. It's an engine shutdown notice. We'll see what comes out of this. But they are all on different loops having separate conversations. So all the information that we have, that folks have at home, isn't necessarily the exact vibe inside the room. So we'll stand by and listen in to see what we have here. I did hear Dr. Crane call out that they are getting readings for lunar acceleration.
We're moving to the post-landing core procedure.
All right, Spark, I'm going to start shutting some stuff off as soon as we can.
So you're listening in there, and it does appear as though this is a successful moon landing, I should say. I also want to let you know that we are airing this in its entirety on our YouTube page. So as we step away for a 2-minute break, we invite you to head over there to continue this live coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I do want to head back to the NASA coverage talking about a lunar landing.
Tight and continue to watch this problem and challenges unfold inside of mission control. Each one going through, finding this challenge, each one getting solved here. It sounds like they're still working through venting the engine system.
So let's power off the Quasonics until we get a handle on what antenna we're going to pipe it through.
Copy. Quasonics is currently in idle mode.
Good enough, thank you.
Quasonics, that's our radio. There's 2 radio systems on the lander. It sounds like when we talk about that vehicle health status, we heard some things for prop. Vehicle health status includes being in a power positive state.
Spark 636 acknowledged.
So we are communicating, commanding the lander, and getting acknowledgments back that the lander is behaving as expected. So putting those things together while we wait for confirmation from Dr. Crane. We have an engine that is shut down. We are venting the engine.
Spark 637 acknowledged.
We are getting acknowledged commands from the lander. Standing by for confirmation from Dr. Crane.
And just a recap of some of the timelines so far today. We had power descent initiation start about 25 minutes ago.
FM 3406 acknowledged.
Power descent initiation is the braking burn that really committed us to coming down to our landing site today. We were targeting landing at about 11:30 a.m. Central Time, so about 10 minutes ago now. Again, still just standing by for some confirmation from the teams in Nova Control and hopefully a picture that shows the status of Athena on the lunar surface. Landing site today is Mons Mouton. It is the furthest south target for any landing up into this point.
And pretty credible images we just went through. You know, for those to come down during
Spark 638 acknowledged.
During that landing sequence, showing during that deceleration burn, just about 10 meters, I believe that was, over the surface for those images. Let's see who we have in there. Yep, down towards the bottom right-hand side.
Spark 639 acknowledged.
Of your screen. We keep hearing those acknowledgments of the vehicle receiving our commands as we stand by for the real deciding factor here. Never a dull moment, Leah.
We did hear that they were going into
Spark 640 acknowledged.
Commanded landed ops. So can you walk us through some of what that means? I know that includes safing the engine as well.
Right, so there's different modes that we need to command, right? At the beginning of PDI, we hear the command for exec mode, all right?
Spark 641 acknowledged.
That's executing the burn maneuver, right? When we switch over into landed ops, it's a different setting on the lander in order for us to go through those steps, safing the vehicle first and foremost, that liquid methane, liquid oxygen engine.
Yep, bring it down. Also, FM, I'd like a recommendation on whether or not we keep Talos 1 up or if we bring it down.
It's going to be a decision on up and down for radios based on
bring it down for now. We're taking the same pictures.
I would not recommend powering down Talos.
He did say pictures.
He did say pictures, yes. So hoping to see the status of Athena on the lunar surface soon. We were initially expecting pictures would take a couple of hours to come down as the flight teams prioritized downloading data and safing the vehicle, but this will help us better understand the configuration of the lander.
Spark 642 acknowledged.
Every time we hear Michaela come on the tunes
Porter,
there.
can you zoom in on this view? Actually, give me the spacecraft view.
Spark 644 acknowledged.
Getting all these acknowledgments coming through.
No, take task down.
All right, we're going to see here. Looks like Tim's
Star
going to
tracker's down.
Keep powering down things that we're not using anymore. Mission director looks like he's looking up at the screen. Maybe they're looking at a little bit of data that we do not have in front of us. Still standing by for confirmation. But we've heard a few steps go through the process, venting the lander system, hopefully pulling down data inside of mission control, confirming Athena's status on the surface. And then finally, it sounds like we've heard a couple mentions of pictures. We've shown a couple from that descent stage, and we're just going to keep standing by, looking.
So you're hearing there from NASA as they are standing by for confirmation of a successful moon landing, stating that they're also waiting for some photos. As we do await this, we're going to take this opportunity to take another 2-minute break, although you can head to our YouTube page to watch this in its entirety. We're heading right back to the live coverage of the moon landing attempt.
During flight, we're in landed ops. Now we're just standing by to hear what the full situation is. About 16 and a half minutes since nominal landing time, and a little over 31 minutes since Athena commanded her final engine burn.
Spark
PDI.
651 acknowledged.
Like you said, Josh, we are communicating.
Order, go ahead and turn on the displays for all the antennas.
We're
Okay,
communicating.
so you're going to see everyone looking up at the screen here. So when they're calling back to order, that's actually
Spark 652
in the
acknowledged.
back left of the bottom right monitor. They're changing screens inside the room. Situational awareness television up front, right in front of the mission director. You just asked to pull up the antenna configurations, trying to figure
Spark 653 acknowledged.
which one's pointing back toward Earth, which might be the best one to use. Towards the top of the show and during PDI, when things got a little spicy, we talked about multipath, Leah, and that's something that we expect to happen on the South Pole. It's something we learned from during IM-1, quite frankly, with Odie. Being on the surface and radio waves taking multiple paths to get to the same destination. Multipath exists down on the lunar surface just because there are so many different ways. And during IM-1, we were sending out signals that were bouncing off the surface, bouncing off of craters, and making their way back to Earth. We took I think it was a Saturday and a Sunday. Eventually, Odysseus ended up breaking a leg and then laying down gently on the surface. But that communications does create a problem between multipath and learning about those things. Inside of Intuitive Machines' Lunar Data Network, it's comprised of ground stations all over the globe. The largest one of them
being... Good work so far. What else we got?
The largest one's down in Australia. That is the Parkes Observatory. They call her Miri Yang down there, but that really is what helped us pick up those weak radio signals for IM-1. That's not the dish we're on right now, but it seems like we do have a great connection from the vehicle. I believe that dish we're using right now is GHY6 in Boone Hilly, but I don't have that confirmation right in front of me.
AD, this is Prop. Can you confirm what is getting powered down?
Everything we can right now, Prop.
Copy.
They're powering down these systems aboard the lander because it does take quite a bit of energy to land, but we did hear good confirmation that we are also generating power.
Yeah, all these commands that are going to Spark. Spark is code for avionics, right? It's where our power is being allocated on the lander. And we've heard a lot of confirmations of things being turned off. We heard Dr. Crane say we are generating solar power. At last check, we heard Mission Director call out to look at the antenna configuration on the room's situational awareness model screen, and we're still standing by to see where this is going to go.
Yes, power down the cosonics until we're ready to use it.
About 20 minutes now since our intended landing time today. Again, we were expecting that around 11:30 a.m. Central. Teams in the room in Nova Control, that's here at Intuitive Machines in Houston, Texas, just down the street from Johnson Space Center, continuing to evaluate the status of the spacecraft. Continuing to communicate with the spacecraft itself. And just waiting for potentially a photo that would help us confirm its orientation.
I'm just going to wait one and listen in for a couple cues coming into the studio here. Bear with us, folks. Thanks again, folks, for joining us for the IM-2 mission's landing coverage. I want to go over a few things we do have coming into the studio, into our ear, that we can confirm while the folks are working inside of Mission Control on their own challenges. But a couple things that we do have that we can confirm. Athena is on the surface of the moon. The team is going through the process of powering down systems that are not required. We heard the mission director call out that we do have solar charging, so we continue to hear them in our ear that they're turning off different systems that are not required. We are working to figure out the orientation of the vehicle, which is important because those are our antenna systems that will determine how much signal we're going to have and when we can start bringing down things like vehicle health data and other images that can help us to confirm. But we are communicating with the vehicle. We've heard throughout our intended landing time, through now different call outs, making it to the vehicle. We have direct communications contact, and we would tend to bring out some more information as we continue to assess this dynamic situation inside of Mission Control. We intend to have a press conference at 3 o'clock Central Time. That's 4 o'clock Eastern. We'll do it right over at Johnson Space Center, Leah.
That's right. Thanks for joining us today.
And we'll have plenty of other information if anything else comes out on our website, as well as our X feed to keep everyone up to date. Thanks for joining us, folks.
So that was live coverage right there, as we just received confirmation that the Athena lunar lander has now landed on the moon surface. They were hoping to get some photos. That hasn't happened yet, and we were hearing live from the folks right there stating that there are a number of issues that the control room is now working on. Any new updates, any new developments, any new photos, we will bring them to you. We are going to take this opportunity to take our final 2-minute break of the hour, continuing more live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinyu. We are going to head now to this live look right here out of the White House as we do see a number of microphones there. It is not yet known exactly who is going to be speaking, but this does come as President Trump has lifted most of the tariffs on Mexico, stating that he had a very good conversation with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum earlier today. So we do see that this is getting underway right here. And of course, we will bring that to you as soon as someone steps up from the podium. Meanwhile, we're going to head back live to the House floor. It has resumed after Representative Al Green was censured by the House. My colleague Karel Lahara is going to be there on the other side of this to guide you through a number of hours of live events.
To the orders being given by party leadership. But it got particularly disturbing when the president recognized a number of heroic Americans who were present. And we had our colleagues refused to stand and applaud for a volunteer firefighter who provided a home to 40 foster children, to the victim of a deep fake who has become an advocate for other victims, to the family of Lake and Riley, to the family of Jocelyn Nungare, to a heroic Border Patrol agent, to the widow of an officer who was killed in the line of duty, to a 13-year-old survivor of brain cancer, such an inspiring young man, to a young man admitted to West Point, to a history teacher who has finally been brought home after being a political prisoner in Russia for 14 years, and to the family of Corey Comparatore. Each and every time the president recognized one of these individuals in the gallery, there was a premeditated refusal to stand and acknowledge them. And we know that they know how to do it during President Biden's State of the Unions, which, by the way, his last one was one of those caustic, partisan speeches I've ever seen, where he repeatedly compared himself to his predecessor, that is, his political opponent at the time. Dozens of times they stood and applauded. And by the way, on our side, for a lot of those times, we didn't stand and applaud because he was saying partisan things or things we disagreed with. But when he said things that we agreed with, I would stand and others on my side would stand as well. When he spoke to unifying ideas about what makes our country great, we would stand and applaud. When he highlighted people who were deserving of commendation, we would stand and applaud. And yet the contrast could not have been starker in President Trump's speech and the reaction to it here in the chamber on Tuesday. And I think that's really unfortunate because Americans of all party affiliations, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green Party, whatever the case may be, repeatedly say in overwhelming numbers that the political divisions in this country are a serious problem. I believe it's weakening us as a country. And I think we need to find opportunities to come together. We need to be looking for common ground. And the fact that you had one side that came into Tuesday's speech intent on finding no common ground whatsoever is a very unfortunate thing. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I formally requested that FBI Director Kash Patel open an investigation into California high-speed rail. My letter to Director Patel reads as follows. Well, I know that many issues are competing for your time. One issue that deserves your attention is California's high-speed rail project. Nearly 17 years ago, California and the United States were sold on the dream of high-speed rail in California. Originally projected to cost $33 billion and scheduled to be completed by 2020, that dream has become a nightmare. According to the California High-Speed Rail Authority's own estimates, the total project cost has now ballooned by over $100 billion above that original estimate. Moreover, California's auditor reports that the High-Speed Rail Authority will miss its latest 2033 deadline without having completed a single segment of the track. Indeed, the New York Times reported that according to, quote, projections widely used by engineers and project managers, the train could not be completed in this century. This malfeasance leads to questions that transcend mere incompetence. How is it possible to have spent over $13 billion without a single station opening? Where have these funds gone? Who benefited? Because the project has consumed billions in federal funding, the FBI has both the authority and, I would argue, the responsibility to pursue these questions and deliver answers to the American people. The Public Integrity Division is uniquely qualified to root out any corruption, recover stolen funds, and restore confidence that our tax dollars...
We're listening here to Congress members speaking on the House floor, but we are seeing White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking outside of the White House.
To Hamas directly last night, and Mr. Witkoff brought the hostages to the White House, to the Oval Office yesterday. The president met with them, and Mr. Witkoff did as well. So I wanted to give Steve an opportunity to take some of your questions. Obviously, we ask you reserve questions about non-foreign policy topics for him. That's his wheelhouse, and we'll let you guys take some questions, but I think he has some words to share with you as well.
Hi, everybody. So we had a wonderful day with the hostages yesterday. We had them for breakfast, spent a bunch of time with them, and then, of course, they got the treat of a lifetime. They got to spend some time with President Trump. And we thought it was going to be a short period of time because his day was busy, but he ended up spending about an hour with them, with each of the hostages. Pictures, and he spent a lot of time listening to their stories about what happened for them in captivity, and he was clearly emotional about it, as anybody would be. We had other people in the Oval Office as well, and I think that they felt a really great sense of catharsis, that they got to tell the president about their experience, talk about other hostages who they spent time with while they were in captivity and the need to get them all home, and that led to his truth last night. So I describe it as a very, very important day for them. I think they all went home feeling that they got a great sense of closure, at least in part. So,
Steve, what is the deadline for Hamas to release all the hostages or else? And secondly, I want to ask you about your trip on Tuesday to Vienna.
So I would say to you that the president was pretty blunt. It's time for Hamas to start acting in a responsible and reasonable way. And we don't think that they have been doing that.
Mr. Whitmer, can we ask about the negotiations with Hamas? With Rubio and Walz, what do you expect to come out of that meeting? What would a successful meeting look like?
Well, President Zelenskyy sent a letter to the president. I think the president thought that it was a really good, positive first step. And from that, we're now in discussions to coordinate a meeting with the Ukrainians in Riyadh or even potentially Jeddah. So the city's moving around a little bit, but it will be Saudi Arabia. And I think the idea is to get down a framework for a peace agreement and an initial ceasefire as well.
Steve Holland.
Okay.
direct discussions with Hamas. הנה, שואלים עכשיו דוריה על השיחות הישירות עם חמאס.
Well, Eden Alexander is very important to us, as all the hostages are, but Eden Alexander is an American, and he's injured. And so he's a top priority for us. And Adam Bowler is, as you know, the special envoy in charge of hostages, and he's had conversations. We feel that Hamas has not been forthright with us, and it's time for them to be forthright with us. And Eden Alexander would be a very important show. And so we'll see how they're going to react. The president has issued a statement about what's acceptable to him and what's not. And hopefully we'll see some good conduct next week, and I'll be able to go in there and have discussions.
So are you still hoping for a phase 2? Is the three-phase kind of agreement framework still in place, or did the president's social kind of come in there?
Well, I would say that the president basically was saying, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think it's fairly clear he was saying, I've had enough. Like, there's a lot of mistreatment. There's a lot of conversation among these hostages about the deprivation that they went through, about murders that they saw. And I think that the president listened to it, absorbed it, and said, it's unacceptable. I'm not going to tolerate this type of behavior.
So what does that mean for phase 2 negotiations?
I don't think I don't think, as the president has said before, I don't think you alert everybody how you're going to negotiate, or what your reaction's going to be.
Steve.
But I wouldn't test President Trump.
Steve,
what is the bottom line? What happens when, and what's the bottom line for President Trump, and what happens? Does the U.S. authorize someone to take action, or does the U.S. take action?
Well, I think it's unclear exactly what's going to happen. I think there's going to be some action taken. It could be jointly with the Israelis. It's unclear right now, but I think Hamas has an opportunity to act reasonably, to do what's right, and then to walk out. They're not going to be a part of a government there. Everybody understands that, and that is implicit in the May 27th protocol agreement pursuant to which these negotiations are happening. So I think they have to understand that, and if they understand that, then they get a path to leave.
Including military action?
I don't.
A lot of hostages' families in Israel are concerned that if the focus changes to only American hostages, that will leave Israeli hostages, non-Americans behind. What can you say to them? And also, regarding the negotiations, would going back to military options in Gaza, is that something that is on the table, even though it can put hostages at risk?
So I would say to you, Yuna, that yesterday there were 2 American hostages in the room, and there were 7 other Israelis. So lives matter to the Trump administration. All lives matter to him. And he was focused on all lives. So
Steve, just a question. The negotiations with Hamas, exactly how long have they been going? Have you spoken with Hamas about anything other than possibly destruction of Gaza? And finally, with Ukraine, is the president satisfied with the outreach that he made from President Zelenskyy?
So I have not met with Hamas, but my understanding is that any discussions with Hamas have been recent. Not 3 weeks has been reported, but a couple of days, and that's well within the ambit of the special envoy. In fact, that's his job. His job is to get these people home. We help in that effort, so I commend him for doing that. Adam cares about lives, as everybody should be, and the hostage families are, I think, grateful for it, and so is President Trump.
You said there was a framework on Tuesday for Ukraine. Will the minerals deal be signed then on Tuesday?
Well, I think Zelenskyy has offered to sign it, and we'll see if he follows through.
Steve, can I follow up?
Mr. Witkoff, can I ask about, yesterday the hostages came and they met President Trump. President Trump yesterday posted writing Shalom Hamas, hello and goodbye. And what does it mean exactly? And can you tell us, how did you feel yesterday with the hostages at the Oval Office? It was such an amazing meeting. He heard their stories. You really asked them to tell their stories. And can you tell us if you think that you'd like to go through with the second phase of the deal?
I think he felt the awesome responsibility of this office. And I think he listened to 9 human beings who had been held in captivity in some really difficult circumstances say to him, thank God for you. Thank God for your election. Thank God, because each and every one of them, to a person, not scripted, said, but for him, they would not be there today. And they were grateful for their families. And you know, in the Jewish religion, save a life, you save 1,000 lives. The president was there listening to 9 people say that each of them view their lives as being saved by him. They talked about how they heard about his election, and they were uplifted. They were in these dark, dank caverns, 200 feet below the surface of the earth, never having any hope. And when they heard he was elected, They were ebullient. They had never felt like they were elated, waiting for him, because they knew he was going to help them get rescued. So it was a really emotional experience for him and for me and everybody who was in that Oval Office yesterday. Caroline was there too, and you can ask her. It was deeply moving yesterday.
Will there be a phase two? Will there be a phase two?
What about the phase 2 of the deal?
Well, I think that's the discussion. The discussion today, whether look, people define it as an extension of phase 1 or phase 2. For me, I don't really care what we call it. What we call it is, are we going to have a resolution? Are we going to have a peace deal? Are we going to get all of those hostages home, which is the aim of the Trump administration? And that's going to require some good, reasonable, humanitarian action on the part of Hamas. And it's time for them, I think, to gain some political capital and show that they're capable of doing that.
Will Israel have to end the war? Will Israel have to withdraw?
Is there a deadline for the talks? Is there a date with which you say, if we don't make any progress after that date, then we go back fighting?
I think there definitely is such a date, but I'm not at liberty to discuss what that is.
Steve, what do you mean by joint Israeli actions? Can you describe
Well,
that?
we're a guarantor of the process, right? It's the Israelis who control Gaza today, and it's the Israelis, and the counterparty is Hamas. And so I think any action really principally comes from the Israelis. But you heard the president say yesterday, he's giving the Israelis anything they need. So it's the Israelis, but with very, very strong physical and emotional support from the United States of America.
Steve, can I ask?
I don't mean to.
I ask you about the meeting with the Ukrainians next week. Is there anything specific they can bring to the table there that would allow a resumption of the military aid and the sharing of intelligence?
Well, I think those are all decisions of the president, but I think he felt that Zelensky's letter was a very positive first step. There was an apology. There was an acknowledgement that the United States has done so much for the country of Ukraine, and a sense of gratitude. I think that's the biggest deal, right? Like, we've supported that country, and I think it's important when you support somebody that that person comes back and acknowledges that and says, you know, how is it that we should be? It's not just some sort of unilateral way of processing these things.
So it's possible that could all be resumed after the meeting?
Well, I think we're going there to meet, presumably. I think it'll be a good meeting. I really do believe that. Hopefully that'll be a good signal to the Russians, because they have been proactive too in wanting to get something done here. And I think that's what the president, that's who he is. He's a peace through strength president. The best wars are the wars that never have to get fought. And so if we can solve this and not fight anymore and save lives, that's the aim of President Trump.
In the absence of U.S. One more, Jackie. Last question. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. approve of U.S. allies continuing to share U.S. intelligence with Ukraine?
Well, I read this morning that there might be a suspension of it. So I'm really not sure about that. I'm not sure where we are with John Radcliffe and the DNI, but I would think at some point, hopefully we get things back on track with the Ukrainians and everything resumes. That's what I would hope for.
Will the United States now negotiate with any group that takes American hostages?
So we heard from the ministry and Russia, and they are waiting for the U.S. team to be named. Do we have a timeline and when that could happen, and who will be involved in that process?
We've been in discussions with the National Security Advisor this morning about who that named team will be. We've reached out to the Russians. We'll let the Ukrainians know as well, and so before we get there, that'll all be a part of it.
Sir, will the U.S. now engage with any terrorist group that takes American hostages?
Well, I think if you're asking about the reach out that you read about, I think it was the responsibility of the special envoy to actually have conversation and see if anything can be achieved. Unfortunately, what we learned is that Hamas told us they were going to be thinking about it a certain way, and they weren't. So I think that's important information for us to have, and so came the tweet from the president, which is, your behavior is unacceptable. You need to clean up your behavior, and that's where we stand as a government.
Is there no concern that the direct engagement could encourage other?
I don't know whether it was a direct engagement or not. It could have been through a go-between. I just know that the messaging was, we want to see these hostages come home. We're not going to sit here, do nothing, and tolerate these kind of inhumane conditions. They've lived in a terrible situation. By the way, who keeps dead bodies? Who does that? Who keeps people chained up downstairs? Who murders in front of other hostages? What's happened here is intolerable, and it's not going to be tolerated by President Trump.
Steve, can I clarify your last answer? Are you saying that what's been paused is just U.S. intelligence direct to Ukraine, or that there was also a pause on the allies sharing intelligence?
I was simply saying, Jackie, that I can't comment on specifically what was paused.
Does the president see any difference?
The President Emmanuel Macron has floated a one-month pause on long-range strikes with Ukraine and Russia. Do you think this is something that Russia would accept?
We're talking to the French. I can't tell you what specific proposals have been put on the table.
Will President Zelenskyy be allowed back or be invited back to the White House?
I think that the president has said that there's a path back, and President Zelenskyy has demonstrated that he's intent on that good faith path back. He's apologized. He said he's grateful. He said that he wants to work towards peace. By the way, that's ultimately the goal here. President Trump is an outcome-oriented man. He wants a good outcome, and a good outcome is peace, no more death, and a better world.
Does the president see any difference between the
ceasefire hostage deal that the previous administration put together in terms of the framework? You said it wasn't such a wonderful deal. Can you just confirm, without going into those details, that you're still working off of that framework, or are you negotiating that as well?
Well, the May 27th protocol is the framework. That's what that whole deal was predicated based on that May 27th framework. And what I said was that deal presumed that it would take 5 years to reconstruct Gaza. And so the Saudis, when they talked about normalization, were working on a 5-year program. Gazans, thinking about coming back, thought that they would go back to their homes in 5 years. And I simply am saying that that's a delusion, and that we need to level set the facts so that people can make proper decisions based on the realities. Now you saw a Wall Street Journal article about 10 days ago that said it's 15 to 20 years. So they're finally beginning to agree that people don't belong back there. It's a really dangerous environment for children, for anybody. Unexploded munitions, all kinds of latent ways to get hurt there. So we're level setting the facts. We understand what the conditions are, and we're going to make proper decisions, master planning, so forth and so on, for every stakeholder's benefit, with a lot of input based on the realities.
Does the president see any difference between, or different priorities between, returning the American hostages and the others from Gaza?
I think the president cares about all lives. That's what he cares about.
So he wants to let them out together, all of them?
I mean, of course, an American is going to be a priority for him. And by the way, in Edon Alexander's case, this young man was injured. And that's part of it, too, part of the calculus. We know, okay, that he's living in extreme circumstances. And so, but I think the president cares equally about Israelis as he would about a Russian captive, as he would about somebody from the Philippines. We've gotten releases across the board because the president cares about saving lives. He's just a good human being who and he knows he has the power to generate this type of thing.
Is there any discussion, Steve, about making defensive weapons available to Ukraine? The civilian populations in Ukraine left vulnerable because of missile strikes by Russia, by drone strikes into Russia. Is that a concern to the president?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The question simply is about making defensive weapons available to Ukraine. I realize there's a pause right now, but defensive weapons can protect civilian populations.
Well, we've been giving them plenty, but I think the larger discussion for us is to get a peace deal done. We want to see peace. We want to see peace in the Middle East. Well, I should say the president wants to see peace, and we follow our commander-in-chief. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want to see it in Ukraine. We want to see it all over the world. And we think all of these all of these conflicts can be settled, and we're proving it every single day.
Mr. Wickoff, do we assume that you are talking also with the Iranians to bring U.S. detainees there?
I'm not talking to the Iranians directly, and I have no knowledge of anyone in the U.S. government talking to them right now.
You're coming to Saudi Arabia. Will you visit Israel or other countries in the region also to talk about the ceasefire and release of hostages?
I always like visiting Israel, Yuna.
But are you planning? Is there something planned to come?
I think we're in conversations with the Israelis every single day. They're our strategic partner. We view them as critical to the process. We think that Prime Minister Netanyahu has done an exceptional job. I work directly with Ron Dermer every single day, talk to him multiple times a day. And as needed, we're going to travel to Israel. I basically commute to the Middle East. That's my job for the president. So
will you visit after Saudi Arabia and Israel or before?
I think I'm going to be in 4 countries next week, and we have to determine the sequencing of it.
Steve, can you just be real clear? Can you just be real clear about, you talked about the U.S.-Israel potential partnership if this doesn't work out with Hamas. Does that mean military action?
I can't say. Steve, and I think it would be not tactical to discuss what that game plan is.
What's your stance about Donald Alexander, the American hostage? What do you hear from Hamas about Donald Alexander, the American hostage? We know about Donald Alexander, the American hostage. We know it's important for President Trump and for you.
Well, I think we want Idan back, but we want Niria, we want everybody back. We want them all back. I mean, we estimate 22, maybe 24 live bodies, and we want them all back. And we want the bodies back, too. These parents who know that their children are gone or their relatives are gone, they need those bodies back. They need closure. They need to go and bury their children properly. And so we want the dead bodies back, and we want the live bodies back.
Is it your impression that the Netanyahu government is willing
to release all the hostages eventually?
I'm sorry?
Do you think that you can convince Israel and Hamas, of course, to release the hostages to do the deal?
Well, I think Israel feels as we do. Israel feels that they want to save lives. They do. And hopefully that's possible through dialogue. And that's the point. We're prepared to have dialogue. But if the dialogue doesn't work, then the alternative is not such a good alternative for Hamas.
There's another area of concern in Lebanon.
What's your comment on the Egyptian proposal to Gaza, the counteroffer to the president's plan on Gaza?
I just finished reading it. There's a lot of compelling features to it. We need more discussion about it, but it's a good faith first step from the Egyptians. And I think the larger point is that President Trump is now encouraging what he's talking about in Gaza, is now encouraging other people in the Middle Eastern world to present proactive proposals for what we might consider. And that's what we're doing. We're considering
allowing Palestinians to remain in Gaza. Is the president okay with that?
We're evaluating everything there, so it's a little bit early to comment. We've just gotten the proposal.
They would never accept European peacekeeping troops. What is the White House response to that?
I'm sorry?
Russia says they would never accept peacekeeping troops, including European peacekeeping troops.
Well, I never heard that. I heard NATO, and that's a discussion. But I think, again, I don't want to comment on the specifics there. I think we're making, we've got a lot of good buy-in from the Russians and a lot of good buy-in now from the Ukrainians. And that's the really most important thing, right? To bring two sides together, to constantly narrow the gap. This is President Trump's negotiating strategy. Let's narrow the gaps, and then let's figure out how to finally finish it and bring the president in.
Does the president understand the concerns of European leaders about their security, given his push to close those gaps as quickly as he's doing them?
Of course he does. He had meetings with Macron in the Oval Office, with Stammer. So he's listening intently. They're stakeholders here. It's important to them, and it's important to him how they feel. So he's listening intently. But first and foremost, we had to get to the Ukrainians, get them back, right? Get them back in a different place, and their talking piece now. And the Russians too.
Thank you. Mr. Wickoff has been very generous with his time today. I know everybody's very interested. We have to go inside.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Russia mediating with Iran?
Listening there to an unexpected live press conference featuring the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He walked out of the White House alongside Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. They were discussing the situation and the ongoing negotiations in Gaza between Israel and Hamas. Now, remember that on Wednesday, President Trump did issue what he said was the last warning to Hamas after meeting with 8 former hostages. The White House, meanwhile, confirming that it had held unprecedented direct talks with the militant group, which Israel and Western countries view as a terrorist organization. Now, Hamas on Thursday brushed off President Trump's latest threat and reiterated that it will only free the remaining Israeli hostages in exchange for a lasting ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. You were taking a live look there out of Jerusalem and Israel. As we step away for our first commercial break of this hour, we have many more live events to get to. So stick with us. Welcome back, and thank you for being with us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Karal Lahara. I'll be with you throughout the next couple of hours, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories, showcasing, of course, live events from around the world. We're heading over to Louisiana at this moment as we're seeing a couple of secretaries from President Trump's administration there. You could see Secretary Burgum there in the background, but they are in Louisiana discussing some energy priorities going forward. Let's watch.
He and Doug, I don't mean to just kind of, I think he's the smartest man on the planet. I really do. The guy's an engineer. He's unbelievable. And he really is. And he is one half of the best team in America that is going to help make America the dominant country when it comes to energy in the world. Chris Wright.
Woo. America is back. You, all of you here today, are bringing America back, making us greater and making us stronger. I could not be more humbled and proud to stand among you today. God bless what you do today and what you do every day. I want to also thank President Trump. He worked tirelessly, even putting his own life at risk, to go back to Washington to become our president again, to bring common sense back to Washington, D.C. It had all left the city. He brought back common sense with a simple agenda. Unleash American energy, unleash American business, and unleash the American spirit. And I see it here today with all of you. He's from the East Coast. He's a real estate developer, but instinctually, he gets energy. He knows that energy is not one sector of the economy, it's the sector of the economy that enables everything else. Everything else. I want to thank the governor of Louisiana. Look, these giant projects like this, they're not getting built in California, where I lived many years. They're not getting built in a lot of places. This takes leadership and boldness. This governor of Louisiana has allowed a flourishing in the Louisiana Gulf Coast and across the state. Louisiana today exports more LNG than every state in the United States. This is number one. That bar is going to be raised even higher because in the next several years, Louisiana will become a larger exporter of liquefied natural gas than any nation on earth. You could be your own country and be number one. Venture Global, as we heard from Mike Sable, the great, bold, founding CEO, is taking huge risk. They raise money from all across America. Americans like us, to build this business and make a bet on American energy production. The United States 15 years ago was the largest importer of natural gas in the world. And with bold entrepreneurs and leadership like President Trump, our governor of Louisiana, and Venture Global, today the United States is the largest net exporter of natural gas in the world and growing strong, growing strong. What's the fastest growing source of energy on the planet by far is natural gas. I looked at this over the last 15 years. Nothing else is close. Oil is second, by the way. The fastest growing source of energy on the planet is natural gas. The largest producer of natural gas on the planet is the United States. And so hence we're growing our exports because of your work, because of your efforts. You're going to increase the prosperity of America, increase the strength of America, increase the opportunities for Americans and for the citizens of the world. Where does this gas go? What's this gas going to do? It's going to make fertilizer so farmers can grow more food and feed everyone. It's by far the largest source of electricity in the United States. Natural gas is. It's to make petrochemicals, all the clothes we're wearing, the toys, our cars, our computers, our phones. Those are all made of natural gas. All the uses of natural gas, you could say in short, they make our lives possible. They allow us to have a modern world and live these wonderful lives we live. But that doesn't fall from heaven. That doesn't just fall on earth. It has to be made, produced, and delivered. And that only happens with hard-working people like you. You are changing the world. You are changing people's lives. I'll end there. I just am humbled to be among you. I'm proud to be among you. I cannot overstate how important what you're doing is and how aligned it is with the agenda of President Donald Trump. This guy wants America to be great. He wants America to be strong. He wants to lower our cost and expand opportunities for Americans. A strong, energized, empowered America is not just good for Americans, it's good for the world. God bless you, God bless America, and God bless President Trump. Next up, funny enough, is a friend of mine. We're fellow entrepreneurs, fellow businessmen. We met before either one of us was in politics. Then he went off and became governor of North Dakota for 8 years. I've only been in politics a few weeks. But Doug Burgum is a tremendous leader. He led an energy renaissance in North Dakota. He's leading the Interior Department, which is massively important in our country, and he's the chairman of our National Energy Dominance Council. And as you heard from the governor, he's my partner, along with many others, to unleash American energy, unleash opportunity in this country. Meet my friend and hear from Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum.
So we're watching here a live event happening over in Louisiana. Before we listen in to more of the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum here, we do have to slide away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with this next.
Month and a half, and somebody asked me, what's it like working for the president? And I said, well, do you watch football? And they said, yeah, I watch football. I said, well, think about this. Think about the best football team ever assembled. But President Trump is the team owner, and he's the manager, and he's the head coach, and he's playing quarterback, and he's running a no-huddle offense. And everybody that's working for him's got to scramble back to the line for the next play because we're just going that fast every single day. And the change that he's driving, the red tape that he's cutting, it's absolutely incredible. And one of the things that we're here today, the announcement today is happening. The prior administration had a full-on attack against U.S. energy. They literally were stopping the permitting, killing jobs, killing capital formation, the money to come together to build something like this. And you know what that did? That hurt every American, and it helped our adversaries. President Trump is fighting for you every day, and he's fighting because he believes that we have U.S. energy dominance. It does two things. It builds American prosperity, and it brings peace abroad. We're in two proxy wars right now, and both of our adversaries in those wars, Russia and Iran funding 24 terrorist groups, they're funding those wars against us with energy production. With a facility like this where we can sell LNG around the world, we're literally going to stop wars. So when you guys go to work every day, tell yourself, you're just not doing a job building the most amazing, most technological plant on the planet, the biggest construction project in North America. You're also building world peace. And the other thing you're also doing is you're building prosperity here at home for everybody that's here. And it all starts with one thing, and that's American energy. And you're going to say it with me, because the energy dominance, part of our job is cut red tape, and the other is we got to get more things flowing through those pipes heading towards Louisiana. And how are we going to do that? You know how we're going to do it is 3 words. What are we going to do? We're going to drill, baby, drill. One more time. What are we going to do? We're going to drill, baby, drill. And when we do that, we're also we're gonna mine, baby, mine. We're gonna get critical minerals going, so we're stop buying critical minerals from China. We're gonna map, baby, map, so we get the U.S. Geological Survey going back and actually discovering all the resources we have on Americans' balance sheet. People talk about America's debt, $36 trillion in debt. Our assets could be 3 to 5 times more than that, but we don't even know that because we've stopped looking for all the resources in this country. And we're going to become an energy powerhouse, and with that, we're going to bring inflation down for you and your families, and here at home, prosperity in America and world peace abroad. That's what you're working on every day. How exciting is it to be here with all of you? And again, a message of gratitude from President Trump to you. Nothing more patriotic than an American worker that's working to build energy dominance for this country. Your impact, it carries far and wide. It touches people all over the world, and it certainly helps your kids and your grandkids, and it helps our country reduce our debt, do everything that we're doing. So a big thank you for President Trump, and a big thank you to the innovators and entrepreneurs that built this place and came up with the idea, and none of it happens without all of you. But let's go, and what's at the end? I want to say, we always say one thing when we're doing this today, what are we doing together? We're making America great again. One more time, what are we doing? Making America great again. Thank you. Way to go, Venture Global. Thank you all.
So we were just watching this event taking place over there, a press conference, a news conference featuring a couple of members from President Trump's cabinet, including Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, and then we did have some quick remarks right off the top from Louisiana's Governor Jeff Landry. We're stepping away for another brief commercial break, but we have many more live events to get to. Stick with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's keep it moving. We're heading down to Miami Beach, Florida, where we are seeing Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there hold a press conference.
And the tax keeps going up, and the homestead is not adequate to protect you from this, and that's causing huge problems for people. So we are going to do, now we can't at the state legislature and me do the property taxes through normal legislation. It's a local constitutional power, but we can do constitutional reform on the ballot so that people will have protection against this, because it is choking people. It's making it difficult for them to be able to. And there's people, just think, people here in South Florida, they bought a home in the 1980s. They pay off their mortgage over 30 years, and now they're being told their home's worth $3 million, and they got to pony up all this money. It's tough. It's really, really tough. But nationwide, this is not just a Florida thing. Nationwide, when people have homes under mortgage, the amount they're paying on the mortgage itself is often less than the taxes and the insurance now combined. And it used to be the taxes and insurance were relatively modest, and then the bulk of your payment was that, and now those are gone up. And obviously with interest rates high, if you have to do a mortgage now, you're paying a lot more. So that's pinching people, but I definitely think the property taxes is something that we need relief on in Florida. I'm going to be pushing it. We're going to work on crafting something that can go on the ballot and really make an impact. And, you know, people have been looking and seeing how do some of these local governments, so they say, oh, we're not raising the millage rate. They don't have to. If they're assessing your property at 30% more, that's effectively raising the tax. And I don't understand why, if you made a transaction to buy a house at a certain level, you haven't had a realized gain on that house. We don't know how much it costs. And here's the thing, the real estate market goes up and down. You guys remember, I mean, 2000 to 2008, it went up. 2007, it went up in Florida, then it went down. They never lower your assessment. They only raise it. And then they get a lot more revenue, and then their local governments have grown. And I think you've seen that in many of particularly the larger counties. So let's stand on the side of taxpayers. I think it's really, really important. And you know, the thing is people like some of these local governments are like, so it's like in the state, like we won't do we wouldn't do any new taxes. But like locals, like, well, I may need more revenue. First of all, you can cut back on the budget. But second of all, if you're going to do revenue, why would you tax your citizens when we're a tourism state? You can tax people that don't live here. Like literally, you can raise a lot of revenue by doing that. I would much rather have them do that and give our homeowners a break than continue just assessing higher and higher. And maybe there'll be a correction in the real estate market. Although I'll tell you, I think that there was more authentic demand in Florida this time than in 2000 and 2007. There was a lot of speculation then. I'm not saying there's none now, but there was a lot of people have wanted to come here. But say there's a correction. So you bought it at a rate, they assess it much higher, there's a correction, and they're going to keep that assessment up there. They're not going to lower the assessment. That's really, really hard. So, all right, well, thanks everybody for this. Let's have a good few weeks here. I'm really excited about everyone being on the same page. We really care that our citizens here are able to have good quality of life. We want our businesses to thrive. We want people to have a good time, but we must maintain public order. Thanks, everybody.
So just watching there, a live picture out of Miami Beach, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis holding a press conference. We are going to slide away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. We are moving quickly through several of these events throughout this Thursday. Stick with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. So while we wait for some more of these live events to get underway here in our newsroom, I do want to circle back to a press conference that we had just a little bit ago. And it discusses one of the FBI's most wanted fugitives. Now, he's wanted out of Los Angeles, accused of drug distribution and also murder. Let's take a look.
Good morning. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. Today I am joined with my partner agencies from the United States Attorney's Office, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the U.S. Department of State, and the DEA. We're here today to discuss significant developments regarding Operation Giant Slalom, a continuing criminal enterprise investigation. The primary subject of that investigation, Ryan Wedding, has been placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitive list. Wedding is wanted for many crimes, which we will discuss in a moment. This month marks the 75th anniversary of the FBI's top 10 list. Since its inception in 1950, 535 fugitives have been added to that list. Ryan Wedding is number 535. We have successfully captured 496 fugitives, mostly by soliciting the cooperation from the public, and we're here today to do the same. Who is Ryan Wedding? Many articles have been written about him. There was one even recently as today in the Toronto Star. But Ryan Wedding, before he was to become infamous for being on the FBI's most notorious list of fugitives, he was famous for competing in Canada in 2002 as an Olympic snowboarder. Wedding went from being an elite athlete to running one of the most sophisticated drug trafficking networks in North America. Wedding and 15 other defendants are currently charged for their roles in this drug operation. This operation has shipped drugs from Colombia through Mexico and into the United States and Canada. We believe Wedding and others orchestrated multiple murders in furtherance of these crimes. And the U.S. Attorney, Joe McNally, is going to detail these charges shortly. But Ryan Wedding, our lead defendant, is a fugitive, and we've been seeking his whereabouts since last year. While we haven't ruled out other countries, we believe Wedding is residing in Mexico and possibly living under protection of the Sinaloa drug cartel. Before I continue, I'd like to pivot to our second announcement and introduce Cart Wayland, who is joining us virtually. Cart is the Senior Bureau Official for the United States Department of State, International Bureau Matters. And I'll refer you to the video.
Today, in coordination with the FBI, the Department of State is announcing a reward offer of up to $10 million for information leading to the arrest and/or conviction of Mr. Ryan James Wedding.
So we are listening to this update out of the FBI Los Angeles office, and we'll have more on that in just a little bit. But we have another live event getting underway, actually a conversation between Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and his counterpart in the UK.
UK leadership is absolutely critical, and we very much appreciate it. We want to work together to achieve peace and security in Europe by working to bring an end to the war in Ukraine, building sustainable deterrence on the continent, and then increasing our allied capabilities and interoperability. And European leadership of NATO, led by the UK, led by others, is, we believe, the future of defense on the continent, ensuring we provide a peaceful future for your kids and your grandkids and my grandkids. That's ultimately what it's about. I also want to thank the British people for the warm support they give to U.S. forces stationed in the UK as well. It's a long-standing relationship that we are very grateful for. So you're true allies, longtime friends. We're new friends, but we're getting there, and fellow warriors. So thank you very much for being here, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for such a warm welcome and such warm words. It's great to be back in Washington, and it's good to see you again. We last met last month in NATO, and then you challenged Europe to step up. You challenged us to step up on Ukraine, on defense spending, on European security, and I say to you that we have, we are, and we will further. And last week, the British Prime Minister announced the biggest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, and we will go further. You also asked the UK to step up on leadership on Ukraine alongside the US. And indeed, you were with me when we had the 46 nations round the table at a week's notice at the Ukraine contact group. Our meeting today follows very good discussions between President Trump and Prime Minister Starmer a week ago today, in which they both pledged to work together, our nations would work together to secure a lasting peace in Ukraine. And we have a chance today to discuss the progress on that path to peace, with the opportunity that President Trump has created now since the 20th of January. And when your President and my Prime Minister met last week, your President also said that the UK and the US have a relationship like no other. And I think for me that was exemplified last night at the British Embassy, when we were able to lay on a party to celebrate the 250th birthday of the US Marine Corps. And for more than a century, your US Marines and our Royal Marines have trained together, they've fought together, and too often they've died together, defending the values that our two free nations share. And Pete, as you say, you know that from your own experience and your own service. And in many ways, for me, they embody the sort of warrior force that both you and I as Defense Secretaries are dedicated in our roles to strengthen, because we know that we have to strengthen, together with allies, deterrence in the face of rising threats. And finally, if I may, you've spoken about the deep bond between our two nations. And I'd say to you, I'm here today to strengthen that defence and security bond between our two nations. It's needed now more than ever in this new era that we must face together. So thank you for receiving us, and thank you for welcoming our delegation. I look forward to the discussions ahead.
And to that I say amen. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. If it's okay, we'll take a few questions for either myself or the Secretary.
We'll take 2 from the U.S. press, and we'll take 2 from the British press. Go with the U.S.
Mr. Secretary, you have said that Europe needs to do more to contribute to defense. Is a security guarantee of troops from France and the UK enough for Ukraine?
I think it's been very encouraging to watch our friends in the UK and in France step up to say they are prepared to take the lead to ensure an enduring peace in Ukraine. What the president has also said time and time again is, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get both sides to the table. Let's get a commitment to peace, and that is what President Trump is actively doing, both with the Russians and Vladimir Putin, and also the Ukrainians and Zelenskyy. So there will be, in order to maintain enduring peace, there's a security aspect to it. The UK and France have pledged, along with others, to be the core part of that. There will be other aspects that are a part of further terms of the negotiation.
British press. Go ahead.
Secretary, there are reports that the negotiating team will be going to Saudi Arabia next week. Given a renewed push for peace, will you reconsider resupplying Ukraine with weapons, or have the tap been turned off permanently?
Oh, as the president has pointed out, it is a pause. Exactly what he said from the beginning, pause pending a true commitment to a path to peace. The president is paying a very keen eye to precisely what the Ukrainians are saying and doing about committing to that peace process, and we're very encouraged by the signs we're seeing. Ultimately, he will make the determination, but it is a pause for now.
U.S. press.
Yeah. Missy Ryan, Washington Post. Secretary Healey, a question for you. Obviously, you both have referenced this strong historic relationship. At the same time, what does it mean for the UK that its closest ally is now voicing the same narrative that Russia is voicing vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine and seeming to align itself more closely with Russia versus what it has done in the past?
Look, first of all, I don't believe, as members of government and decision takers, we're the people to comment on every twist and turn in this process. I'm fixed on the historic opportunity the President has created to bring a lasting and secure peace to Ukraine. That's what he and my Prime Minister dedicated themselves to do last week. And you've seen since then the British Prime Minister pull together in London leaders of 18 nations to discuss the detail of a path to peace. And the President also has asked Europe to step up, and we are. The UK is ready to take on a leadership in that task. You saw that from Keir Starmer at the weekend, in the way that he is pulling the parties together, ensuring that we take Ukraine with us, and that we work closely alongside the United States. And it's the detail of those discussions, which are rightly behind the scenes, that the Defense Secretary and I will now pursue this afternoon.
Last question from Danielle with the UK Press.
Thanks so much, Danielle Sherman, Daily Telegraph. This is for both secretaries. What's the plan if the Ukrainian front line falls apart in the next couple of days? Does Britain, Europe, have permission to intervene and help? And secondly, if I may, does Britain have the ability to use its nuclear deterrent by itself?
Nobody who has been to Ukraine, who has talked with Ukraine, who has worked with the Ukrainian leaders or met the Ukrainian servicemen and women or the civilians believe that they will not fight. Nor do I or the Prime Minister doubt that, as President Zelenskyy has said, they are ready to sign the important economic deal with the US. They are ready for a ceasefire. They want the guarantees and the security that must follow to ensure that they will not again face Russian invasion and Russian aggression. But they, like we, are willing to work to make the most of this unique opportunity that we now have, and that's a responsibility on all of us. And that is very clear from our Prime Minister, it's clear from the President, it's also clear from President Zelenskyy too. And as far as your question about nuclear, it is a question that it would be unthinkable and unprecedented for any Defense Secretary or any government to start just commenting on or speculating on.
We are watching, obviously, very closely the front line of troops. I mean, our chairman, the Defense Department, of course, we monitor that very closely. But ultimately, we're interested in creating the conditions for peace. I mean, to the previous question from the Washington Post, the press is interested in narratives. Our president is interested in peace. So we will get characterized one way or another. Oh, your stance is pro-Russia or it's all garbage. The president got elected to bring peace in this conflict, and he is working with both sides in a way that only President Trump can. Let's be clear. Only President Trump can, to bring them to the table to end the killing. And I can tell you from being behind the scenes, he is laser focused on making that happen, and we're closer today than we've ever been because of his leadership. Thank you very much.
Press.
Thank you, President. Thank you.
Listening there to remarks that happened moments ago between Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth along with his UK counterpart. That was happening inside of the White House as Hegseth and several other of President Trump's cabinet members continue to meet with their counterparts around the world to focus on some of these international conflicts that continue to take place. Now, we are monitoring the latest situation happening with Ukraine. As you know, that aid from the U.S. has been paused. But earlier today, we did see some updates and some remarks made by the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He has rejected suggestions that Europe and the United States are at odds over Ukraine and that Britain must pick a side. with the Prime Minister saying that the U.S. remains an essential ally and he's working to get the U.S., Ukraine, and European allies onto the same page so that we can all focus on what matters most, which is lasting peace in Ukraine. A Live Now look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. We're sliding away for our first 2-minute break of this hour. We'll continue with more next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are heading straight to the State Department briefing just getting underway.
Statement before we proceed here. Good afternoon. Of course, it is an honor to join you today for my first briefing at the State Department. My commitment to you and to the American people will always be to speak directly and clearly about the policies and priorities of our country's lead diplomat, Secretary Marco Rubio, and the great men and women who serve the U.S. Department of State. To begin, I would like to acknowledge that after Secretary Rubio was confirmed in a historic bipartisan vote, he promised to deliver a foreign policy under President Trump's vision and leadership that would make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Under President Trump's administration, the State Department puts America first as well. Peace through strength is back, and our North Star is the pursuit of peace. As Secretary Rubio says, peace is not a noun, it is an action. And the Secretary has been taking action. It started on day one. Secretary Rubio got straight to work issuing common sense policies that returned the State Department to the basics of diplomacy. We are rewarding performance based on initiative, skill, and hard work, and we are ensuring every dollar we spend advances our national interests. During the Secretary's first international trip to Central America and the Caribbean, he reaffirmed our commitment to the region where we live. He emphasized the importance of this relationship, highlighting our shared challenges and our shared opportunities. Already, the Secretary has achieved concrete deliverables to combat transnational crime, advance the cause of enduring peace, and counter the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party. At the United Nations, U.S. leadership led the Security Council, passing a historic resolution seeking to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Implementing President Trump's executive orders, the Secretary designated 8 cartels and other transnational organizations as terrorists. The Houthis have been designated as a foreign terrorist organization, and their members are facing sanctions. And the Iranian regime is again under maximum pressure. And further in line with the president's promise to keep America safe, Mohammed Sharifullah was detained in Pakistan for the tragic Abbey Gate terrorist attack that took the lives of 13 service members of our country. He has been extradited to the United States to face swift justice. The Secretary's highest priority is the safety and security of the American people. Earlier today, the department hosted a ceremony to raise the hostage and wrongful detainee flag. The flag symbolizes the United States' commitment to Americans unjustly held overseas, and it will fly in front of the State Department through March 9th, which is the second U.S. hostage and wrongful detainee day. This administration has worked tirelessly to bring unjustly detained Americans home and to secure the release of all the hostages held by Hamas. And we will continue to do the critical work to accomplish this goal. During this historic joint event the other night, President Trump made clear that the United States is advancing our national interests to ensure the 21st century is an American-led century. America is back. I'm honored to stand here before you and to deliver this information for the American people, which they deserve to hear from their State Department. As someone who has served over, well, a long time in media, I understand firsthand that a free press is vital to our democracy. I look forward to engaging on our U.S. foreign policy priorities for the benefit of the American people. And also just want to say a thank you to the civil service workers, the foreign service workers, the staff of this department. As someone who's been looking out from the outside into government and seeing always the problems, it has been a remarkable experience to work with these individuals in this department, but throughout the Department of State. It has been an experience for me that has changed my point of view on many different issues. And I want to thank all of them who made it possible for me to stand here today. This has been literally a team effort. It remains a team effort for people who love this country and serve her every day. And so, there's something I never thought I would say, except screaming at the screen at this gentleman sitting here. Just a remarkable illustration of how life changes and has surprises for us. Matt Lee from the Associated Press. I'm going to also ask you, when asking a question, we have a number of cameras in the back. People are watching through streaming at state.gov, our social media accounts as well, and a variety of different ways. Announce your name if you could and your outlet. That would be terrific. Matt Lee, I'll announce for you because you're so shy with the Associated Press. Sir, what can I tell you?
Well, first of all, thank you for your opening remarks there. And I would also say congratulations, because for those of us who were around back at the beginning of the first Trump administration, the first State Department briefing in 2017 was on March 7th. So you have beaten that by one day.
There you go.
I don't know if
not that
you're
you're competitive, but I did not know.
You know,
all right.
So anyway, so
thank
you got that. You have a record already.
Okay, thank you.
So anyway, yes, thank you very much for your commitment to, speaking to us and being open and transparent. I just want to say before I begin, and I have a very brief question, but before we begin, that I think everybody in this room understands that elections have consequences. Everybody in this room understands that the President of the United States sets the agenda for foreign policy, and so the questions that you will get today and going forward are all aimed at trying to find out what that policy is, one, and then how the State Department is actually implementing it. So I hope in that, with that we can go forward. So the first thing, so my question is about the AID.
Sure.
USAID. So on January 20th, the entire Function 150 account of the federal budget, which is all of the State Department and USAID, including operations, salaries, was roughly about 1% of the budget. What's your understanding of where that percentage is today?
Well, what I can tell you is President Trump was elected to change the status quo. Part of what has initiated this dynamic that we've all watched play out is what's it been? I think it's been 6 weeks. Is an effort to deal with waste, fraud, and abuse. This began with a simple inquiry of USAID to look at their books, to look and inquire and they refused. They said, we're an autonomous organization, you have no right to come in. The intention was not to do it in a manner that you've been watching unfold. It began because there was no cooperation at the beginning. And the inquiry, of course, was because of the debt, the nature of being $2 trillion, that it was an unsustainable and remains an unsustainable way of running anything, a household or a government. There's a point where you have to look up and say, we need to see at least what's happening. So this has been a pause, a 90-day pause, we shouldn't forget that, to look at the nature of how the taxpayer money has been spent and if it was being used in the proper way for the things that we've allotted it for. And that began. It was certainly in a manner that was not planned on, but we needed to do it. It was something that was, of course, important to accomplish the nature of dealing with, is there fraud, is there abuse, is there waste, how can we fix the system so that taxpayer dollars are being used properly? And in the process, of course, we've looked through some of these issues. You heard at the joint session of Congress addressed by the President, some of the remarkable programs that we were paying for around the world, millions of dollars. Clearly, change has had to be made. And that's what we're doing right now. There's change not only when it comes to what's being funded, but also how the bureaucracy works, and if a bureaucracy the size that it was needed to exist in the way that it exists. All of this review is important. At the same time, within a review like this, because you're looking at whether or not there's an efficiency in the way money is spent, it doesn't mean that we're not going to be doing foreign aid. It's a matter of how are we going to be doing the aid, and if it is effective, and if it is efficient, and if it achieves the goals that we want that make America safe, more prosperous, more secure, and there's nothing that's deviated from that. On the issue of the numbers, you asked about numbers. Clearly, this is a rapid dynamic. This is a process that is an internal process that involves an entire host of decisions that are being made over a number of different bureaus and dynamics that I'm not a part of. We see what the results are. We have been getting the notifications about the nature of the numbers involved, but I can't go into specifics on this day or how they might even be tomorrow. Yes.
The reason that I pushed on the
yes.
percentage number was because one of the first fact sheets that this department put out, and I know that you probably didn't have much of anything to do with it, but it was
don't underestimate me. Not yet.
Well, it was on January 29th, and it was about the executive order on
sure.
And it said in there, even setting aside generous support for Ukraine over the past several years, the U.S. is spending roughly $70 billion in foreign aid annually. Well, that was just not correct. And several hours later, after myself and other people pointed this out,
yes.
It was changed, but it wasn't sent out again. It was just changed online. But it was changed to $40 billion instead of 70.
Right.
And I just want to know, the people who put this together, and I don't know who they were, but that's a $30 billion
yes.
mistake. Is
yes.
that the kind of accounting that...
No, it's not. And I think, and can speak on behalf certainly of my department and of this entire department and the speed with which some of these things are happening, that mistakes are corrected. There was one. Okay. It was corrected, and that's certainly not going to happen again. That's what I can pledge to you. I do know, and as everyone learned on that day, that the data matters, which is why I'm not going to stand here and guess, that the facts of the matter, and we're determined, I am determined in this role. This is not just a first day for me, but also for the department to see the nature as a reminder of what you're all interested in and what we have to speak to. And I appreciate that. But yeah, it's everything's a learning curve. But at that point, of course, that's a significant difference, and let's just say it's not going to happen again. Thank you, sir. Yes, Rich.
Hi, Tammy.
Fox News. We all know that, right?
Yes, you have to introduce yourself.
Rich Edson with Fox News.
That's right.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tammy, on this USAID investigation, Peter Morocco has been on Capitol Hill over the past couple of days briefing members of Congress and updating them on this, where he told them that they have uncovered waste, fraud, and abuse to a level that would require referrals to the Department of Justice for investigation. Can you provide any specific examples of illegal wrongdoing, or what the department believes is illegal wrongdoing at USAID?
Well, obviously, and this is my first chance to say what I can't comment on, which is, in general, certainly any possible litigation, the nature of negotiations or contemplations regarding action that the government might take, certainly not only because I've not been in the room, but it's because you've got, whether it's diplomatic conversations or issues of determining what we might do and what might not do. It also goes into hypotheticals. So no, I can't answer that. What I can say, again, is that the level of what we've discovered at USAID is troubling enough to where this is the kind of conversation that is perhaps going to have to be had by the American people and even perhaps Congress. But I think at this point, when we're looking at this kind of an issue that we see through our existing investigations and inquiries, that we've clearly got some problems. And so we're determined to correct those problems. Where it ends up is going to be, of course, something we'll see in the future, but that's not something I've been involved in.
So a conversation with the American people in Congress, how about with the Department of Justice?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. But it is, the seriousness with which this is being addressed is something the American people should be happy about. It is why President Trump was elected, was to take action on the things that he campaigned on, as many people did as well. We knew something was wrong and it had to change. And this is up to, of course, to the people who are doing the investigations, whether or not any of that actually manifests. All right. Yes, Sean.
Thank you, and welcome to the podium.
Thank you.
Sean Tandon with AFP. Can I switch the topic to the Middle East? The situation.
Let me ask though. Any other questions on the USAID situation? A bunch of hands. I'm shocked. All right. We'll get back to you when we move into the Middle East. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Definitely. We're listening here to the first State Department briefing being held by spokesperson Tammy Bruce. We're stepping away for a quick break. We'll be back out to this next.
I have to say I did not know him well when I started in this position, and his commitment to the country and his personal involvement has been heartening. And I'm sure that in this kind of a dynamic, we've had some frameworks that have been arranged where people can get into the State Department, indicate if there's been an issue, and then action can be taken on those.
And do you have
yes,
an
sir.
update on payments?
But yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Camilla Schick from
CBS.
Hi
Just
there.
to follow up one thing on Jenny's question. Will we see a full list of the grants and the programs that have been cut or that will be cut in this 90-day review? You mentioned that there should be a conversation with the American people.
Of course.
And that I assume that means it will be something that will be transparent for people to see the list of the programs that have been cut. And then just on related to USAID, there's reporting from Reuters that more than 700 diplomats have signed a letter that is destined to go to the dissent cable for this department, expressing their concern about the dismantling, of USAID, and the fear that this is undermining U.S. leadership abroad and helping create a power vacuum for the likes of China and Russia to exploit. Do you have a comment?
Your question's important because it is about the list and what's been cut and what has been kept, and that is something that I want before I presume, because that's something I've learned to not do in this particular role, is to make sure that I have the right answer for you. So I'm going to make sure that we go back and this is also for me. It's important because I think many Americans have questions about the nature of the details of what's happening, but it is the foreign policy of the world, obviously, clearly major decisions being made, and my goal is to make sure as we can so that there's a serious ability to kind of own the information I'm saying to you. Those are going to be times when I have to come back to you, and this is one of those times. But it's a good question, and yes, I'd like to get that for you.
And on the diplomats with the dissent cable?
In that regard, we have a dissent cable framework that we're very proud of. That is important. And from what I've learned is that did not actually go out in that framework, but also we will not discuss those if there is internal communications or the nature of something like that transpiring. All right. So done with USAID. And all right, Middle East now, Sean?
Sure, let me kick it off. Can I ask you about there's a pressure, of course, on Hamas to extend the ceasefire deal. Israel on Sunday said that it's cutting off humanitarian assistance going into Gaza as a way of pressure. The European countries, the European allies of the United States have criticized this, saying that the situation, in their words, is quite catastrophic in Gaza. Does the United States support the holding of food and other assistance at this point as a way to achieve these aims?
Well, what we've said before, and has been the case before, is that aid can only be delivered in a safe framework. So as long as it is something that is unsafe, or we can't guarantee the safety of something moving in, that is going to be stopped. It is not a withholding, but it's certainly it's a reflection of the framework of the situation on the ground, and that continues. In the meantime, I think that it is also very clear, and this is the president certainly has been tweeting about certain situations with Hamas and the nature of what was expected and has been repeated continually, that all the hostages have got to be released. They need to be released now. The bodies they are holding, everything, everyone needs to be released. And without doing that, there is no path forward. Secretary Rubio has made clear that as long as Hamas exists in that area, with a gun, without a gun, as long as they are a factor in Gaza and exist, there is no way forward. It is an impossible situation. It is monsters who are controlling and destroying Gazan lives and the lives of people around the region. It remains an extraordinary dynamic where this administration has made clear, as has Secretary Rubio, that we have a framework where it has gone. It's over and over and over again. There's been nothing new. It's wash, rinse, and repeat, back and forth, for generations. And the approach now in this dynamic is that it has to be a new approach, and that is what President Trump has said from the beginning, that we've got to think differently. We've got to think differently about how things proceed in the region. And this is finally, after this idea, the prompting to think differently, there are some different and new ideas. But one thing stays the same and is unmovable here, and it is the existence of Hamas as a factor on the ground in that region. It will be impossible to continue. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Saeed Erakat. I'm from Al-Quds newspaper.
I've heard a little bit about you, and we've had some conversations. It's great to see you here, sir.
Good to see you behind the podium. I have two quick follow-ups, basically, to Gaza. The president said yesterday, well, he had strong words for Gaza, for Hamas, and for the people of Gaza. Now, at the same time, we heard about the meeting that took place between Mr. Bowler and some senior Hamas officials and so on, which gave people maybe, hope that there's going to be movement towards the phase 2 of this deal that was struck back on January 15. My question to you, how do you reconcile the two? And also follow up to that, so I don't have to come back to you again, is also on Mr. Witkoff's statement and what he has been saying. The two can be combined. Whether we have an idea as to when he's going to be going back to the region. Thank you.
Well, first of all, if you have a conversation with someone, it's not a negotiation, it's not irreconcilable. It is the conveyance of the American position in a different way. Nothing was different. Nothing was conveyed differently. There was no change of position. It was the conveyance of the existing American position about Hamas and how it cannot exist in Gaza. Now, whether it is through a tweet or a diplomatic cable or on television or through envoys or in a meeting, that message can be conveyed. And it's, I think that that's what's important for the American people to realize, is that the steps for peace that need to be taken in any country will be taken, and especially in making sure that a bloodthirsty group like Hamas understands that our message is not fluid. Yes, Andrew Mitchell. Great to see you.
Change of subject to you.
Wait, well, okay, yes, we'll go to you. The first, we'll take a couple more on Gaza. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nadia Bilbesi with Al Arabiya.
Nadia, yes, nice to see you.
Good to see you too. A couple of questions. Number one, the Secretary said he's open to the Egyptian plan. It's been endorsed by the Muslim and Arab countries. What's your position on that? It's basically, in a nutshell, saying that Gazans can stay, they can rebuild it with Arab money and with Palestinians' leadership. And second, the administration issued many ultimatums to the Hamas before. What's the difference this time? And the Secretary echoed what the President said on Gazans themselves. He said Gazans will await them a beautiful future, but if hostages are held, they're all dead. What does that mean?
Well, first of all, we know that the President, in his comments about a new way forward, et cetera, was an invitation for new ideas. And that seemed to have spurred some new ideas. But we also know that they have not really been seen as being adequate for the nature of what it is that we've been asking for. So it's always, I think that, especially from the words from the President himself, and I want to get his remarks especially for you, because these are, this is, everybody clearly wants this to change. I think that that's obvious, especially with Egypt stepping up and handling it as they have. But then it's about what are the details, what's going to end, what's going to be on the ground. And hold on one second here. The issue of my notes, which might have to be resolved for the next briefing. Hold on. All right.
The iPad does not solve all problems.
Well, I'm a paper person, as you might be as well. Well, let me just continue, though, on that manner, is that the Arab deal, as it's noted, is that it does not fulfill the requirements, the nature of what President Trump was asking for. But it was not, but it was the welcomed effort of continuing to address this clearly has to continue. So we understand that it's obviously that region and everyone is interested, has a stake in this, to say the least. And the goal is, though, as it has always been, it's very simple, is for peace in that region and to not have it continue to return as a constant issue. And we think we have a very good chance at accomplishing that this time with the leadership and an articulated leadership regarding what's acceptable and what is not. So these conversations clearly will have to continue. We know we've got partners clearly in the region, and Israel understands that as well. And this is what the world wants, not only in this conflict, but other conflicts. And no one wins. No one is winning here in this framework. And so, but regarding the Arab solution, the Arab deal via Egypt, that what I have for you right now is that it does not meet the expectations. And so we'll have one more. Yes, sir, in the back.
Yeah, Ryan Grimm, Drop Site News. There's been some reporting, our outlet, Israeli press, here, some in the American press, that there was a side letter that the Biden administration signed or sent to Israel as part of the ceasefire negotiations that effectively said, okay, this is the deal on paper. We're going to move from phase one to phase two.
Can I save you some time in your life? I'm not going to comment on something that happened prior to this administration or to things that have been heard, or the idea of hypotheticals or rumored issues and letters and what rumored plans were. That is a non-starter. So if you have another thing you want to ask, let's do it.
I do have one other thing. The question would be, would a letter like that still be in force under the Trump?
From one hypothetical to another. Clearly, okay. I can't answer that, but thank you, sir. In the back. Yes, sir, behind you.
Thank you very much, Tammy. Jalil Afridi from the Frontier Post.
Hello, sir. Nice to meet you.
First, I want to say a quick thank you to the president. I have not seen any journalists saying thank you to him. In 2020, during the corona days, I was one of the affectees as well who spent many months in the hospital. And the stimulus checks were amazing, and many journalists took advantage of it. My first question is, did anybody from the U.S. administration say thank you to Pakistan on official level regarding this new arrest? And second, is the president aware that the most popular leader of Pakistan, Imran Khan, has been in jail now for the last 3 years, and lots of atrocities has happened, but is the president at all interested in paying a little attention to Pakistan beside this?
Well, I will answer that, noting that in his address to Congress, the president announced the arrest of an ISIS-K operative and planner responsible for the deaths, as I mentioned earlier today, of the 13 brave American service members and over 160 Afghans at Abbey Gate, that he is now in custody. And we extend our gratitude to the government of Pakistan. We do, for their partnership in bringing Mohammed Sharifullah to justice. We would also now refer you, for those who want more information, to the Department of Justice for further information regarding his case. And we have, regarding Pakistan and the nature of our relationship, we have a common interest, obviously, in fighting terrorism. And the arrest of this terrorist also illustrated that U.S.-Pakistan cooperation on counterterrorism remains vitally important. So thank you, sir. All right, so now, Andrea, we'll move on here.
Thank you very much, and thank you and welcome. And I think all of us are very grateful that the briefings are starting and that you were
good. I hope to. I won't always necessarily. I hope my goal is to make you all happy. Of course, that will be impossible. And I appreciate your patience with me today, as I'm learning clearly the depth. This room, we've got an overflow room. We have. I don't want to say any numbers. I've just remember, I pledge not to give you numbers. But it's a remarkable thing. The American people care about foreign policy. They care about national policy. And your career in particular has kind of taught Americans that this information is interesting, it's usable, it's important. And so it's a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you. And just thank you for your commitment to this.
Yes.
On Ukraine, does the Zelenskyy letter, which includes an apology and various commitments to peace, which were praised by Mr. Witkoff at the White House today, does that letter meet the standard to the Secretary that these talks can proceed? And will the Secretary be attending the talks that are now contemplated next week in Saudi Arabia? And if you could give us any reaction to the Russian attack on a hotel today, where American aid workers did escape, but at least 4 people that we know of were killed.
Right.
If I could just also throw in.
All right, a third one.
Does the letter of apology solve some of the issues to the extent that the Secretary believes intelligence and weapons the weapons pipeline and intelligence sharing could be restored?
Well, that's a road a bit too far. We will not discuss issues of intelligence or diplomatic agreements or the sharing of information. That I will not discuss. But from the start, after the Friday situation with President Zelenskyy, and Secretary Rubio was in the room, it was a surprise that his behavior took a turn, and in the Oval Office. And it was clear, as the president had stated publicly, that he was not ready for peace, that there was one thing that he should not do, and that was, damage the nature of what was transpiring there, because we want to help him. We want to help Ukraine. We have been the biggest supporters of Ukraine in this conflict than anyone else in the world. We have made it very clear from the start how we feel about this situation. But even after that, even that same night and continuing on, there was an open door that he wasn't ready for peace. If he becomes ready for peace, he can come back to the table. It was certainly not something that eliminated the potential to continue. But what it did do was highlight, and clearly with the follow-up message from President Zelenskyy, there was an awareness that, as he said, it did not go as planned, right? It was not a situation that was good or helpful, and as I'm paraphrasing here, and clearly indicated that he was ready to come back. I have not spoken in the last few hours with the secretary, but I do know that his posture has been the same, is that we have a goal, and we see what's happening. We want to make sure that certainly the president understood what was happening, that this door was still unlocked, that he could return as we were looking at the nature of what was transpiring in Ukraine, that it's a stalemate. The secretary has called it a meat grinder. Hundreds of thousands of people dead, and the carnage not stopping. It's a stalemate where both parties have to be brought to the table to end it. We also had terrific success, as I mentioned in my opening, at the UN. The first time since the beginning of this conflict, a 3-paragraph statement about ending the conflict passed without opposition in the Security Council, which is a statement from those members, but also from the UN in general. It appears with that note that President Zelenskyy understands what's at stake, that we are here to help him, that there is one person who can bring those parties to the table, and it is President Donald Trump. The secretary has understood that from the beginning. This is a united understanding that this has got to end, and these are men who understand what America can do to help that come to an end. And I would believe, with what has been said before, that in fact, if the president and the secretary believe that President Zelenskyy is serious and that we can move forward, they have stated, in fact, that we would. So we look forward to that.
We're watching the State Department briefing. We're stepping away for a break. We'll be right back.
United States believe that the North Korean troops should withdraw from Russia to end the war between Russia and Ukraine?
Well,
thank you.
Yes, thank you. I really can't remark on issues of the North Korean relationship with Russia at this point, or that particular regional effort or action that may have occurred. So that's not something I can remark on right now. I certainly, for both of your questions, will go back and talk to the Secretary, mention to him, as I have and as I've pledged to many of you who I met earlier in our bullpen here, that part of my goal is to make sure that not only do I have a good broader view of what interests all of you, but to make sure that the Secretary knows as well. I think that that's part of what is important to our communications with you. Besides what we can and cannot share, it is to make sure that we know where your interests are also. All right, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Danny. Congratulations, and thanks for doing this. You, at the opening remarks, you talked about Iran is under the maximum pressure. So I have a question related to that.
And I'm sorry, what is your outlet?
Yeah, my name is Diyar Kuda. I'm working for Ruda Media Network. It's a Kurdish TV.
All righty.
So Iraqi
maximum pressure.
Yeah, Iraqi sanctions waiver for Iran gas imports expires on March 8th, which is the day after tomorrow. Have you renewed this sanctions waiver, or do you intend to renew that sanctions waiver for 120 more days? And I have the second question. Do you want me to ask now or after you?
Well, let me answer that question, because I see my staff standing up by the pillar, because I don't tend to keep track of certain things, but like time. But here's what I can tell you. The Iraq sanctions waiver, as you've noted, for Iran gas imports expires on the 8th. And we have, at this point, as you might imagine, we have nothing to announce with regards to the current electricity waiver that expires on the 8th. In line with National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 2, we are reviewing all existing sanctions waivers that provide Iran any degree of economic or financial relief. And we are urging the Iraqi government to eliminate its dependence on Iranian sources of energy as soon as possible, and welcome the Iraqi Prime Minister's commitment to achieve energy independence. Hopefully, the United States is leading the way when it comes to that kind of an approach. All right, are we wrapping up here? I think we are. We will do this again on Tuesday, unless circumstances change that.
One last in Africa, please.
Someone wants one last. See, this is going to happen. It's like one last.
In Africa.
All right, hold on.
Africa. One last in Africa.
Yes, Africa. Let's do it. Thank you. We have a lot of interests in that continent, so thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. So, thank you.
Yes.
My name is Hariana Veras, and I'm with TPA. Recently, I asked President Trump about his interest in joining the effort of the president of Angola, President João Lourenço, who is mediating the conflict between DRC and Rwanda, if he would be interested to join the efforts of Angola to bring peace to DRC. He said that the situation in the DRC is a very serious situation. But we have also seen that in this first 100 days of President Trump, he's making some movement. He imposed sanctions on the people that are directly involved on the conflict in DRC, and also Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He spoke with the Foreign Minister of Angola and also President Tshisekedi of Congo.
Correct.
Is there any plan, or can we expect something more in terms of action from the United States to join Angolan's effort to bring peace to the DRC? Because every day people are dying, and we have seen how eager President Trump wants to bring peace in many regions, not only in between Russia and Ukraine, but also he's showing interest in to bring peace in other regions. Is the Democratic Republic of the Congo one of the countries that this administration will do something to bring peace?
Well, I can tell you, and this is I think a good way to end the briefing today, just as a reminder, yes, of the global commitment that this administration has, but that Senator, why do I keep doing that? He's the Secretary. He's the Secretary of State. That the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has in the world. I can tell you that we stand in firm support of the Congolese people and of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC. I can say that in his calls with the two presidents, the Secretary urged an immediate ceasefire in the region, accountability for human rights abuses and violations, and for all parties to respect sovereignty and territorial integrity. We expect to see leaders return to the Angolan-led Luanda process and the Nairobi process and take action to resolve the conflict. We are aware of this. He has communicated this. He's engaged with leaders in the region on this as well. And we remain diplomatically engaged. That is going to continue. It will not soften or end. And I appreciate you being here because this is very important and it's a big story. Might not get as much coverage in the media, but there's a lot of problems here in the world, and the Secretary is committed to solving them, as is the President. So it is a team and a whole of government understanding that our world here at home needs to change and reform, and the way that the world is unfolding now with its conflicts, that needs to reform as well. So the DRC, thank you. All right, everyone, thank you very much. I'll see you on Tuesday as well. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
So you just saw there the first State Department briefing, with spokesperson Tammy Bruce. Now, this is the first one of President Trump's second time in the Oval Office. And as you saw there, we're going to be expecting a lot more of those coming within the next few days. A live now look at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., as we did hear spokesperson Bruce touch on multiple topics, starting off with the latest update on the administration's investigation into USAID, as well as speaking on negotiations continuing there in Gaza amid that war between Israel and Hamas, then moving on to U.S. support to Ukraine. I do want to bring another update as well here as we continue to follow the latest with Pope Francis. You are taking a live look right now over in Vatican City as we continue to see more of these prayer services held in honor of the Pope. Now, the latest statement from the Vatican that I do want to put up on your screen here as well, so you can see here. It says, from the Holy See Press Office, the Holy Father's clinical condition has remained stable compared to previous days. He did not experience any episodes of respiratory insufficiency today. Considering the stability of his clinical condition, the next medical bulletin will be released on Saturday, so in just a couple of days. I want to thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Thursday, March 6th. My name is Carl Lahada. It's been a pleasure to be with you throughout the last couple of hours. But after this next commercial break, my colleague Mike Page will be taking over the anchor chair, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories, showcasing live pictures from around the world. Let's head back to this one over at the White House in Washington, D.C. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. On this Thursday edition, we continue to roll on. Live look right now at the White House, where we are awaiting playback from inside of the Oval Office. President Trump signing executive orders. When we get that, of course, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here for this afternoon session. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. Do want to show you the last hour of trading coming up. And, oh, boy, deep red today, and we are seeing a massive sell-off once again. Investors continue to worry about tariffs and where it is going. It seems like every day there's a new situation, new story on the tariffs, and today we learned that President Trump is going to maybe extend and that pause, if you will, with Mexico. That still has investors worried that this really whiplash effect could continue until they have a positive end to this trade war there. So we'll keep an eye on that for you, as always, here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide for you. Coming up here in just moments, looks like coming out of New York, Governor Hochul will be holding this virtual news conference. When it's happening live, you best know that we are going to do it right here on Live Now from Fox for you. So as soon as that gets going, we'll bring that to your attention. I do want to go out to California. Just moments ago, the HUD Secretary, Scott Turner, speaking on the California wildfires recovery. Let's listen here on Live Now.
To support our community. You've seen the devastation, but you've also seen the resiliency and the hope in the incredible community that I represent, Altadena. And make no mistake, we're going to be working together. And what I tell people is this is not about me, this is about us working together to uplift a community that is in the greatest of need right now. So I want to thank you. Welcome to California. Welcome to Altadena. And so grateful for your commitment and your understanding of what's going on here. So welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor. I'm happy to be here and representing not only just the Trump administration and the president, but also representing HUD and the American people. I've been taking tours, visiting with families, pastors, rabbis, schools that have been closed. I've seen the devastation. But one thing that's been encouraging to me is to see the resolve of the people here in Altadena, in the Palisades, and the areas that have been devastated. And I want to encourage everyone to hold on to that resolve and be unified together and working together. And the government as a convener, a facilitator, but the people working here together with leadership like the supervisor and others, I believe will bring not only great, swift results, but also long-term sustainability. So I'm happy to be here with you all this morning.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll start with questions. Again, please say your name and your outlet before you ask a question. We're going to start with you now.
Thank you, Karen. So we did announce the extension, 90-day extension on the foreclosure moratorium, and this will give families flexibility to rebuild and to have time to strategize. And so we want to ensure that HUD is committed, the administration is committed to help the families here that have been victims of the devastation by the wildfires, that we're here to support, to help rebuild, and also to know that